on Jesus as the one and only historical avatar or incarnation of God, the urge to proselytize, and the passionate adherence to such improbabilities as corporal resurrection should, in my judgment, have gone the way of worshipping relics and burning heretics. In retrospect I see that if I had persisted, I would have seemed more orthodox than Bishops James Pike and John Robinson, let alone the death of God theologians, and it would have been easy to show that there was excellent historical precedent for giving certain biblical tales a non-literal interpretation. Furthermore, as I have said, neither the scriptures nor the creeds specify the type of language they are speaking, whether literal and historical, allegorical, mythical, or analogical. If it is not to be supposed that the ascended Christ sits quite literally at the right hand of the Father, must we still give literal sense to the dogmas of the virgin birth and the bodily resurrection? It struck me, moreover, that to treat such doctrines as mythic images made them all the more interesting, for what, other than the mere shock of the thing as a manifestation of power, is so edifying and inspiring about a case of human parthenogenesis and revivification of a corpse? The interest of power, including miraculous power, is not in its simple existence but in what is done with it, and Christian ideas of the final miracle heaven have never shown any great imagination. There is something even puerile in debates between members of different faiths as to the validity and superiority of their various signs and wonders. If strictly theological problems had been the only concern, I could have worked on as a priest, and might have persuaded many Christians to grow up and see their religion in a global context. Beyond Theology might even have been selected by the presiding bishop as his annual book for Lent. But the more serious problem was that in taking the role of priest I was, willy-nilly, saying things about myself that I did not want to say. The clerical garb and title imply the claim to be better and holier than other people, and one is simply assumed to be on the make for converts, and to consider oneself as an officer of the one and only valid religion. People are automatically afraid of being themselves in a clergyman's presence, and because of this many priests affect a superficial worldliness to be able to get along with layfolk. These automatic suppositions about the clerical role underlie the humor of ecclesiastical anecdotes about the lovable foibles of priests, foibles that would pass without comment in ordinary people. Thus Father Whitmore would regale us with tales about his brother monks, how Father Huntington, the founder of the order, would in public conveyances extract a large black bottle from his robes and take a swig from it, and how that extremely holy contemplative and stern novice master, Father Hewson, would put on his spectacles and gloat over a box of chocolate candies which he had confiscated from one of the novices, having just given them a lecture implying that it was a venial sin even to lick a postage stamp between meals. But the major social assumption about the clergy is that their sex life is either nil or very strictly monogamous, because the Church continues to give the impression that sexual sins are by far the naughtiest, so that such phrases as living in sin or a virtuous woman have a purely sexual connotation. Furthermore, conservative churchmen have utterly unrealistic ideas on the permanence and sanctity of marriage, and preachments on conjugal chastity come strangely when they are from the lips of men whom one knows to be active homosexuals. For sex, like truth, will out, and in this respect the clergy are just like other people. You may be sure that those who lay down a hard line of sexual rectitude are talking mainly to themselves. You may also be sure that celibate clergy with fine taste in ritual, vestments, and music are, for the most part, homosexually inclined if not active, and in my book this is not against them, so long as they do not preach chastity to those who prefer women. Now I have what might be called a temperamental incapacity to understand conventional sexual mores. I can see no association of sex, per se, with dirt unless, perhaps, one takes the flea's eye view of sex often found in our new full-color pornographic magazines. Perhaps that is most people's view. Perhaps the idea of its being dirty is just what arouses them. I can see no good reason for regarding anyone as my exclusive sexual property, or being so regarded myself, just as no one else is my exclusive property for dining, walking, talking, or working together. What two human beings do together in private, by mutual consent, is as little other people's business as anything can be, though if they have accidents such as pregnancy or disease as a consequence, they must together be as responsible as if they had had an accident while driving, and although it is hard to know which of the two adventures is the riskier, people seldom get killed by intercourse. My own sexual mores are largely principles of style and taste concerning how and with whom I should participate in the most intimate pleasure that people can give to each other. By nature, I enjoy such pleasure only with the feminine sex, and only if it is equally pleasurable to my partner. Thus the Augustinian saying omne animal post coitum triste est, is true for me only if I fail to delight her. Otherwise, I could crow. For this reason I have never employed a prostitute, imagining most of them to be difficult to please. I do not believe that I should be passionately in love with my partner, though it is the best of pleasures under such circumstances, and still less, married. For there is a special and humanizing delight in erotic friendships with no strings attached. If marriages are holy and made in heaven, the proverb still applies that God gives us our relations, and let us thank Him we can choose our friends. My life would be much, much poorer were it not for certain particular women with whom I have most happily and congenially committed adultery, and the value of such friendships is not to be measured by the calendar. There are women to whom I am permanently grateful for but one or two embraces, and I have every reason to believe that they feel the same way towards me, for our sexual communion was the natural culmination of our admiration for one another as people. And what a person is includes the so-called physical body, which is not simply a given chunk of flesh and bones, statically considered, but the way it moves, its rhythms, its voice, and its perfume. For the body is as much a streaming pattern of energy as a flame. Indeed, I hesitate in speaking of the body as it. Nobody likes to be treated as an it, to have shapely breasts, chest, shoulders, neck, hips, bottom, genitals, or legs considered as if they were external appendages that might go with just any body. For all that, they are none the less admirable, and one must not feel treated as an it if fondled in certain particular places. To a discerning and sensitive eye, a bottom shows character as clearly as a face, for the whole organism is manifested in every one of its features. Yet, as of today, 1972, I am vaguely aware of a growing prissiness among intelligent women as a, nevertheless, understandable reaction against being treated as lust dolls. But if you disown your body, and think of yourself and want to be appreciated purely as your soul or character, your body does indeed become a doll, a mere vehicle in which the abstract you goes around. Men's attitude to women invariably reflects their attitude to nature as a whole, and thus I have often said that if the tacit goals of technological progress were realized, if all events were predictable, and all natural phenomena perfectly controlled, life would be like having intercourse with a plastic doll. You cannot have an experience called self without an experience called other. This is why the two are really one, which is both self and other and yet neither, as may be realized in the climax of sexual love. As for marriage, there is nothing wrong with it except the legal institution. The natural event of a man and woman living in constant companionship, with or without children, is an admirable arrangement which works to the degree one does not insist that it must work, and does not treat one's partner as property. Another being regarded as property is automatically a doll. Whenever I perform a ceremony of marriage for personal friends, I give some such discourse as this. What I am about to say may at first sound depressing and even cynical, but I think you will not find it so in practice. There are three things I would have you bear in mind. The first is that as you now behold one another, you are probably seeing each other at your best. All things disintegrate in time, and as the years go by you will tend to get worse rather than better. Do not, therefore, go into marriage with projects for improving each other. Growth may happen, but it cannot be forced. The second has to do with emotional honesty. Never pretend to a love which you do not actually feel, for love is not ours to command. For the same reason, do not require love from your partner as a duty, for love given in the spirit doesn't ring true, and gives no pleasure to the other. The third is that you do not cling to one another as to commit mutual strangulation. You are not each other's chattels, and you must so trust your partner as to allow full freedom to be the being that he and she is. If you observe these things, your marriage will have surer ground than can be afforded by any formal contract or promise, however solemn and legally binding. A couple that would object to this discourse should not marry. My first marriage came to an end from neglect of the third of these precepts, and my second from mutual neglect of the first. In the summer of 1949 I was writing The Supreme Identity in an attempt to put Christian theology and Indian philosophy into a constructive relationship, and at the same time Canterbury House was a buzz of activity, with seminarists, professors, students, clergy, and wandering seekers from all over. I was also being invited, more and more, to give lectures and conduct retreats away from home. Inevitably, the problems of sex and marriage came into these discussions, and Eleanor was increasingly disturbed by my libertarian views. Under the circumstances she acted with great tact and consideration, for in the autumn she simply feigned sickness as a result of the pressure of work, and went to live with her mother in New York. A little later she went quietly to Nevada and, without fanfare, had our marriage annulled for the interesting reason that, if I believed in free love, I could only have contracted a monogamous marriage under false pretenses. I made no contest, and handed back the capital assets she had made over to me. In ecclesiastical circles gossip flies faster than elsewhere, and it was not long before Bishop Conkling heard of this interesting legal decision, and wanted to know whether I was indeed a believer in free love. About the same time I had been giving a series of lectures at St. Ignatius's Church in New York, which is if possible higher and more Rococo Catholic than St. Mary the Virgin, and my work had just come to the attention of Douglas Auchincloss, who was then the religion editor of Time. He sent a photographer to cover my lectures at St. Ignatius's, a thorough and enthusiastic fellow who insisted on posing me, garbed in lacy surplice, in front of the high altar which there resembles something between Milan Cathedral and a soda fountain. As I surveyed the background I involuntarily expressed the qualm, I say, "Isn't this too terribly churchy?" To which the photographer replied, "But it's what you believe in, isn't it?" Obviously I didn't. This was, then, the final straw in the slow process of realizing that I would have to go it alone and work outside the sphere of organized religion. Upon returning to Evanston, this was June 1950, I found the bishop's letter of inquiry, to which I responded with a careful letter of resignation, the substance of which I later circulated among my friends in the form which appears in the appendix to this chapter. Thereafter I disappeared from Northwestern to the seclusion of a farmhouse in Millbrook, New York, near the desultory town of Poughkeepsie, where, during the 6 months following, I wrote a book appropriately called The Wisdom of Insecurity. Readers will note the strong influence of Krishnamurti in this work, for I had been rereading him thoroughly so as to recognize that it wasn't just that I didn't believe in the Anglo-Catholic religion, as taught, but that I didn't believe in believing. I saw belief as the antithesis of faith, as anxiety rather than trust, as holding on rather than letting go, and any form to which one clings becomes an idol. To keep the custody of my 2 children, Joan and Anne, I married again. Previously I had discovered that Bishop Conkling was such a stickler for what A.P. Herbert had called holy deadlock that he would permit no remarriage so long as I remained in the church. The lady was Dorothy DeWitt, a graduate student in mathematics, who had been my most devoted helper at Northwestern, and I imagined erroneously, as it turned out, that her extraordinary good sense about practical matters would rub off on me. It took a long time to realize that our aspirations for each other were absolutely incompatible. I would never become what she wanted me to be, and she would never become what I wanted her to be. Despite what I was writing about the futility of trying to lift oneself up by one's own bootstraps, both of us still seemed to believe, she more than I, in the potency of effort and willpower in the process of psychological transformation. I should have known by then that self-improvement is a dangerous form of vanity. By the age of 35 one's character is firmly formed, and has to be regarded as an instrument to be used rather than changed. When you try to be other than what you are, you give people expectations that are most unlikely to be fulfilled. To avoid being a serious disappointment to others, you must accept and respect your own limitations. The difficulty of being humble, and even kind, is that it often requires that you be frankly selfish, that you discover your real feelings and follow them as if they were holy scripture. This should be easy. As a Zen master has said, act as you will. Go on as you feel. This is the incomparable way. Rabelais Facek Voldras. But it took me 10 more years to get up the nerve to do it, during which time I strove to be a good family man, to everyone's immense disappointment. Our ideas of what we should be have generally about as much relation to what we are as the grid plan of streets to the hills of San Francisco, to which it should be added that there is an equal lack of correspondence between what we really feel and what we think we feel. Thus, when those who speak of civilization as a thin veneer over barbarism attempt to be spontaneous or, as in wartime, to abandon convention, they do indeed behave like barbarians as if it were a duty. Responsiveness to the subtle motions of inner feeling is as much an art as sailing, and is entirely untaught in schools. Surely, if our neurologists are the first to admit that they do not understand the brain, isn't it possible that the brain and the nervous system as a whole is wiser than the conscious intellect? For conscious intellect is only a fragmentary use of the brain, bound to the cumbersome process of linear thinking, which cannot without long deliberation synthesize more than a few variables. But the brain regulates thousands of bodily processes at a time without having to think about them, and this not one's personality is the self. This began to dawn on me, albeit dimly, when I met Lancelot Law White at the University of Chicago shortly before my resignation. I had just read his Next Development in Man, and we were both invited to take part in the university's radio forum, the Round Table of the Air. This gentle, modest, and twinkly-eyed Englishman is difficult to classify. A freelance theoretical biophysicist with interests in mathematics, psychology, anthropology, and history will do for a try. But I would put him with Gregory Bateson, Joseph Needham, and John Lilly as one of the most intellectually stimulating scientists I have known. Every time I have seen him he has given me a radically important new idea, and it was he who first showed me, from the scientific viewpoint, the disparity between linear thinking and the multidimensional, organic patterning of the physical world, and pointed out what he termed the European dissociation of the conscious ego from the total nervous system. Through him I saw that the main difficulty of Western religion was its linearity, its one-way street version of history, and its obsessive verbosity, as if the will of God could be expressed in the strung-out form of statements and commands so curiously unlike the patterns and organic forms of nature. I could see why religion becomes demonically destructive when it goes by the book and tries to make the dancing order of nature conform to the marching order of law, and force this essentially wiggly universe to toe the straight and narrow line. This is why the world's most terrible idol has been the Holy Bible. This also explains why I had always felt a strange difference of style between things churchly and things natural, for it struck me that the God worshipped in church could no more have designed nature than Euclid could have written Finnegan's Wake. Small wonder, then, that I came out buffeted and bruised from the experiment of trying to straighten out my wiggly nature to pass the narrow postern of St. Peter's Gate. Appendix. From Alan W. Watts, Thornycrest Farmhouse, Millbrook, NY. My dear friends, after long and careful thought I have had to take a step which will perhaps be most disturbing to many of you, though to others it may come as no surprise. I have come to the conclusion that I cannot remain in either the ministry or the communion of the Episcopal Church. In retrospect, I believe that I entered the ministry under the influence of a tendency which has become rather widespread, a tendency to seek refuge from the confusion of our times by giving in to a kind of nostalgia. In a world where all the traditions in which men have found security are crumbling, the mind seeks peace and sanity in an attempt to return to a former state of faith. It envies the inner calm and certitude of an earlier age, where men could put absolute and childlike trust in the authority of the Church, and in the ordered beauty of an ancient doctrine. Undoubtedly the form of Christian doctrine and worship contains the most profound truth, but I am afraid that the attempt to maintain and revive it is an ineffectual resistance to inevitable change. For so many people, the forms no longer convey their meaning, and the language they speak is both archaic and cumbersome. Others want to believe, and try to convince themselves that they do so, but their faith has that hollow self-consciousness so characteristic of the modern convert, since the mind is acting a role untrue to its inmost state. You cannot imitate faith, and when forms of belief, like all other finite things, begin to die, the effort to revive them is imitation. It doesn't ring true. But the forms perish, not only because they are mortal, but also because the spirit within them is breaking them as a bird breaks from its shell. We are living in a time of disintegration and iconoclasm which the Hindus call Kali Yuga. It hurts and frightens us, but is not essentially evil. It is rather a universal passion in which man cries, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? But it is the prelude to a resurrection, because spiritual growth depends upon ceasing to cling to any form of life for security. Forms are not contrary to the spirit, but it is their nature to die, their transiency is their very life, and a permanent form would be a monstrosity, a finite thing aping God. The spirit uses forms, and reveals itself through them, for which reason they are both wonderful and necessary. But they are not exempt from the simplest law of life that, like every other living thing, to grasp them is to strangle and kill them. To preserve them in death is to cling to corruption. He who is, for Christians, the form of God, the express image of his person, did not forget to warn us, it is expedient for you that I go away, for if I go not away the Paraclete cannot come unto you. After his resurrection the same warning was given to Saint Mary Magdalene, do not cling to me. The tragedy of the Church is that in trying to love form, it has denied its whole nature by attempting to make it absolute. The image and the words of Christ himself have been corrupted in the very act of giving them permanent and absolute authority. He has been made into an idol which must be destroyed in his own name. I do not want anything that I say here to hurt the Church. For the Church is people whom I have learned to love. For that very love I cannot be a party to their hurting themselves and others by seeking security from forms which, if understood aright, are crying, do not cling to us. Out of very gratitude for all that the Church has done for me, I must be honest, and say what I see to be true. Insofar as the Church is committed to a desire for and a clinging to authority, permanence, spiritual safety, and absolute guides of conduct, it is clinging to its own death. By such means, belief in God, the hope of immortality, and the quest for salvation, become only escapes from the inner emptiness and insecurity which most of us feel in the depths of our being when confronted with the loneliness, the transiency, and the uncertainty of human life. But that inner emptiness is not a void to be filled with comforts, it is a window to be looked through. It is not an evil that our own life flows, changes, and passes away. It is a revelation to prevent us from clinging to ourselves, for whoever lets go of himself finds God. The state of eternal life and oneness with God comes to pass like a miracle only when we release our grasp on every kind of spiritual security. To cling to security is only to cling to oneself, and perish of strangulation. It would be a silly kind of pride to pretend that we can surrender this passion for safety just by trying. It is not effort that breaks the vicious circle of self-strangulation, it is an awareness and understanding of its complete futility. To be aware of this futility is to look through the emptiness within that window into heaven which affords the vision of God. Much of this has a familiar ring to the Christian. Whosoever would save his soul shall lose it. But I have found that you cannot make the point clear within the Church as it exists without running into contradictions at every step. The liturgy is cluttered beyond hope with sentiments, prayers, and hymns conceived in the state of anxious grasping to forms. And that is by no means all. During the past years I have continued my studies of the spiritual teachings of the Orient, alongside with Catholic theology, and, though I have sometimes doubted it, I am now fully persuaded that the Church's claim to be the best of all ways to God is not only a mistake, but also a symptom of anxiety. Obviously, one who has found a great truth is eager to share it with others. But to insist often in ignorance of other revelations that one's own is supreme argues a certain inferiority complex characteristic of all imperialisms. Methinks thou dost protest too much. This claim to supremacy is, for me, the chiefest sign of how deeply the Church is committed to this self-strangulation, this anxiety for certainty, and I cannot support the proselytism in which it issues. It has been my privilege to know priests of the Church who are men of wonderful humility. But, whether they intend it or not, their assumption of that office usually becomes, in the eyes of laymen and the general public, a claim to spiritual authority and moral superiority. Beyond doubt there are priests who speak with true authority and who are morally superior. But to claim such gifts vitiates them, even when the claim is tacit or derivative, and is a stumbling block to those who mistakenly cling to authority in their quest for security. For true authority says, "Let go. You will only find God if you do not try to possess Him." I must, then, do what lies in my power to renounce event tacit claim to superiority, whether spiritual or moral. For one reason, such a claim would be untrue. For another, the expectation that every clergyman be a moral exemplar is an aspect of that unfortunate moral self-consciousness which has so long afflicted the Western world. The best Christian thought has always seen that only Pharisaism comes through trying to be good. For sanctity is less in wanting to be moral than in loving God and other men. But the moralism which condemns a man for not loving is simply adding strength to that sense of fear and insecurity which prevents him from loving. You may help him to live neither by condemning nor consoling, but by encouraging him to understand and accept the fear and insecurity which he feels. Yet one who tries to suggest this healing acceptance of fear within the framework of the Church is again beset by contradictions, since in all its official formularies and utterances the Church is either threatening with penalties or consoling with promises. The result is to exploit and aggravate man's fear, to foster a simulated love which is fear in disguise, fear running away from itself, for love will no more grow from such blind fear than the grape from the thorn. The unhappy effects of this moralism appear quite devastatingly in the realm of marriage and of the love between man and woman, as I have discovered from my own hard experience. This is one of those emotionally charged subjects whereon those who disagree accuse one another of the wildest excesses, as if there were no alternative but to be either a Puritan or a libertine. Because of this emotional charge it is almost impossible to get churchmen to face the subject frankly, or to approach it without laws and attitudes manifesting, not love, but possessiveness and fear. Despite all the work that has recently been done upon them, the Church's laws of marriage, because of the spirit underlying them, remain as inadequate to deal with its problems as a crowbar for unraveling fine thread. For when, in fear, we try to make the relationship of love absolute, we make it, not divine, but merely inhuman. We are now in the strange and, indeed, scandalous position that a conjugal relationship not in accord with the Church's law is, with few exceptions, the sole effective reason for excommunications. Some have said that this is because such relations are the special sin of our age, but in fact they are no more so than pride, heresy, hatred, slander, and greed, which flourish as habitually as ever. But there is slight chance of their affecting one's communicant status in the Church. I am not pointing out this anomaly as one of those who compound for sins they're most inclined to, by damning those they have no mind to. I am citing it as a glaring example of the confusion to which all self-conscious moralism leads. For, despite all fine words to the contrary, the Church's attitude to marriage, as to so many other things, issues not from love but from a desire for security. In this the Church is not peculiar. The same attitude, though it assumes other forms, is popular, to say the least. Obviously a man who marries a woman, or vice versa, for security does not love her. If he does love her, no law is necessary to protect such love. Indeed, a love which hedges itself about with absolutist laws is merely a relationship in which husband and wife cling to one another in such a way that their self-strangulation is mutual. Such a marriage becomes only a holy deadlock, which is certainly no beneficial atmosphere for the children whom much of the security legislation is supposed to protect. Let us be frank, and admit that all this legislation is not for love or spirituality, but for the protection of a necessary social institution which, however, it protects none too well. If, as is inevitable, there must be laws governing marriage. Let it be stated plainly that their function is more political and social than spiritual, and let it not be assumed that marriages based on fallible human choice are made in heaven. Those whom God hath joined, those united in the spirit of love rather than possessiveness, expect no guarantees and ask no protection. Am I, in all that has been said here, demanding of the Church a spiritual perfection which cannot be forced, falling into the old heresy of antinomianism, which expects all Christians to be so completely in the Spirit that they need no law? I ask no such thing. Nothing is further from my mind and my meaning than to condemn the Church for falling short of an ideal. My departure from the Church is not a moral protest, it is simply that, seeing what I see, I cannot do otherwise. I take no credit for it. My viewpoint is not one of moral judgment and condemnation, but of simple inability to conform to a rule of life based on what I see to be illusions. What I see is what life has shown me, that in fear I cling to myself, and that such clinging is quite futile. I have found that trying to stop the self-strangulation through discipline, belief in God, prayer, resort to authority, and all the rest, is likewise futile. Trying not to be self, trying to realize an ideal, is simply the original selfishness in another form. Worship as an expression of joy or thanksgiving I can understand. But spiritual exercises or moral disciplines undertaken to raise oneself by one's own spiritual bootstraps are absurd, for they are based on the illusion that the I who would improve is different from the me who must be improved. And to ask for the grace to be so improved is merely an indirect form of the same thing. The more clearly I see this, the less choice I have in the matter. I cannot go on doing it. The more I am aware of the futility of myself trying not to be selfish, of the contradiction of myself even desiring or asking not to be selfish, or to love where I do not love, I have no choice but to stop it. At a yet deeper level, the more I see the futility of myself clinging to myself, I have no choice but to stop clinging. In this choiceless bondage one is miraculously free. For where the actual possibility of I loving me is seen to be an illusion, the vicious circle is broken, and there remains only that outflowing love which is called God. Much more remains to be said, but in this brief space I can do no more than sketch the point of view on which I must act. But I do want to warn any of you who might want to follow my example and leave the Church likewise. You cannot act rightly by imitating the actions of another. This is to act without understanding, and where there is no understanding the vicious circle goes on. I have no wish to lead a movement away from the Church. If any leave, let them do so on their own account, not from choice, but because they feel they should, but only if understanding makes it clear that, for them, there is no other alternative. I expect, now, to devote most of my time to writing and lecturing, not because I wish to make converts, but because I love this work more than any other, because it enables me to live and take care of my family, and because I believe I have something to say which is worth saying. Faithfully yours, Alan W. Watts. August 1950. For the record, some correspondence following from this letter may be of interest. From Canon Bernard Iddings Bell. Dear Alan, it is difficult to answer your letter of the August 11th, or to comment on the printed apologia that came with it. There is, on the one hand, danger of my being so moved by compassion that I fail to speak my mind honestly, and, on the other hand, a possibility that what I say in all sincerity may serve only to wound a man who has lately been through hell. I think about all I can do is to tell you, both how sorry I am that you have been tortured and also how much I regret that you have circulated so weak a defense. I do not doubt your intended honesty, but the apologia reads painfully like rationalization. It reads, indeed, like hasty rationalization, incomplete in your own eyes. I find some comfort in thinking it incomplete and that you will see things in different and clearer focus later on. Meanwhile, you have burned your bridges. I hope that you will not find life, in consequence, as barren in older age as did another friend of mine who was deposed, after a not too different experience, the late Albert J. Nock. It is not easy, not possible, to undo spiritual commitments. You are a priest forever and a priest inhibited. You think you can wipe out your ordination, restore that which was before your ordination, start all over. You can't. Life is not like that. What has been, still is. I remain your friend, but I see no good in our seeing one another, nor in correspondence, at least for as long as you are able to persuade yourself you are content. If ever this becomes no longer possible, call on me and count on an understanding response. Ever faithfully yours. B.I. University of Chicago, August 30, 1950. To which I replied, My dear B. I have delayed to answer your letter because you did not wish correspondence. At the same time I do not wish to slight the spirit in which you wrote by being dumb, because I appreciate both your kindness and your frankness very much indeed. One has to speak of giving up the priesthood as an accommodation to convention and canon law. I know that I am a priest forever, and have no thought whatever of going back to a former state, or making a fresh start. As you say, such things are simply impossible. But at the altar it was one of my functions to break the body of Christ that his life might be spilled into the world. I find the successors of Christ unwilling that this should happen, having tried to turn him who is life, and God incarnate, into a rock, which is a dead thing. It is, then, the logical fulfillment of my priesthood that I must break the body of Christ in act as well as in symbol. I understand this not only as risking my own body, but also as breaking, and breaking with, the use of Christ as a means of spiritual safety. One may embrace this kind of insecurity as a gesture of adolescent bravado. One may also embrace it, because, having seen the futility of other courses, there is nothing else to do. As a result I feel my priesthood to be uninhibited rather than, as formerly, inhibited. My vision is not infallible, but we may both have the joy of knowing that, if I am right and you are wrong, or vice versa, neither of us can dim the glory of God, save by being untrue to the light as we see it. And even then it shines in spite of our darkness. Most sincerely yours. Allen. Millbrook, New York, October 1, 1950. From Dr. E. Stanley Jones. My dear Mr. Watts, I have your letter of August 12 with the enclosure which I have read with the deepest interest. I followed you in much that you said in this explanation about your leaving the church until I came to one sentence which gave me a big question mark. During the past years I have continued my studies of the spiritual teachings of the Orient. You further state, I am now fully persuaded that the church's claim to be the best of all ways to God is not only a mistake, but also a symptom of anxiety. I do not know that we said that the church is the best of all ways to God. I thought we emphasized that Christ was the way to God and that the church was helpful in getting us to God to the degree that it followed Christ. When you say that one of the things that led you to leave the church was the study of the spiritual teachings of the Orient, I wonder if you mean that you had to have something from the Orient to piece out Christ. I have decided after many years of contact with the Orient and its faiths that in Christ we do not have a religion but a gospel. There are many religions. There is but one gospel. Religions are man's search for God, the gospel is God's search for man. I can take much from the Oriental religions in the way of interpreting Christ, but I find nothing in them that adds to him one iota. In him I believe we have seen the complete revelation of God and life and destiny. If you hold steady at the center, then I can sympathize with you in your judgment of the church. But if you are trying to add to the center and making Christ more complete through Oriental faiths, then I feel that you have missed your step and are bound to end up in a syncretism, and syncretism always ends in a paralysis. Eclecticisms pick and choose, syncretisms combine, but only life assimilates. Jesus, being life, assimilates from every culture and faith things akin to his life and teaching. But it is a different thing after he has taken it up into his purpose and remolded it according to the laws of his nature. My conclusion is this: I can get light on the interpretation of Christ from other faiths and cultures and can use their techniques in my interpretation of him. But when it comes to him, I do not have to add to him one iota from anywhere. He stands as the one perfect possession of the Christian Church. Because the Christian Church has this treasure in a very earthen vessel, I stay with the Church. Again thanking you for your letter and assuring you of my best wishes. Sincerely, your brother. E. Stanley Jones. New York, New York, August 23, 1950. And to this I answered. My dear Dr. Stanley Jones. Thank you so much for your interesting letter of August 23. I don't think we need argue about the relationship between Christ and the Church, although if the latter word is used in any true sense at all it means the body of Christ, for which reason the Church must, in its highest sense, mean the extension of Christ and Christ's action in the world. It is, I think, clear to me why you say that Christ is a gospel, and represents, or rather is God's search for man. Yet it has become very clear to me indeed that Christ is not the only incarnation of this gospel. I don't know that he needs any interpretation from outside. I only know that the identical theme of God's search for man is the essence of the Hindu doctrine, and likewise fact, of the avatars, and the Buddhist bodhisattvas. For me they are all incarnations of the only begotten Son. If this is syncretism, I do not see how it can be helped, for I must acknowledge a truth where I see it. Such an interpretation of the avatar and the bodhisattva may seem strange, when it is the common opinion in the West that Vedanta and Buddhism are religions of self-help. But I am convinced that this interpretation is profoundly erroneous, a conviction which I was glad to find confirmed in Dr. Kumaraswamy's Hinduism and Buddhism, to cite but one other example of the same view. For there are many. I agree with you that Jesus is life. And for that very reason I cannot set him up as an example, an authority, or anything to which one can cling for spiritual security. To me, this is an attempt to make life into death, to shut the wind of the Spirit in a box. Thus, to use your own analogy, it makes no difference whether the Church possessing Christ is a vessel of earth or of gold. The moment Christ is possessed he is lost, the moment the vessel holds him instead of pouring him out, it holds only stagnant water. This is perhaps an unfamiliar point of view, because we think it right and natural to make an example and authority of what is highest and best. But it is less of a truism than it sounds to say that to the extent we make Christ our ideal, he becomes unreal, a future dream instead of a present actuality. To me, all idealism, all setting apart as an example, is simply postponement. It is pushing the reality which is Christ to the elsewhere and the tomorrow. If he is risen, if he is the truth and the life, he must be immediately here and now. To set him up in any special way is then to gild the lily and so destroy it. In other words, if Christ is really God's search for man, God, to have effectively come down to earth, must be discoverable here in this very place and moment. But the emulation of the Jesus of history obscures that truth. It concerns itself so much with what happened 2,000 years ago that it misses the point, confusing the pointing finger with the truth. Why seek ye the living among the dead? He is not here, but is risen. The disciples sought him at the tomb, we seek him in the tradition of the Church or the record of the Bible or in the future, which is merely the past projected ahead. They are all tombs, and he is not here. I wonder if the latter part of my printed letter makes it clear why idealism is simply postponement, and following an example, self-deception. We are so conditioned into thinking the other way that this involves something of a Copernican revolution of thought. Were it clear, I don't think there could be any question of following either the Christ or the Buddha or Krishna or Lao Tzu or all four together. The problem would disappear as a case of asking the wrong question. With very best wishes, most sincerely yours. Alan Watts. Millbrook, New York, August 29, 1950. From Professor Theodore M. Green. Dear Mr. Watts, I have read your printed letter with great care and I want to tell you how deeply it has moved me. I do think I understand your position and I am very sure you have taken the right and courageous step. As a layman in the Church I have been in doubt again and again as to whether my proper course should be to remain in the Church and, in all humility, try to fight its multiple failures and abuses, or whether I should leave it and join the vast army of the unchurched. Rightly or wrongly, I still feel that I should take the first course, and that is what I am doing, although with great misgivings at times. Meanwhile, you have a tremendous contribution to make as a scholar and teacher from your new vantage point. I do hope that things will work out in such a way that you can put forth your best efforts where they will be most effective. If I can, by any chance, be of any possible service to you, I hope you will call on me. Believe me, it is heartwarming to know that you have taken so difficult a step in so fine a spirit. Most cordially yours, Theodore M. Green. Yale University, October 10, 1950. From the Right Reverend Wallace E. Conkling, Bishop of Chicago. My dear Alan, though your letter grieves me, yet it is not a surprise. I do not believe there is any need for comment on your position. When an individual moves as far as you have from the group, words have little avail. Sometimes the individual proves to be a leader and to have a genius for truth, more often he shows himself in a much less complimentary position. Some technical details omitted. I am grateful for all you tried to do for good in your ministry, and I commend you to the justice and mercy of God. Sincerely yours. Plus Wallace E. Conkling, the Bishop of Chicago. Chicago, Illinois, July 5, 1950. In his position, could any response have been more courteous and charitable? Chapter 9. Interlude. The 6 months I spent at Thornycrest Farmhouse in Millbrook were an interlude between two careers, priest at Northwestern University and teacher at the American Academy of Asian Studies in San Francisco, and thereafter philosopher at large, freelance, gyrovagus, unaffiliated. Sometimes, half in jest, I call myself a philosophical entertainer, because I have some difficulty in taking myself and my work seriously, or perhaps the right word is pompously. For this reason, halfway through the job, I find it somewhat embarrassing to be writing so much about myself, that is, about the personality Alan Watts, because all personality is a big act and a put-on. As often pointed out, the very word person meant the actor's mask in Greco-Roman drama, and I wear many masks, seeing that all the world's a stage and that I love to act. For this reason, people sometimes wonder if I ever show my true and natural self, and whether I am even in touch with it. When I first came to the United States, I used to dress rather formally, in the British style, to wear a hat, and to carry gloves and a silver-topped cane. I did not affect my way of speaking, save to Americanize it rather slightly and quite deliberately, for I have always been aware of my own voice as a pianist is aware of his fingers. Basically, I speak the same English as my father, and mother, and he, and his father, spoke it in just the same way as King George V. I realized, however, that to Americans I appeared affected, distant, and a little haughty. Thus the United States immigration officer at Montreal gruffed at me, "What ya carry a cane for? You sick?" "Not at all," I replied. "It's just for swank." It must be understood that to cultured Englishmen and Europeans there is nothing unnatural in developing a certain personal style, with even a touch of swagger, provided one does it with humor and avoids making a caricature of oneself. The motto of Winchester School is "Manners maketh man." But to most Americans the high style of British speech and manners seems blatantly put on and offensive, as if anyone who speaks with a lilt and says, "Oh, it's really awfully nice to be in America," were assuming airs and graces, and a refinement to which he is not entitled. For in America, which in declaring its independence also disclaimed royalty, even the top brass are obliged to appear unaristocratic, casual, folksy, and natural, and it took me some time to realize that this was just as much an affectation as British urbanity. In Europe men were unequal, and no attempt was made to conceal it. In America men are unequal and women more so, and it simply must not be admitted, despite all our fury at Marx's vision of a classless society. This subject is very strictly taboo, and there is no way of discussing it without giving offense to those who insist on maintaining the status quo. While, then, the situation of Amerindians and Africans remains what it is. This affectation of equality and folksy naturalness seems particularly hollow. I am still disturbed by the artificial and meaningless intimacy of the facile use of first names, so prevalent in California, and resent being addressed as Al by a post office clerk. Might it be argued that, to present a natural personality, I should come on like a Hopi? Or would it be better, as is momentarily the fad among many young people, to wear grubby denims and go by a first name only? If you are aware of your own behavior, there is no way of not being affected, so I have long abandoned all attempts to act naturally. If, as at a gathering of university professors, I dress and behave like everyone else, it is purely for reasons of camouflage. In such circles it is de rigueur to cultivate a certain mediocrity, not only in dress and manners but also in performance, since it is very bad form indeed to be an outstanding or popular teacher. The latest and most desperate form of artificial naturalness is the organized encounter group, where, for purposes of therapy, people are supposed to encounter each other without psychological defenses and barriers. As one would expect, many such sessions are held in the nude. But for the most part those involved simply affect various preconceptions of what natural behavior is supposed to be, such as showing hostility, sexual interest, or some form of bad manners. In such situations people will invariably say to me, "Oh come on, Alan, we haven't yet seen the real you." To which I can only reply, "Well, look. I am right here, all of me, and if you can't see me you must question your own sensitivity." The most natural, and therefore taboo, thing you can do in an encounter group is to call in question the tacit rules of the game, and so bring out people's unconscious metaphysical assumptions as to just what constitutes honesty, the real person, true feeling, artificiality, and so forth. Because such metaphysics will usually prove to be ill-digested Darwin and Freud, with a touch of Jesus, and because the assumptions are demonstrably false, the group finds itself in the agonizing situation of not knowing what it is supposed to do. There, I suggest, we are at last getting down to reality. For I do not believe that there is anything special which I am supposed to be, by the standards of some outside metaphysical authority, whether Freud, or Jesus or even Lao Tzu. D.T. Suzuki would sometimes sign himself Bujinin, or no special person, and when the Emperor Wu asked Bodhidharma, "Who are you?" he answered, "I don't know." Neither do I, for it is impossible to bring vision into clear and objective focus upon itself. Just try, and somewhere along the way you will discover that the only real you is the shifting and momentary totality of everything you see and feel, within and without. I do not, then, bother with the vicious circle of discovering my real personality or make any special attempt to act naturally. I just put on whatever personal style seems appropriate to the circumstances, or entertaining to myself or others. Others may see a consistent personality underlying all these acts, but this must be their projection on my Rorschach blot, and this autobiography is my projection on the same. All interesting descriptions of human character are poetic, imaginative, dramatic, and fantastic, whereas all attempts at valid description are myopic, interminable, and dull. This is why the writing of history and biography is an art, not a science. So, then, I am unashamedly in showbiz. But so is everyone. I feel an artistic responsibility for making the show interesting, and therefore cannot settle down into a humdrum role, the plodding and cautious scholar, the earnest clergyman, the affable administrator, or the suburbanly sociable family man. This may give some people an impression of unreliability, and to those who, fearing unreliability, try to force me into a fixed role I can indeed be unreliable. Also, I find it difficult to relate to people who cannot admit to an element of the rascal in themselves. I say an element, like a touch of spice which is by no means the whole stew. Not to admit this shows an unconsciousness of human nature and an identification of one's heart with a prefabricated behavior pattern which can make a person very unreliable indeed. If you are not aware of the rascal in yourself, you will cheat others without warning to yourself and to them. To know this is the only good reason I can imagine for confessing one's sins, although this involves the hypocrisy of saying, for these and all my other sins, which I do not now remember, I am heartily sorry and firmly purpose amendment. This discomfort with those who are unconscious of their yekarat hara, or wayward spirit, which, according to Hebrew theology, God himself put into the heart of Adam, sometimes gets me into trouble. In this land of the Protestant ethic, which afflicts Catholics and Jews as well, far too many people are, as Jung would have said, unaware of their shadows. I may perhaps err in being too fascinated with my own. Yet I have to go along with Radar Wainsland, a celebrated Danish physician in San Francisco who practiced in the disreputable Bohemian district of North Beach, in having a dislike for living in an environment where there is no suggestion of sin. I am therefore ill at ease with people who earnestly abstain from such things as smoking, drinking, and sex, to the point of making their squeamishness militant. Obviously, there are forms and degrees in which these pleasures can be unhygienic, as also can be driving cars, climbing mountains, and nursing the sick. There are points of view from which almost everything can be seen as bad for one's health, and Jung once remarked in jest that life itself is a disease with a very bad prognosis. It lingers on for years and invariably ends with death. And in this connection I might also quote Freud, writing to Dr. Fleisch, as to your injunction to give up smoking, I have decided not to comply. Do you think it's such a good thing to live a long and miserable life? So Freud contracted a horrible cancer of the mouth, as did Aldous Huxley, who never smoked at all. I have no wish to defend my vices with propaganda, making out that they are in fact virtues which others should follow. I am only saying that I distrust people who show no sign of naughtiness or self-indulgence. My vocation in life is to wonder about at the nature of the universe. This leads me into philosophy, psychology, religion, and mysticism, not only as subjects to be discussed but also as things to be experienced, and thus I make an at least tacit claim to be a philosopher and a mystic. Some people, therefore, expect me to be their guru or messiah or exemplar, and are extremely disconcerted when they discover my wayward spirit or element of irreducible rascality, and say to their friends, how could he possibly be a genuine mystic and be so addicted to nicotine and alcohol? Or have occasional shudders of anxiety? Or be sexually interested in women? Or lack enthusiasm for physical exercise? Or have any need for money? Such people have in mind an idealized vision of the mystic as a person wholly free from fear and attachment, who sees within and without, and on all sides, only the translucent forms of a single divine energy which is everlasting love and delight, as which and from which he effortlessly radiates peace, charity, and joy. What an enviable situation! We, too, would like to be one of those, but as we start to meditate and look into ourselves we find mostly a quaking and palpitating mess of anxiety which lusts and loathes, needs love and attention, and lives in terror of death putting an end to its misery. So we despise that mess, and look for ways of controlling it and putting how the true mystic feels in its place, not realizing that this ambition is simply one of the lusts of the quaking mess, and that this, in turn, is a natural form of the universe like rain and frost, slugs and snails, flies and disease. When the true mystic sees flies and disease as translucent forms of the divine, that does not abolish them. I, making no hard and fast distinction between inner and outer experience, see my quaking mess as a form of the divine, and that doesn't abolish it either. But at least I can live with it. Perhaps all this is a way of saying that I see the same problems in being natural, genuine, or authentic as the saints have found in their efforts to be truly humble, contrite, and in love with God. You can't make it without faking it, for the real thing is a grace not of your own making, which comes upon some people as involuntarily as their lovely eyes or golden hair. It is thus that by grace or nature, take your choice, I am a mystic in spite of myself, remaining as much of an irreducible rascal as I am, as a standing example of God's continuing compassion for sinners, or, if you will, of good nature in a dog, or of light shining in darkness. Come to think of it, in what else could it shine? These rather self-conscious observations may help to explain the point from which I began, that I find it hard to take myself and my work seriously, even though I am dealing with what are supposed to be the most serious subjects. I am sincere but not serious, and one of my most sincere convictions is that God is not serious. Irreverent and idolatrous as it may be, it is sometimes useful to speak of God anthropomorphically, as a person. I cannot conceive any zealous earnestness or missionary dedication, much less solemnity or pomposity, in the mind of one who has created the hippopotamus, the toucan, the giraffe, and the Brazilian bell-bird. The latter creature, about the size of a pigeon, puffs itself up into a complete sphere, opens its beak, and returns suddenly to normal shape with a high, penetrating dong. And when I contemplate such ordinary creatures as pigs, chickens, ducks, lazy cats, sparrows, goldfish, and squids, I begin to have irrepressibly odd notions as to the true shapes of angels. For this very reason I take an intense dislike to the use of humor, jocosity, or good clean fun as sugar upon some religious pill, because this is a reversal of the true situation. The outward and superficial aspect of religion should rather be ascetic and solemn, to conceal the guffaws in the inner sanctum. My feelings here have been greatly influenced, since my 20s, by the work of Gilbert Keith Chesterton, that Catholic equivalent of Hoti, the laughing Buddha who, though neither a great poet nor a great theologian, had the sort of bewitched imagination from which great poetry and theology can be made. He shone as an essayist and fantast, and of all his many essays the most profound and provoking was on nonsense, the peculiarly British kind of nonsense represented by Edward Lear and Lewis Carroll, which is something of a much higher and subtler order than mere twaddle, gibberish, poppycock, or balderdash. So much higher, indeed, that it would take a better literary critic than I to define its precise spirit, for it has in it something waywardly ineffable, which Chesterton invoked to unravel the problem of Job. That problem is, of course, why the righteous should suffer if God is truly just, and the deeper problem is why Job should have been satisfied with God's answer, given in a long speech at the end of the book. For God's speech is a series of riddles in the course of which he asks Job why it rains on the desert where no man is, and whether he can bind the influences of the stars or catch a whale with a fishhook. Is it stretching things too much to believe that this is like asking why the sea is boiling hot? And whether pigs have wings? Not if Chesterton was right in feeling, as I do, that if l'errare est le propre de l'homme, that humor is uniquely human, and that if, furthermore, man is made in God's image, then, as Chesterton suggested, we should not be surprised at the verbal similarity of cosmic and comic. One thinks of the Divine Comedy in which Dante likened the song of the angels to the laughter of the universe. Chesterton finished his essay by observing that those who think that faith is nonsense may have the tables turned on them when it comes back in the form that nonsense is faith. But I part company with Chesterton so long as he must insist, as a Catholic, that man is only a creature of God, for then I cannot imagine God as laughing while children are sprayed with napalm. But what if and only if those children are God himself in disguise, incognito, dreaming the most horrible dream imaginable for the convulsive shock of waking up divine? In a time when we can entertain notions of the curvature of space and the paradoxes of quantum theory, might not this constitute a relatively reasonable theory of what life is about? So long as I, too, am God dreaming, and dreaming so well that it all seems vividly real, I am not, however, going to spray children with napalm, for in my half-awake state I suffer from the knowledge that I am those children, and that they feel the quaking mess of self-consciousness as strongly as I. Basically, my own laughter at myself has something to do with the incongruity of such a clown being God in disguise, of the big act called Alan Watts being a manifestation of the infinite energy of the universe. For behind the scenes you see all the string, tacks, wire, and masking tape that prop up the show, and as I witness the universe getting away with me I wonder what other uproarious deceptions it will perpetrate. I say this mainly so that you, dear reader, possibly ashamed of your own string and wire, may have the courage to go on with your show. During this interlude I applied myself to the art of cooking, for in cold weather the kitchen was the only tolerable room in the farmhouse, one of those archaic rural structures whose rooms are severe closetless boxes with small window frames decaying from much painting. Dorothy and I would pore over recipes and challenge ourselves to increasingly ambitious feats of gourmetism, so that by the time Christmas came we were ready to stage a gastronomic house party which is not to be forgotten, both for the fare and the combination of guests. Why is it that in America a charcuterie is hardly to be found? In France every village has at least one shop for the sale of cold meats, and more especially, of sausages, galantines, and pates in crusts of pastry. Even in England the cold pork pie is to be found in most pubs, and since childhood I have been unable to resist this type of fare. We therefore prepared an ample pate de veau en croûte, a long loaf-shaped pie stuffed with veal, ham, truffles, and pistachio nuts, and encased in glazed pastry lined with small French pancakes. There was also a roast turkey dressed with a parsley forcemeat that I had learned from my mother, with chestnuts added, and before being put into the oven the skin was treated with a mysterious alchemy of spices put together by one of our guests, Louisa, widow of the fabulous Anand Kumaraswamy. The party was somehow in his honor. Though I had never met him, I was at that time much under the influence of his writings, for he had exemplified my own vision of the complete man as both mystic and sensualist, and he had gone before me in the work of discussing Christian scholastic theology in a global context which included Hindu, Buddhist, and Islamic metaphysics and iconography, being a religious man who had transcended religions. Yet he was at the same time an antiquarian, art historian, linguist, botanist, lover, and fisherman, so gifted in the latter art that it was said that with one cast of his line into the Atlantic off the coast of Massachusetts he would hook a fish only to be found along the coasts of France. Like my present wife's father, he would fish with unbarbed hooks and give the impression that fish actually wanted him to catch them. Much of his wisdom had rubbed off on Louisa, who helped me find my way in the maze of his writings, mostly learned articles buried in obscure journals, with the important parts further concealed, squirrel fashion, in the small print of footnotes, and sometimes footnotes on footnotes. In my own writing I have striven for lucidity and brevity, with a minimum of learned apparatus, and am therefore especially to the academic fraternity known as a popularizer, which in those circles is a dirty word. One Kumaraswamy was deliberately obscure, being an Oriental esotericist who felt that anyone seeking his nuggets of wisdom ought to dig for them. Nevertheless, his learned arabesques with their multilingual terminology were as fascinating as a dark and dusty antique shop, crowded with Tibetan Buddhas and skull cups, palm leaf manuscripts in Pali, Iranian miniatures, Moorish swords and hookahs, Chinese embroideries and bronze mirrors, wooden statuary from Bali, and Japanese temple gongs. This might be a description of Kumaraswamy's own library in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where Louisa and I first met, and where the room was dominated by an inscription in the superb Roman hand lettering of Eric Gill, Ex divina pulchritude esse omnium derivator. The being of all things is derived from the divine beauty words of St. Thomas Aquinas. At the time, I was working with Louisa to get her a grant from the Bollingen Foundation for the editing and republication of these very articles, and in this I was assisted by Joseph Campbell, who also attended the party with his wife, the dancer Jean Erdmann. Joseph had in fact saved my own life at this time by helping me to get a grant from this astonishing institution, which I regard as model and exemplar par excellence for all foundations supporting scholarship and the arts. For it was the only great foundation that would pay any attention to offbeat people interested in such matters as Oriental philosophy, medieval alchemy, and Egyptian magic, and to qualify one didn't have to come dangling with degrees. Work was judged on its own merits, primarily by the director, John Barrett, whom I must describe as one of the most urbane and exquisitely cultured men of my acquaintance. Even if such epithets are a little trite, anything more exotic would give the wrong impression, for the foundation, and Jack himself, have about them an atmosphere of relaxed though solid American respectability. The foundation's offices are in a converted brownstone, and the pleasing shock is to find, in the midst of such assured and unostentatious elegance, an imagination which extends to illuminated manuscripts of the Divina Commedia and the I Ching. Call it a cool weird. Bollingen is a village at the eastern end of the Lake of Zurich, where C.G. Jung had his country retreat, and the foundation was established by Paul Mellon and his late wife, Mary, Mima, who had been one of Jung's patients, so that the foundation's purpose was to support work in all the many spheres of Jung's interests. It was then under writing Joseph in the tremendous undertaking of editing, or rather rewriting from rough notes, the works of Jung's deceased friend Heinrich Zimmer, Myths and Symbols in Indian Art and Civilization, Philosophies of India, and the Art of Indian Asia. It should be known that the vivid and rich style of these works is more Campbell than Zimmer, notably in The King and the Corpse, where a number of mythological tales are retold as only Joseph can tell stories. For by telling fairy tales and unlocking the mysteries of ancient religions he has enchanted generations of beautiful young women at Sarah Lawrence, even ensorceling one of them into becoming his wife. On the night of the party Dorothy was so magicked with his tales that she just about fell in love with him, and here it should be said that Joseph's gifts include an athletic physique in which masculine strength is given a slight touch of feminine grace. Furthermore, his attitude to life is tantric, an almost fearsomely joyous acceptance of all the aspects of being, such that whenever I am with him his spirit spills over into me. All this happened when I first knew Joseph, which now seems a long time ago, since when, although he has been in New York and I in San Francisco, we have constantly compared notes and exchanged ideas, so much so that to do justice to him I would have to interrupt this book with a minor biography. Joe is simultaneously an athlete and a Jnana yogi, a man of wonderful physique who, however, has a wisdom that does not seem to have been attained by formal meditation under any guru, or by being psychoanalyzed, or anything of that kind. He is an example, although such examples are rare, of the fact that one can understand certain deep matters of the spirit simply by understanding them. To see it intellectually is to see it all the way through. This was recognized, in Joe's case, by the Indian guru, not the politician, Sri Krishna Menon. For when Joe went to see him on a visit to India and found him surrounded by students who were trying to get rid of the consciousness of Maya, of the illusion of this everyday world, so as to experience the undifferentiated Brahman, Joe interposed a single remark. Surely, he said to the Guru, if there is no reality except Brahman, this state of illusion is also Brahman. The Guru regarded him with astonishment and said, you are the first person to come by here who has understood that. Whereupon he requested Joe to explain it to his students, saying that if an American could understand it, why couldn't they? Yoga is sometimes the world's most elaborate way of postponing liberation. Joe exhibits this understanding precisely in his strong individuality and in his recognition of the value both of the individual and of particular things. There is, as I have often noted, a widespread and wrong impression that anyone who sees through the illusion of the ego must become a self-effacing and anonymous personality, whereas my own feeling has always been that in order to be a real person you must know how to be a genuine fake. In other words, only those who can accept their own annihilation can have the courage to be true individuals. The rest are too tender with themselves, too scared of losing individuality. In this connection, which may not be at first obvious, Joe loves to tell of an occasion when he and Heinrich Zimmer were attending a celebration of Wesak, the Buddha's birthday. A Swami was explaining that so many Westerners thought of Buddha as a weird Oriental idol with 8 arms and 6 fingers, whereas he was in fact just a plain ordinary man like ourselves. Zimmer leaned over and whispered to Joe, I prefer them with 6 fingers. Now this may explain the seeming paradox that Joe, who has given so much of his life to Indic studies, has no patience with modern India. Like Spengler, he regards most of it as a fellahin culture of shiftless, quarrelsome, self-pitying, and fraudulently arrogant impostors. I have not been to India, but I doubt whether any people encompassing such a vast variety of individuals can be all that terrible. But every Western enthusiast for the spiritual wisdom of India should face the fact that most Oriental holy men are no different from our own clergymen. Being human, they have the same share of dogmatists, bigots, hypocrites, gossips, and ecclesiastical politicians, so that one must regard the yellow robe with the same discrimination as the Roman collar and the black suit. What Joe disdains is of course the failure of India's nerve in seeing its own vision, in having the courage to accept the plain words of the Upanishad doctrine that there is no reality but Brahman. The difficulty is, of course, that this is a supreme act of faith which, on the surface, seems to imply that all differentiations of value should be ignored. But it has the same unexpectedly life-giving effect as giving oneself up for dead, as having nothing to lose, as being a meaningless undulation in infinite space. Curiously, this total negation gives one the time, the energy, and the freedom to be concerned with how marvelously life can be lived. Joe feels, I think, that this should be easier for Hindus than for Christians, who, even in their apostasy, are haunted by the longing for heaven and the terror of hell. It is thus that Joe invariably gives me the feeling that because there is nothing to lose there is nothing to fear, and that the illusion of having a space of time is for living it up nobly. It was, as I remember, through Jean, who is to dancing what Vivaldi was to music, that we met the other member of the party, composer John Cage, who had then become interested in the relationship of music to Zen and was beginning to explore the melodies of silence. My principal tie with John was that we had the same kind of humor, for he would simply bubble with laughter whenever describing his latest plans for a musical outrage, such as a very formal piano recital in full evening dress, complete with an assistant to turn the pages, in which, however, the score consisted entirely of rests. The joke wasn't merely that he was getting away with murder in the hopelessly deranged world of avant-garde music, so as to constitute the master charlatan of all, but that beyond all this, and to make matters still funnier, he had also discovered and wanted to share the meditation process of listening to silence. This is simply to close your eyes and allow your ears to resonate with whatever sounds may be happening spontaneously, making no attempt to name or identify them, just as when one listens to formal music. After a while one hears the sounds emerging, without cause or origin, from the emptiness of silence, and so becomes witness to the beginning of the universe. John slept that night on a divan in the living room, where we kept a hamster in a cage furnished with a vicious wheel, or bhava chakra, wherein the benighted creature could run forever without getting anywhere. This particular wheel squeaked abominably as the hamster ran, so I told John to put the cage out in the passage if it bothered him. "Oh, not at all," he said. "It's the most fascinating sound, and I shall use it as a lullaby." What may not be generally understood about John is that he is an extremely accomplished musician who has, however, realized that we do not know how to listen. Conventional music, as well as conventional speech, have given us prejudiced ears, so that we treat all utterances which do not follow their rules as static, or insignificant noise. There was a time when painters, and people in general, saw landscape as visual static, mere background. John is calling our attention to sonic landscape, or soundscape, which simultaneously involves a project for cleaning the ears of the musically educated public. As painters once framed mere landscape, John is using the ritual of the concert hall to frame silence and spontaneous sound, which we shall in due course find as beautiful as sky, hills, and forests. Imagine, then, the sonic equivalent of those places in national parks usually called Inspiration Point, where tourists from Kansas exclaim at the view, "Oh, it's just like a picture." Buddhahood is the state in which all sensory input is viewed in this way. In line with Jano's project for writing the net, I must explain that John, Joseph, and Jean, and Jack Barrett all became my friends as the result of an aesthetic whim, derived from my interest in typography. For it was in 1945 or 1946 that I received a publisher's announcement from the new firm of Pantheon Books in New York, and was at once struck by the sophistication of its typographic layout. It may seem uncanny, but typographic style is as revealing to me as handwriting to a graphologist, and I knew at once that I would like my own books to be published by this firm. My instinct was further corroborated by their list of titles and by the physical appearance of the books themselves, and it was thus that without any introduction I had sent the manuscript of Behold the Spirit to Pantheon, and so came to know Kurt and Helen Wolff. How could I have guessed that Helen was profoundly interested in Catholic mysticism and Oriental philosophy, an interest shared by her husband, Kurt, who in turn represented for me all the virtues of high European culture: German, French, and Italian. They evoked all those childhood feelings, which I have described, of the glamour of continental Europe, and, though their offices were as dreary as most offices, their apartment on Washington Square was in faultless taste, from the canalettos on the walls to the design of Kit's scratch pads by the telephone. Helen, a woman of strikingly intelligent beauty, has a sort of motherly way of flattering one's insight without insincerity, implying that you and she are, after all, in the know and belong to an unspecified Western elite. Kurt exemplified the principle that no one speaking English as other than his mother tongue should abandon his foreign accent. For although Kurt felt unable to be himself fully in an English-speaking environment, his German accent somehow conveyed gentle humor combined with a loving concern for scholarly and aesthetic excellence. At our first meeting he produced a German edition of Rudolf Koch's Book of Signs to find a suitable emblem for the cover of Behold the Spirit, and my typographology told me again that I had found the right man. When Koch draws a plain cross, the black bold lines are slightly widened at the ends to suggest a serif without actually drawing it, so that an otherwise mechanically geometrical figure becomes alive. Before the Nazi regime, Kurt had been an outstanding publisher in Leipzig and Munich, and came to the United States with the then unbelievable idea that there was room in this country for a publishing house with his own impeccably high standards. He might have foreseen that this is, in fact, the only country in which a rather esoteric philosopher, such as myself, can make an adequate living by writing and speaking alone, without employment by a university, for the simple reason that the literate public is relatively enormous. Pantheon became, furthermore, publisher to the Bollingen Foundation and thus of the marvelous Bollingen series, which includes the complete works of Jung, as well as such classics as Camel's Hero with 1,000 Faces, Zuckerkandl's Sound and Symbol, On Music as a Philosophical Method, Gombrich's Art and Illusion, Richard Wilhelm's I Ching, and D.T. Suzuki's undoubted masterpiece Zen and Japanese Culture, to mention but a few of their formidable array of books, which are, incidentally, as fine in design as they are profound in thought. 1. Quite aware that Kurt and Helen had provided me with a soil into which I could most happily transplant myself, I was dismayed when they left Pantheon and returned to Europe, where Kurt died in an accident. Helen has returned to New York publishing, but meanwhile another lady had become my guiding genius at Pantheon, Paula Van Doren, who subsequently and very appropriately married one of the editors of the Bollingen series, William Maguire. After Kurt and Helen, and for an interval Kirill Schaebert, who had been an original partner with the Wolves, I was startled to find myself with a publisher so much younger than I, although this came about much later than the time of which I am writing. It was in the early 1960s. As a young author I had been used to looking at publishers in much the same way as a student looks at senior members of his university faculty, so that when I found Pantheon in the hands of Paula and of Andrei Schifrin I realized, with a pleasant shock, that I was no longer a younger author. Why pleasant? Because it is of definite advantage to a philosopher to get older, and I was getting tired of meeting people who said, "Why, are you Alan Watts?" That's not possible, I had expected someone so much more mature in years. Chapter 10. Journey to the Edge of the World. Not so many years ago the man-made disaster now known as Los Angeles was an area so bright with flowers that it could be spotted from far out at sea. When I first passed through it in 1947, and then in 1951, there was still a lingering sense of the paradise lost. Even today there are occasional breaks in the artificial weather when, in some few nooks in the Hollywood Hills, one can imagine being in Ascona in the Ticino or some other terraced, treed, and flowered city of Mediterranean Europe, with white walls, orange tiles, and courtyards with wrought iron gates. Where Gower Street curls as it meets the hills there is a district of faded glamour that was once haunted by pundits of the Theosophical Society, where the streets have such names as Temple Hill Drive and Vicenthawe, and where the architecture simulates the wealthier parts of Marrakesh and Fez. Here, too, is a miniature Taj Mahal, which is the temple of the Vedanta Society where, in those days, Swami Prabhavananda discoursed with Aldous Huxley, Gerald Hurd, and Christopher Isherwood, and where young ladies clad in saris meditated among the cypress and lemon trees. Unbelievably, there is still here one of my most favorite places, the home of Henry and Ruth Dennison, at the very top of the hill, at the end of a road going nowhere, hanging above a reservoir lake surrounded with pines. They have a sun deck under a eucalyptus tree where I have slept some memorably deep sleeps, and awakened very early in the morning, before sunrise, with stars still showing through the branches. In this house I have made some of my greatest friendships, so much so that I cannot think of it without that curious pleasure-pain which the Japanese call aware, the sense of echoes in the courtyards of the mind after the sun has left and the people have gone their ways forever. Before the smog had overcast Pasadena, Claremont, and Riverside, and come to the very edge of Palm Springs, there was, east of Los Angeles, a country of bright blue air where mountains such as San Jergon and the San Jacinto Range seemed to float in transparency on the far edges of a warm plain of citrus orchards and pepper trees. But through Blythe, Indio, Banning, and Riverside there was US Highway 60 skirting the San Bernardino Range, along which we came from the east together with 400 other migrants on the same day, to be followed by another 400 on the next and the next, all of us frantic to get away from whatever we disliked about Iowa, Illinois, Oklahoma, and South Bend, Indiana, and yet too many of us carrying along the very plagues we were trying to flee, so that today most of the smaller townships of Southern California are rural slums inhabited by disappointed and embittered people with dismal and repressive religions. But we were only passing through this area on our way to San Francisco, in response to Frederick Spiegelberg's invitation to join the newly founded American Academy of Asian Studies. We had taken the southern route to avoid the winter of February 1951, and to pause in Los Angeles to make connections. For I must confess that Los Angeles, with its notorious interest in goofy spiritualities, seemed and turned out to be an economic blessing for one with my own peculiar talents. One of my friends there was Floyd Ross, then professor of the history of religions at the University of Southern California, who had just written a powerful book addressed to Christians, in which he pointed out how even very liberal Protestants were still obsessed with the conceit that their version of the gospel of Jesus Christ must necessarily be the top religion. Floyd fascinated me because he combined this high intellectual generosity with the reserved and cautious personal style of a minister, just a little Quakerish and concerned, and perhaps for all that a wonderfully reliable friend. Before our arrival he had arranged meetings with psychiatrist Fritz Kunkel, Zen master Nijin Sentaki, Dharma brother of Soki Ayan Sasaki, old friends Joe and Teresina Havens and their friend Hilda Ellsberg, teacher of an indescribable art for which no one has ever found a satisfactory name, but which could be seen as an indigenous form of Western Taoism. There were also people connected with the Vedanta Society, Theosophists, non-disciples of Krishnamurti, and associated with Fritz Kunkel the bookseller Harry Hill, who maintained a shop on Wilshire Boulevard opposite the Ambassador Hotel. Through these people and all their friends, students, patients, clients, and customers, it was arranged that I give a public lecture at a mansion on the corner of Los Feliz and Vermont Boulevards, which had formerly been the Russian consulate, and which was then occupied by Teresina and Joe, and Hilda. In the course of this lecture I let drop, as merely a passing remark, that there was some analogy between the ecstasy of samadhi, or mystical experience, and sexual orgasm, not realizing that I had then and there made myself the cat among the pigeons. For there was then in process a great soul-searching and spiritual argument among the followers of Oriental religions which was repeating, in new terms, the ancient theological debates between those who believed in salvation by faith and those who believed in salvation by works, by grace and predestination or by free will, by relaxation and self-acceptance or by grim effort, and by world affirmation or world denial. As always, the root of the matter was sex. Can you be an enlightened, realized, and liberated being and still engage in sexual intercourse? The taking of sides on these matters was then, and probably still is, very complicated. Swami Prabhavananda and his Vedantists were all for asceticism and sexual abstinence, and believed strongly in the efficacy of willpower, concentration, renunciation, and specific spiritual disciplines for attaining a mystical bliss impervious to suffering. Gerald Hurd was of approximately the same opinion, though he had just suffered a rude shock when the star pupils of his co-educational monastery in Trabuco Canyon had decided to get married. The Krishnamurti people were vaguely embarrassed by sex, yet held that asceticism and spiritual disciplines were fraudulent, being ways of exalting egoism by denying it. Aldous Huxley, with his infinitely curious and open mind, was wobbling on the edge of decision. The Zen contingent had no qualms about sex, but went full tilt for tough discipline in meditation, dropping hints, however, that all this was like looking for the ox when you are riding it. The psychotherapeutic clan, as good Freudians and Jungians, were all for healthy sex and self-acceptance, with some subtle accommodations to social convention. All these factions were somehow represented at a tea party gathered by Swami Prabhavananda, a few days after my lecture, in his apartment at the Vedanta temple in a room which had so many doors that it seemed like a setting for a French farce. As the guests assembled, the various doors kept opening to admit young women who identified themselves as Sister Radha, Sister Parvati, Sister Shakti Devi, Sister Indira, and Sister Anandamaya. I am just making up the names, and we were joined by Huxley, Isherwood, and many of the Swami's distinguished lay disciples. Very soon it became apparent that I had been put on the path of the razor's edge, that on the one hand, the Swami wanted to demonstrate the error of my views, and that on the other, I did not want to embarrass him in front of his disciples. The trouble started when one of the sisters said, rather too innocently, "Oh Mr. Watts, I'd be so interested to know what you think about Krishnamurti." "Well," I replied, "I must say that I find his work very fascinating, because I think he's one of the few people who have come to grips with such basic problems of the spiritual life as trying to make oneself unselfish." "Yes, Krishnamurti is a very fine man," the Swami chipped in. "I don't think any of us can doubt the greatness of his character. But his teaching is very misleading. I mean, he seems to be saying that one can attain realization without any kind of yoga or spiritual method, and of course that isn't true." "No indeed," I countered, "if in fact there is something to be attained. Your Upanishads say very plainly tat tvam aci, you are that, so what is there to attain?" "Oh no, no," the Swami protested. "There's all the difference in the world between being merely informed, in words, that this is so and realizing it truly, between understanding it intellectually and really knowing it. It takes a great deal of work to go from one state to the other. But so far as I can see," I went on, "the more people consider themselves to have made progress in such work, the greater their spiritual pride. They are putting legs on a snake, congratulating themselves for bringing about, by their own efforts, a state of affairs which already is." "Well, I wonder," mused Aldous, "isn't it rather curious that there has always been a school of thought in religion which attributes salvation or realization to an unmerit gift of divine grace rather than personal effort?" "Of course," said the Swami, "there are those exceptional cases of people who seem to be born or suddenly endowed with realization. But we mustn't leave out of account the work that must have gone into it in their former lives." "But that virtually cuts out the principle of grace altogether," I said. "When Christians say that something comes about by the grace of God, Hindus and Buddhists say that it is so already and always has been. The self, Atman, is the Godhead, Brahman. It has always been so from the very beginning, so that your very trying to realize it is pushing it away, refusing the gift, ignoring the fact." "But this is ridiculous," the Swami objected. "That amounts to saying that an ordinary ignorant and deluded person is just as good, or just as realized, as an advanced yogi." "Exactly," I said. "And what advanced yogi would deny it? Doesn't he see the Brahman everywhere, and in all people, all beings?" "You are saying," said the Swami, "that you yourself, or just any other person, can realize that you are the Brahman just as you are, without any spiritual effort or discipline at all." "Just so. After all, one's very not realizing is, in its turn, also the Brahman. According to your own doctrine, what else is there, what else is real other than the Brahman?" "Oh, he exclaimed. There was someone who came to Sri Ramakrishna with such talk. He said, if that is your Brahman, I spit on it. Don't fool me. If you were truly one with the Brahman and truly in samadhi, you would be beyond suffering. You would not be able to feel a pinch. You mean that the Brahman can't feel a pinch? Of course not. At that moment I had one of the great temptations of my life, and resisted it. Instead, I said something like, well, I don't think your Brahman is very sensitive, laughed, and changed the subject. Yet, in a way, I regretted it. I felt, in retrospect, that I should have honored the Swami by going the whole way, pinching him hard, and seeing what he would have done, for although he may be shrugged off by those who see him as representing the idle romanticism of Hollywood Swamiland, he has nonetheless given thousands of people that startling and disquieting question, who, what, do you think you really are? Absolutely, basically, deeply within. But what I later found out to be the real reason for this contretemps, the question of spirituality and sexuality, never came to the surface. The blind spot for Hindus is that they never question the superstition that emission of semen is equivalent to loss of blood, a superstition I found also among boys with whom I went to school in England. They believe that loss of semen wastes ojas or psychic energy which should, instead, be pumped up the subtle Sushumna channel in the spine to flower as a thousand-petaled lotus in the brain. Similar ideas are found among those Chinese Taoists who solve the problem by so pressing the scrotum at the moment of orgasm that the semen flows into the bladder, though one would suppose that this, from a Hindu standpoint, would be cheating. The root of the superstition is, I believe, the confusion of a symbolic and psychic anatomy with the physiological anatomy, as if we, for example, were to give literal sense to such an expression as my heart came into my mouth. I am by no means alone in believing that the symbolism of Kundalini Yoga, and of the various chakras or lotus centers along the spine, refers not to physiology but to steps in a method of meditation. For the rest, I see no more reason why a Buddha or spiritually realized person should abstain from sex than that he should abstain from breathing, unless, of course, it just happens that he is not interested. But because I have said this very plainly in such books as Nature, Man and Woman and Erotic Spirituality, there are at least in the West Buddhist, Hindu and Theosophical circles which regard my views as immoral and dangerously misleading. Yet, having noticed how greatly such circles relish gossip and righteous indignation, should I not be happy to afford them such pleasure? On the way from Los Angeles to San Francisco, early that March, we passed through a magical stretch of coast known to some of its older inhabitants as Gondwanaland, the remaining fringe of a lost country which is not really part of the United States. This territory runs from Monterey, at its northern end, to a point somewhere south of Big Sur and north of San Simeon. You have to have a special feeling for the area to know just where the southern limit of the magic lies. Some say at Gorda, though others identify it as the point where the coast road, going south, leaves the wall of the Santa Lucia Range. In Monterey and Carmel the magic has almost vanished, since these towns have been too attractive for their own good, but the exact place where it begins in force is at the junction, in Carmel, of State Highway I and Ocean Avenue where, looking south, you first catch sight of the Santa Lucia Range. I have passed this point again and again on my way to Big Sur, and invariably my heart surges with delight at the enormous green and golden hills which against a fog-fringed sky loom above the lonely pines and cypresses of Point Lobos, coming straight from a Japanese screen by Sesshu. In Big Sur, where forested mountains meet ocean with a plunging crash, scattering guano-covered rocks out to sea, we drove up the steep track to Partington Ridge in search of Henry Miller, with whom I had been in correspondence and who had written of my old friend Eric Graham Howe in The Wisdom of the Heart. He was, alas, away for the day, but his wife, Lepska, entertained us to breakfast or rather brunch and then, in what I can only describe as a bubbly happy mood, gave us a tour of their home and of Partington Ridge. For me, this has remained an especially important moment. From the ridge you look straight down to the Pacific 1,000 feet below, and to the south, through Henry's nasturtiums and lemon trees, You see peak beyond peak dreaming away along the ocean to the blue horizon. Above you, the mountain ridge is thick with fir and redwood, and that morning it was appearing and disappearing between strands of sunlit mist. The house, half open to the outdoors, was ablaze with contemporary paintings by Schatz, Donner, Varda, and Henry himself, all of them in intense color so as to give the sense of a fiesta to the whole scene. Lepska then took us up to the house above, Big Star Way, the home of Maud Oakes, where poet Hugh Chisholm was taking breakfast with a friend in Maud's kitchen library dining room, with windows commanding the whole view of the Pacific from north to south. Maud herself was away, but she was represented there by an icon of herself made of broken fragments of colored mirrors put together by her neighbor, Louisa Jenkins. I looked over her library to find it much like my own, although her principal interest was in the Amerindian cultures of the Southwest and of Guatemala. I did not then know what invigorating friends Maud and Louisa were both to become, but I knew instantly that I was in an atmosphere in which I had to belong. Yet, though I have stayed in Big Sur for long periods, I have never settled there on the principle that to live on a mountain peak is not to see it, and thus I have always left it as an ideal location to which I might retreat in a future indefinitely postponed, visiting, in the meantime, other people's Shangri-Las. But in the mountains of the California coast I knew I had found home somewhere, if not in Big Sur, or Santa Barbara, or Los Gatos. I was consulting my interior compass again to find out, now, whether I should go north or south, and the needle wavered for a long time over Big Sur, although I had immediate business in San Francisco. Big Sur is marked on the map as a particular village, but it is really a large territory, a substantial part of the Gondwanaland Strip, and can be said to run from the mouth of the Little Sur River on the north to the Great Bay of Lucia on the south, above which Camaldolese hermits have established their monastery. For this is, indeed, mystical country. Just north of the Camaldolese is now the Esalen Institute, where you can study yoga, Gestalt therapy, Tai Chi exercises, Oriental philosophy, or sensory awareness, and go lolling in sulfur springs at the ocean's edge. 10 miles inland, as the crow flies, is the Zen Buddhist monastery at Tassajara Springs, now probably the second largest such institution in the world. Near Carmel Highlands is the convent of the enclosed order of Carmelite nuns, permanently shut away from the world and devoted to unceasing adoration of the Holy Trinity. And scattered through the canyons and forests are numerous hippie-style yogis, shamans, and anchorites living in cabins, tents, and caves. Much of the territory is a steep mountain wall traversed by a winding road that undulates from 700 feet above the ocean to as little as 40, and bridging densely forested canyons with hidden waterfalls. One of these falls, 2 miles in along a rocky river, supplies water just the right heat for a good shower, and stands on the edge of an opening in the tall redwoods where the river forms a clear, cold pool, and butterflies glide wobblingly through shafts of sunlight. This fall is little known and hard to reach, and one must hope that the secret canyon where it flows will never become a public park. For what is the fascination of T.S. Eliot's image of the hidden waterfall in Four Quartets? I have a childhood memory of walking at twilight near the village of Chiddingly in Sussex, and hearing a fall that I could not see, somewhere off in the woods, and realizing even then that it was better to keep it a mystery. Imagine the whole world stark naked under fluorescent light. And there is another Big Sur waterfall that streams thinly over a massive rock of green serpentine at least 60 feet high, so that when I first saw it I thought I had discovered the Jade Mountain. Under the hot Pacific sun, tempered with periodical visitations of fog and winter rainstorms that seem to fall upwards, there is everywhere in Big Sur a smell of aromatic herbs and hay sage, wild thyme, sorrel, Indian paintbrush, and acres of dangerous, fire-prone golden grass 3 to 4 feet high, amidst which one can sometimes discover rattlesnake grass with its light, fragile, and airy heads designed like the rattlesnake's tail, or like those of Japanese fish ornaments, sometimes used for earrings, made of tiny overlapping plates of metal so that the creature will wiggle. Looking down from Partington Ridge, one realizes that the Pacific seldom has a clear horizon. For most of the year a fog bank lies some miles out to sea, against which pelicans fly high and lazily and cormorants skim low and hurriedly, like running asterisks. The fog bank tells my interior compass that this is the edge of the world. I have come far enough, and can watch the sun go down without regret, chasing it no further. Coming to San Francisco, I was plunged into a world of associations and activities so complex that I can record only outlines refreshed with occasional detail, like flowers scattered through a filigree of bare stems. For 6 years I was to be absorbed for sometimes as much as 14 hours a day in teaching, and later in administration as well, at the American Academy of Asian Studies. At the same time I became involved with Lewis Hill, Richard Moore, and Wallace Hamilton of the Pacifica Foundation, which was then sponsoring radio station KPFA in Berkeley, having subsequently added KPFK in Los Angeles, WBAI in New York, and the much-bombed KPFT in Houston, Texas, to create a style of broadcasting superior in quality and freer in speech than even the BBC in England, and without commercial advertising. Later I worked also, with Richard Moore, on San Francisco's educational television station KQED, an equally imaginative and intelligent project, which even today is still gasping for adequate funds. I was also giving lectures and conducting seminars up and down the West Coast, in La Jolla, Los Angeles, Ojai, Santa Barbara, Big Sur, Carmel, Palo Alto, Marin County, Berkeley, and on up to Eugene and Portland in Oregon. In those 6 years I contrived also to write 2 major books, Myth and Ritual in Christianity and The Way of Zen, and a monograph called The Way of Liberation in Zen Buddhism. Oriental students and faculty members at the Academy gave me the opportunity to study the written form of Chinese. At the same time I was attempting to sustain the desperate social and family life of suburban Palo Alto and Mill Valley, in somewhat reluctant imitation of the style of life represented by Sunset Magazine, the picture windows of the ranch-type house, the outdoor barbecue, the children playing ball on the lawn, the do-it-yourself projects of tiling the bathroom and putting up shelves, and the station wagoning of loads of sun-browned and quarrelsome papooses and brats to picnics on the beaches or marshmallow roasts in state parks. The American Academy of Asian Studies was one of the principal roots of what later came to be known, in the early 60s, as the San Francisco Renaissance, of which one must say, like St. Augustine when asked about the nature of time, I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't. I am too close to what has happened to see it in proper perspective. I know only that between, say, 1958 and 1970 a huge tide of spiritual energy in the form of poetry, music, philosophy, painting, religion, communications techniques in radio, television, and cinema, dancing, theater, and general lifestyle swept out of the city and its environs to affect America and the whole world, and that I have been intensely involved in it. It would be false modesty to say that I had little to do with it, and I am at once gratified and horrified to see how a younger generation has both followed and caricatured my philosophy. But the Academy was at cross purposes with itself. There was no point in being a center of highly refined and academic Oriental studies such as already existed at the University of California in Berkeley under such celebrated scholars as Ferdinand Lessing, Miriam Minot, and P. A. Budberg. There was, however, an obvious need for an institution teaching Asian languages, arts, histories, politics, and religions at a more practical level, especially on the West Coast where the war with Japan and the oncoming jet age were slimming the Pacific to a river. One idea was, therefore, that the Academy should function as an information service for businessmen, government officials, teachers, anthropologists, sociologists, and general travelers who needed a thorough knowledge of Asia without getting bogged down in, say, doing graduate research for the compilation of a Mongolian dictionary or exhaustive studies of the primitive Haniwa statuary of Japan. In practice, however, we had neither the funds nor the facilities to provide either type of study. We had premises, at first in the financial district of San Francisco, and later in Pacific Heights. We had a very modest library, heavily bolstered by books on loan from myself and from one of the students, Leo Johnson, a library that only began to be adequate in the fields of comparative religion and philosophy. but we had an interesting faculty. Frederick Spiegelberg, as Director of Studies, was the de facto mastermind of the project. From India he had invited Haridas Chaudhuri, a professor of philosophy at the University of Calcutta, and Sir C.P. Ramangsvamya, formerly Divan of the State of Travancore and later Chancellor of the University of Benares, a princely man, close to 70, who somehow reminded one of the elephant god Ganesha. Then there was Judith Tyberg, learned in Sanskrit and Yoga, and both she and Chaudhuri, together with Spiegelberg himself, were enthusiasts for the teachings of Sri Aurobindo Ghosh, the Mahatma of Pondicherry, who had written the voluminous Life Divine, essays on the Gita, and numerous other works, including some very stilted and ponderously British-style poetry under the title Savitri, all of which was, for my taste, unreadable and as sober and sound as it was boring. There were also To Kwanta Da, a Japanese Lama trained in Tibet, who brought with him the entire Buddhist canon in Tibetan woodblock prints, and my old friend from England, Polish-born Ram Landa, to take charge of our Islamic program. There was too, for some months, the Princess Poon Pismai Diskal of Thailand, an exquisite little lady who years before on a visit to London had been characterized by the British press as the Pocket Venus, and was at this time curator of the National Library of Thailand. The entrepreneur who gave the initial funds for this project leaned to the view that it should be an information service at the graduate level. At the time this made sense, because American universities were largely ignoring Asian studies, their offerings at the undergraduate level were almost nil, and at the graduate level were mainly preoccupied with research. Strictly speaking, we should have been a university department at the undergraduate level, but our classification as an independent graduate school awarding master's and doctor's degrees invited comparison with Harvard's Yenching Institute or London's School of Oriental and African Studies, which was absurd. Looking back, our concerns about academic status and degrees seem ridiculous, but at the time we needed accreditation to get students, and for students to have any operating funds. But Spiegelberg and I had no real interest in this nonetheless sensible idea of an information service about Asian culture, nor was this what really concerned Chaudhuri, Ayar, and Tyberg. We were concerned with the practical transformation of human consciousness, with the actual living out of the Hindu, Buddhist, and Taoist ways of life at the level of high mysticism, a concern repugnant to academics and contemptible to businessmen, threatening to Jews and Christians, and irrational to most scientists. 2 professional fundraisers cost us more than they raised, and the Ford Foundation shrugged us off with a shudder. Clearly, we were just another California cult trying to assume the mask of a respectable educational institution. But then only 20 years ago it was not as easy to see as it is today that when you make a powerful technology available to human beings with the normal form of egocentric consciousness, planetary disaster is inevitable. Moreover, the point had to be made that the egocentric predicament was not a moral fault to be corrected by willpower, but a conceptual hallucination requiring some basic alterations of common sense, a task comparable to persuading people that the earth is round rather than flat. This was very largely the subject of discussion at the weekly colloquium of the Academy's faculty, at which Spiegelberg was the invariably provocative moderator, and which became an event increasingly attractive to San Francisco artists and intellectuals. In the course of these panel discussions I was astonished and amused to discover that Ayar and I had both received the same education, that he in India and I in England had both been brought up on Caesar and Livy, Ovid and Virgil, Shakespeare and Scott, and were familiar with the same Latin jokes. He told me that he knew nothing of his own culture until he was over 40, since Lord Macaulay had established a system of higher education in India expressly designed to stamp out the Hindu tradition. As a result, many educated Hindus had therefore become crypto-Protestants and had religious attitudes reminiscent of Victorian England, though Ayar himself was much too much a man of the world to take such attitudes seriously. Chaudhuri also seemed in some ways to have learned his Indian philosophy through a Western approach, but his gentle humor and learned mind made him a wonderful partner in debate, so that we could argue endlessly without losing tempers. As I have indicated, most of these discussions revolved around the problem of self, the nature of consciousness, ego, personality, and will. Most forms of Indian philosophy, whether Hindu or Buddhist, take the view that the individual self, or Jivatman, is in some sense an illusion. The Buddhists leave it at that, and will make no positive statement concerning the reality behind the illusion. They will say only that it is beyond all conception. Hindus, notably Vedantists, will say that the only real self is the Brahman, the self of the universe, but because this, too, is beyond all conception, their view does not differ essentially from that of the Buddhists, though nitpicking sectarians make much of minute verbal differences. Westerners thereupon rush to the conclusion that Indian philosophy has a negative and nihilistic attitude to the natural and physical world, failing entirely to see that this attitude applies only to certain ideas or conceptions about the world. No one who would go to the trouble of, say, learning the techniques of Indian music could possibly have a negative attitude to life itself. But, invariably, our main problem was how to penetrate the illusion of the isolated, separate ego, for how can I accomplish this if this particular I is unreal? Chaudhary, and others, would recommend methods of yoga meditation involving intense concentration and effort, whereas I would keep coming back to the point that such efforts could only aggravate the illusion. Effort is essentially muscular, and ghosts are not dissolved by fisticuffs, even when the latter are purely imaginary. Someone has told the story of meeting, on a train, a weird gentleman who took a bag down from the rack, opened it, extracted from his pocket a cabbage on the end of a string, and began to dangle it into the bag. Consumed with curiosity, the traveler asked what was in the bag and was told that it was a mongoose. "Well, why do you carry a mongoose?" "Alas," said the gentleman, "I am an alcoholic and suffer from delirium tremens, so that I need this mongoose to keep away the snakes." "But surely you realize that those snakes are only imaginary?" "Yes, indeed," he answered, "but so is the mongoose." I was therefore arguing that one does not dissolve an erroneous concept, however hypnotically compelling, by an effort of will, by straining one's muscles, clenching one's jaws and fists, wrinkling one's brow, or holding one's breath against an idea. For our seeming sensation, as distinct from image, of ego is precisely the chronic muscular tension of trying to use brawn to accomplish results in the brain, which is as futile as trying to lift a plane off the runway by straining at your seat belt. An erroneous concept as that a rainbow touches the ground at a particular spot, that a ship actually gets smaller as it moves out to sea, or that a rope stepped upon in the dark is a snake cannot always be dissolved by verbal explanation. The error must somehow be shown, and then the intelligence, and I must use this word rather than intellect, will comprehend it at once. When people say to me, "I understand what you are saying intellectually, but I don't really feel it," I am moved to reply, "No. You understand the words, but your intelligence hasn't seen the point. You have heard the joke, but you haven't laughed." And so I have been working for years to find ways of showing that we don't confront the world as isolated subjects confronting alien objects. What we experience is always ourselves, and this is a more or less intelligent happening which is neither voluntary nor involuntary, subjective nor objective, controlled nor uncontrolled. Methods of meditation are effective only insofar as, through failure of dogged persistence, they show that the ego and its willing are unreal. There ought to be a less clumsy way of seeing the point, but I have only been partially successful in finding it. Krishnamurti has the same difficulty and has been working along the same line. Thus in these faculty colloquia, as in all my work at the academy, in my lectures, and in my writing, I was always being accused of being a lazy fellow who had the absurd idea that transcendence of egocentricity could be achieved, by whom, without long years of effort and discipline. You would immediately feel one with all nature, and with the universe itself, if you could understand that there is no you as the hardcore thinker of thoughts, feeler of feelings, and sensor of sensations, and that because your body is something in the physical world, that world is not external to you. Thus when you listen, you do not hear anyone listening. This has nothing to do with making an effort or not making an effort, it is simply a matter of intelligence. To find this out seems to me almost more important than understanding that the world is round, that Africans are people, and that persons with opinions other than your own will not fry forever in hell. Fully to understand that the universe is ourselves must put an end to frantic panic about death and to our hostile exploitation of the planet Earth. In working out these problems I was enormously helped by two of my students, Leo Johnson and Pierre Grimes. Leo had been haunting the University of California in Berkeley as a voracious reader and auditor of courses without the slightest interest in credits, examinations, or degrees. He was the ideal student, simply interested in knowledge. His material ambitions were minimal, he lived in extreme simplicity, such money as he had went mostly for books, which he gave away. He had a ribald, bawdy, belly laugh attitude to life which came out at unexpected moments, and was so informed with intellectual expertise that it was a real risk to expose him to scholarly company. Let's say that he had tact but wouldn't use it. Leo impressed upon me the important idea that the ego was neither a spiritual, psychological, or biological reality but a social institution of the same order as the monogamous family, the calendar, the clock, the metric system, and the agreement to drive on the right or left of the road. He pointed out that at times such social institutions became obsolete, as in the case of Roman numerals, Ptolemaic astronomy, and the Hindu caste system, and that the Christian ego was now plainly inappropriate to the ecological situation into which we were moving. Pierre Grimes came to us from St. John's, Annapolis, where he had been nurtured on Plato, but in working with me he graduated to Nagarjuna and began very practical experiments with that great Mahayanist's philosophy. He saw that Nagarjuna's method was a dialectical process that went far beyond sophistry and intellectual acrobatics, and could be used as a very powerful instrument for what I had in mind, namely, the dissolution of erroneous concepts felt as percepts. Pierre devised an encounter group on the metaphysical level. That is to say, he worked out a situation in which the participants would probe for each other's basic assumptions, or axioms, about life, and then demonstrate that they were no more than assumptions, not truths, but arbitrary game rules. This dialectic was as traumatic for a logical positivist as for a Hegelian, for as basic assumptions crumbled, members of the group would begin to show intense anxiety. He would then probe for still deeper assumptions underlying the anxiety until he could bring the group to a state of consciousness in which they could happily relax, and abandon the frustrating and futile project of trying to make a false hypothesis called I, on the one hand, get mastery over another false hypothesis called experience or the world, on the other. The process seemed extraordinarily therapeutic both for Pierre himself and for those who worked with him. I had feared that he would become a scornful, prickly intellectual, but he turned out to be a man of singular compassion and humor, as well as of good sense in the practical matters of life. For Pierre was a true Jnana yogi, that is to say, one who comes to an authentic realization, or satori, by an intellectual rather than an emotional or physical discipline. The colloquium was attended from time to time by an astonishing group of artists, more strictly, painters, which included Mark Tobey, Gordon Onslowford, Lee Mulliken, and Jean Varda. As is well known, Tobey's technique of white writing derived its inspiration from Chinese grass-style calligraphy, for both he and Morris Graves were painters of the Northwest strongly affected by the Far East, as was, in turn, Gordon Onslowford, who subsequently studied Chinese calligraphy at the academy under Zen master Hado Tobase to attain a real mastery of the art in a line of succession which derives from Kobo Daishi, a Buddhist priest and mystic of the 9th century. For reasons which I cannot understand, Tobey was intellectually sidetracked by a fascination with the Baha'i religion, which I have studied in vain search for anything more than a collection of amiable platitudes. Yet for my taste he is a superb painter who can dance with a brush like no one else. Mulliken had just finished a stint in the army which had been devoted to map making, and the drawing of contours had led on to a style of intricate abstraction with the palette knife that glowed with the brown and gold colors of the southwestern deserts. Sun and sand manifesting themselves as supernatural designs of ceremonial feathers. Gordon Onslowford is a shy Englishman of retiring disposition, for which reason his work is far less well known than it should be. His output is prodigious, but is very rarely shown because he does not blow his own trumpet. His work gives an impression of infinite depth and transparency, and is achieved with a calligraphy of circles, lines, and dots, sometimes in black and white, sometimes in color, resulting in arabesques of marvelously rich texture and orderly randomness. He is also a chemist of painting, and has invented an almost indestructible acrylic paint which he applies to the canvas with squeeze bottles. He was educated at Dartmouth to become an officer in the British Navy, from which, during World War II, he resigned 13 times to devote himself to painting, showing a contempt for patriotism which one believe only an Englishman could accomplish. Before the war he studied in Paris with the Surrealists and Cubists, and acquired a notable collection of works by Braque, Tanguy, Delvaux, Chirico, and Motta, to which he added such painters of the New World as Pollan, Mulligan, Graves, and Brian Wilson. At this time Gordon was living on Telegraph Hill in San Francisco in an apartment which, because of his collection, seemed more of an art gallery, and in which paintings were curiously hung from the top of the wall. His wife, Jacqueline, seems quite deceptively a little childish, though she has a scholar's knowledge of literature and the history of art, is a master of haute cuisine, and maintains a household in which there is not one single cheap and nasty object. You will look in vain in her kitchen for any trivial tool or gadget that is not of some special beauty or interest. It was not until 1961, 10 years later, that I really came to know Jean Varda, and lived with him as my shipmate for 10 years, until his death, on the ferry boat SS. Vallejo, which he and Gordon had just acquired for their studios, and tied up at the north end of Sausalito. This substantial craft, a sidewheeler, was built in Portland, Oregon, in 1879, and until about 1948, after the building of the Bay Bridges, went back and forth between Vallejo, at the mouth of the Sacramento River, Mare Island, and San Francisco, owned and operated by the Southern Pacific Railroad. When I first met Gordon and Varda, or Yanko as he was known to intimates, they had just finished converting this craft into 2 spacious studio apartments, Yanko's outrageously colorful, and Gordon's luminously austere. In those days Waldo Point, as the area is called, had not become the American Hong Kong, the fascinating waterfront slum that it is today, and the enormous windows of Gordon's studio looked out to Mount Tamalpais over quiet waters, troubled only by seagulls, grebes, wild duck, terns, and pelicans. In this studio we spent hours discussing the problems of spontaneous or instant painting, and playing a game in which we would shuffle Chinese characters on cards, deal them out in rows of 4, 5, or 6, and then try to read them off as poetry. For Gordon was fascinated with what he called automatism, of painting undeliberatively in such a way that the movements of his brush, or squeeze bottle, would not manifest contrived and artificial designs but the fundamental rhythms of the universe. He knew very well that this problem was not to be solved by merely capricious and messy motions, and that, to accomplish it, he had to get his spirit into a state of profound quiet and emptiness. He read, and listened to all that I had to say about the use of Chinese calligraphy as a discipline of Taoism and Zen, and therefore went on to study that art under Hado Tobase and, later, Saburo Hasegawa, and acquired a far greater mastery than I myself have attained. Shortly, he moved out of San Francisco to Mill Valley, in the southern part of Marin County and of the foothills of Mount Tamalpais, and frequent visits to his home moved my interior compass decisively to this region of the world. I moved to Mill Valley in 1953, and have lived there, and in adjoining Sausalito, ever since. Jy sui, jy rest. I can live anywhere I like, so long as I am reasonably close to an airport, but so far as I am concerned this is the American Mediterranean. The southern wall of Mount Tamalpais has the same flavor as the alpine foothills of Ticino, overlooking the island bay of San Francisco as they overlook Maggiore or Como, and Sausalito a steep slope of wooded and begardened villas going straight down to a colorful mess of shops and harbors is the nearest thing in the United States to a fishing village on the Italian Riviera. I can be seemingly lost in uninhabited hills, or wriggling lanes of shrub-hidden houses, some mere shacks, some architectural fantasies, and yet be within 30 minutes' drive of a cosmopolis which, for 100 years, has been increasingly invaded by the cultures of China, Japan, and Italy. Here in San Francisco and Southern Marin, I will not speak of Berkeley and Oakland, we have succeeded, more than anywhere else in the United States, in curbing the oppressive white Anglo-Saxon Protestant subculture of the nation, though our slight margin of victory requires incessant vigilance. Now it is curious that wherever there flourishes what may loosely be called a bohemian style of life, the affluent bourgeoisie are filled with envy and want to move in, so that the land values go up and the artists, writers, hippies, and other weird characters who gave the place its color can no longer afford to live there. One calls to mind London's Chelsea, the Montmartre of Paris, New York's Greenwich Village, and, in California, Monterey, Carmel, and Big Sur, as well as San Francisco's Telegraph Hill, and Sausalito itself. At the present time, 1972, we have here on the northern fringe of Sausalito, on the shady side of my ferry boat, a formidable social crisis of this kind. An ornery, wealthy, and anarchistic Portuguese old-timer, Don Arcaz, owns a tract of waterfront and docks which he rents, for boardage, to a huge cluster of ferry boats, arks, barges, hulks, and houseboats which are largely inhabited by unconventional, shiftless, colorful, poetic, wayward, irresponsible, alcoholic, drug-taking dropouts as well as millionaires and celebrated writers and artists. Seen, especially at dawn and twilight, this is one of the most flamboyantly romantic spots on earth, where the waters are plied by Chinese junks and sailing craft with eyes on their prows and bright lateen rigs. Yet, hard by, there is a prim marina where the yachts and cruisers are all blue and white, shipshape, washed, scrubbed, slick, sterile, plastic and fiberglass uniformities. To their owners, and to the county officials, this vividly irregular waterfront slum is an eyesore and a horror, and though they do not bat an eye at acres of identical, cheap, prefabricated dormitories, they have been plotting for years to rid the area of its principal claim to color and fame. This resulted, only recently, in a pitched naval battle wherein the police, gold-helmeted and riding Coast Guard cutters, were successfully obstructed in their attempt to tow away some houseboats by a fleet of dilapidated tugs, dhows, junks, canoes, and rowboats manned by long-haired freaks, who howled, jeered, hooted, cursed, and anathematized those maternally incestuous officers for depriving people of their homes, and I am proud to say that my son Richard played an important part in the battle. It was as picturesque as a tapestry of the Armada being routed by Sir Francis Drake, and was fully covered by television. No one was injured or killed. Two things amaze me. One is that American bureaucracies cannot tolerate those minor pockets of irregularity that are essential to a free people, little areas where building codes and blue-nose laws do not apply, and where adventurous young men and women can try to live without money, and without the routines of offices and factories. The other is the failure of the affluent bourgeoisie to realize that such pockets are a huge economic asset, that the bohemian community is, so to speak, a sort of cultural manure for the perennial fertilization of zones which will, because of their presence, become particularly attractive and valuable. One of the curses of Western industrial culture is the proliferation of nice residential areas where no shops or small businesses are permitted, and which require, as their counterparts, business districts for unrelieved commerce, to which one must commute for several miles to ply one's trade or buy groceries there, to find parking impossible and, in transit, to clog the air with unnecessary gasoline fumes. These nice residential areas establish an aesthetic standard of the good life which, though millions buy it, is for me a dreary wasteland in which people are trying to divorce pleasure and leisure from work, so that the pleasure becomes vapid and the work drudgery. Unless I am to live far out in the country, give me a place where a grocery, a laundry, a smithy, and a pub are within easy walking distance. By virtue of its hilly landscape, its redwood forests and eucalyptus groves, its wayward coastline, and its liberally bohemianized population, the peninsula of Southern Marin has attracted imaginative people from all over the world. Unless I am mistaken or bewitched, I would judge that during the past 20 years it has also become a powerful spiritual center of the nation, for reasons which I shall attempt to describe, as befits the fact that its geographical center is a mountain holy to the Indians, and named after their princess Tamalpa. Though not much more than 2,500 feet high, Mount Tamalpais rises almost directly from sea level, and thus looks bigger than it is, and most of it has been set aside as a state park. Seen in the first light of dawn, even the radar domes of the Air Force which now crown the western summit look like the domes of a mosque, and the whole mass of hills, valleys, and canyons with their forests, groves, meadows, and giant rocks confers an atmosphere of strange beneficence. Extraordinary people live upon it. Occasionally you may come across an order of Western Yamabushi or Buddhist mountain monks, with their rattling pilgrim staffs and conch shell trumpets. There are a few true hermits, on the northern slopes, which are its most lonely and untraveled parts. There is a potter who makes fine rakuware for the Japanese tea ceremony. There are 2 importers of the rarest forms of incense from Asia. There is a psychiatrist who lives all year in a tent and uses astronomy to cure his patients by letting them see their problems from the perspective of the galaxy. There is a white, or beneficent, witch and poetess who cultivates a paradise garden in a most unlikely spot, and who has taught countless people how to respect and cooperate with nature. There is an exuberant carpenter and house designer who leaps, dances, and screams with glee, who plays the saxophone, the oboe, and all kinds of drums, and who has centered his home about a Japanese Buddhist shrine. There is a surgeon who heals people by doing nothing. There is a teacher of dancing who, in her outdoor theater, teaches her students to leave the ground and fly. There are also mountain lions, bobcats, and deer galore, and wild goats and eagles and vultures and raccoons and rattlesnakes and gophers and 2 cats, named Soul and Shakti, who go for walks with people like dogs, and who respond to commands given in fake declamatory Japanese. All these and many more wizards, yogis, artists, poets, musicians, gardeners, and madmen cluster about this mountain, largely unheeded by the orderly streams of tourists who dutifully inspect the vast redwood cathedral of Muirwoods and attend the annual play given in the enormous amphitheater just below the summit. And so I find myself far out, living on the edge of the world from the standpoint of the place from which I started, although I am surrounded by millions who were born here or have become so accustomed to the scene that Mill Valley is their childhood and San Francisco their London. But for me this environment is still exotic, romantic, and exciting, and in some way represents the frontier at which extremes meet, where Western civilization has, by going to its logical limits, met the East. At the same time I must feel somewhat like an Amerindian. I love the country but I am not so sure of the people, or would it be kinder to say the culture. As I have said, there are, in this area, enough civilized people to keep the barbarians in their place and to permit a free, colorful, and imaginative style of life. But all about us there are enthusiasts for such as Billy Graham and Ronald Reagan, who may be very charming in private life, but who represent and exploit a vulgar multitude of Bible-bewitched prudes, blue-noses, and all-American boys who, despite the legal separation of church and state, pay the police to be their armed clergymen. Their barbarians, obvious as they may be, are not easy to identify and classify when one tries to be precise. They are, perhaps on the whole, Protestants, and Irish Catholics are crypto-Protestants, and would be Baptists and Methodists rather than Episcopalians or Unitarians. They would be found more densely in the southern and middle western states, including Southern California, than in the northeastern and northwestern, and would be living in rural and suburban areas rather than urban. If not an alcoholic, they will drink beer and whiskey rather than wine, but always with a vague sense of guilt, so as to become nasty drunk rather than happy drunk. In personal style their hair will be shorter rather than longer, their clothing and furnishings will avoid brilliance of color, and their manner of speaking will identify them instantly, though this must not be described lest they find out and try to disguise it. For these are extremely dangerous people, and what they have in common is a virulent sense of guilt, a righteous zeal to improve the world, and a tendency to dislike and bully their physical bodies. They carry with them their own minority of fellow traveling sinners, who go for dirty sex and relentless greed for money as distinct from wealth, and who might be described with a phrase coined by H. L. Mencken when trying to find words for a fabulously ugly building in a dismal Pennsylvania town: a Presbyterian with a grin. What troubles me is that I come from the same white Protestant milieu, and must therefore have, in my predisposition to life, some vestiges of this barbarism against which, for this very reason, I may be rebelling too strongly. Nevertheless, I feel that if I were bending over backward to be careful, fair, and sober in my judgment of it, I would be lending weight to the fearsome force which it exercises in shaping the policies and laws of the United States in all their righteously beneficent cruelty. True, there is a far inside point of view from which I can see Billy Graham as a Buddha getting himself into such a horrible state of consciousness that it will be all the more wonderful when he wakes up. I can see, too, that boiled onions and showers in ice water might be good for me, but shall nonetheless resolutely avoid them. Chapter 11. Beginning. A Counterculture. Rudyard Kipling made the famous statement that East is East and West is West, and never the twain shall meet. He also said that he does not know England who only England knows, and though this might be taken to mean that untraveled Englishmen cannot realize how good it is at home, the two statements, taken together, suggest something more profound. Kipling was, as I have said, one of those channels of British colonialism through which Himalayan culture backed up into England, as were also Sir Edwin Arnold, author of The Light of Asia, Sir Francis Younghusband, President of the World Congress of Faiths, Sir Frederick Treves, whose book The Other Side of the Lantern aroused my interest in Japan along with Lafcadio O'Hearn, and Sir Charles Eliot, who wrote scholarly and sympathetic studies of Hinduism and Buddhism, all knights errant who plundered Asia of far more valuable gifts than rubber, opium, and tea. The point is that cultural renewal comes about when highly differentiated cultures mix. It is as when, by triangulation, a distant position is ascertained by sighting it from two different points. Our grasp on reality is better when we look at it from the standpoints of different cultures, and the comparison brings to light aspects of one's own point of view so basic as to have been ignored. What we were doing in San Francisco in the 1950s must, of course, be seen in the context of America's military involvements in Japan, Korea, and then Vietnam, for these exploits were bound to bring the cultures of those areas back home. My own interest in this cultural encounter was peculiar, in the sense that I was not simply a fact-seeker, like a historian or journalist, nor a missionary trying to convert Westerners to Buddhism, though I have been taken for that. No one, however, has ever accused me of being a scholarly Orientalist. I am more often considered a popularizer of Zen, Vedanta, and Taoism, who often twists the facts to suit his own views. One reason for this impression is that my style of writing does not lend itself to the tortuous course of interminable qualifications, reservations, and drawing of fine distinctions. But I am well aware of them when I leave them out, and can, and do, refer those who want the fine points to the proper sources, and can, furthermore, produce the necessary scholarly evidence for my conclusions if asked. Another is that I am not interested in studying, say, Buddhism in terms of what most Buddhists think about it, that is, as an anthropological phenomenon. I am interested in the work of those who are, and have been, its most creative exponents, and, above all, in the actual nature of the inner experiences which they describe. Thus, if I am berated for a facile equation of the Buddhist nirvana with the Hindu moksha, or of Nagarjuna Sunyata with Shankara's Brahman, I can give excellent reasons for doing so to anyone prepared to listen for the time required. It is believed in some circles that I have seriously misrepresented Zen by failing to bring out, and indeed even questioning, the importance of the discipline of %_a-%n or sitting in meditation for long hours as the royal road to Buddhist enlightenment. It is therefore also said, perhaps with truth, that my easy and free-floating attitude to Zen was largely responsible for the notorious Zen boom which flourished among artists and pseudo-intellectuals in the late 1950s, and led on to the frivolous beat Zen of Kerouac's Dharma bums, of Franz Klein's black and white abstractions, and of John Cage's silent concerts. From the beginning, I was never interested in being good at Zen in the sense of mastering a traditional discipline, as for example, in studying the piano with Schnabel to the point where my recordings of the Beethoven sonatas would be indistinguishable from his. I had already done that kind of thing, and the point here is not to boast but to explain the real nature of my interest in Zen. For I had, without any formal teacher, unquestionably mastered the art of public speaking, and in the church had become as expert a liturgist as anyone. What I was after was, therefore, not so much discipline as understanding, in the way suggested by the British mathematician G. Spencer Brown in his amazingly mystical treatise Laws of Form. To arrive at the simplest truth, as Newton knew and practiced, requires years of contemplation. Not activity. Not reasoning. Not calculating. Not busy behavior of any kind. Not reading. Not talking. Not making an effort. Not thinking. Simply bearing in mind what it is one needs to know. And yet those with the courage to tread this path to real discovery are not only offered practically no guidance on how to do so, they are actively discouraged and have to set about it in secret, pretending meanwhile to be diligently engaged in the frantic diversions and to conform with the deadening personal opinions which are being continually thrust upon them. Point 2. And, so far as I was concerned, the formal study of Zen was busy behavior. To sit hour after hour and day after day with aching legs, to unravel Hakuin's tricky system of dealing with koan, to subsist on tea, pickles, and brown rice, or to master Dogen's ritual style of life was although as good in its own way as learning to sail not what I needed to know. What I saw in Zen was an intuitive way of understanding the sense of life by getting rid of silly quests and questions. The archetypal situation was when Huikei asked Bodhidharma how to attain peace of mind. Bodhidharma said, "Bring your mind out, and I will pacify it." "But when I look for it," said Huikei, "I can't find it." "In that case," the master concluded, "it's pacified already." Wittgenstein put it this way: "We feel that even if all possible scientific questions be answered, the problems of life have still not been touched at all. Of course there is then no question left, and just this is the answer. The solution of the problem of life is seen in the vanishing of this problem. Is not this the reason why men to whom after long doubting the sense of life became clear, could not then say wherein this sense consisted?" 3. It is thus that almost every morning, when I first awaken, I have a feeling of total clarity as to the sense of life, a feeling of myself and the universe as a matter of the utmost simplicity. I and that which is are the same. Always have been and always will be. I could say that what constitutes me is the same as that constitutes the cosmos, and that there is simply nothing special to be achieved, realized, or performed. And so also Emerson, in his essay on self-reliance. These roses under my window make no reference to former roses or to better ones, they are for what they are, they exist with God today. There is no time for them. There is simply the rose, it is perfect in every moment of its existence, but man postpones or remembers, he does not live in the present, but with reverted eye laments the past, or, heedless of the riches that surround him, stands on tiptoe to foresee the future. He cannot be happy and strong until he too lives with nature in the present, above time. Point 4. Sokiyan Sasaki told me that reading this passage touched off his first experience of Satori. The point made sounds negative or nihilistic only because the words are saying, as they must say of being in love or of sexual ecstasy, that they are speechless. One could say it with music, but this is expressive, not descriptive, and the trouble with industrially civilized people is that they have no gift for spontaneous music. Our music is so counted out, scaled, metered, and trickily calculated that no one but an expert may have the nerve to indulge in it lest he be accused of making a nasty noise. But we would understand the sense of life if we would sing more and say less. I have for years been trying to show people that it is extremely important to chant spontaneously, or at least to hum, and also to dance. I have offended people who, on attending seminars to hear an internationally famous philosopher, were simply encouraged to breathe effortlessly and allow their voices to hum along a line of least resistance, like water. I have dismayed dancing partners because I would not go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Over to the window and back to the door. But would instead use liquid and unpremeditated rhythms which my daughter and can follow as if she were my shadow. Chanting, flute or drum playing, and dancing in demilitarized patterns are ideally natural forms of yoga meditation, because they silence the hypnotic chattering of thought and give one a direct feeling of Shabda, the basic energy or vibration of the universe. This is why Gregorian chant, for example, gives the sense of eternity so absent from metered rhythms. I am saying all this to suggest the spirit in which I was working at the Academy of Asian Studies to start something which based primarily on Laozi and Chuangzi would counterbalance, outfox, soften, and allay the martial, mechanically marching, tick-tock, and saw-toothed jagged life rhythm which has been rattling the world at least since the Caesar's legionnaires stamped out of Rome. Cultures, religions, and political attitudes have characteristic rhythms which must be watched and studied as carefully as a doctor feels the pulse or listens to the heartbeat. When President Eisenhower warned us to keep an eye on the military-industrial complex, he was surely hearing the danger to life in this marching and mechanical rhythm which jolts, fractures, and interrupts everything organic, oceanic, and vegetative, and is being beaten out by people who do not realize that Earth is for all its creatures and not merely for human beings. I knew that I could not preach against this rhythm, because the style of preaching is its own bombast, but that I must rather woo it like Orpheus with a different music. Zen, because of its association with the Bankarate Bushido spirit of the samurai, might have seemed an unlikely ally in this project. But I had learned from D.T. Suzuki, Sokiyan, and later, Saburo Hasegawa that Zen is basically Taoism, the watercourse way of life, and that it attempted to tame samurai brigands precisely by showing them that the utmost perfection in swordsmanship and archery was to fence without a sword and shoot without an arrow. In other words, if you practice fencing, archery, or judo by Zen methods, the attainment of real skill puts you in a state of consciousness where you are so free from egocentric desire that warfare ceases to have any point. This is what happened to the master swordsman Miyamoto Musashi under the tutelage of the Zen priest Takuan. In the autumn of 1952, the Academy of Asian Studies ran out of funds. Our financial angel had bad luck in his business and couldn't pay our salaries. Spiegelberg resigned as director and went back to full-time teaching at Stanford, but I, having nothing else to do, decided that the Academy was an adventure too interesting to be abandoned, and slipped by default, as always seems to happen to me, into the position of its administrator. By this time the Academy had moved from the financial district to a splendidly rambling old mansion on Broadway Street in Pacific Heights, overlooking the Golden Gate, the hills of Marin, and Angel Island. From then until the autumn of 1956, I managed to keep this strangely offbeat and exciting project alive with the help of a gifted, if desperate, multiracial faculty and a cluster of amazingly devoted students. I have already spoken of the intellectual stimulation given to me by Leo Johnson and Pierre Grimes. There was also help in most practical and material ways, first, from my secretary Lois Thill, a tall, queenly, and humorous girl who worked for a pittance, and who had all the fascination of a lapsed Catholic for the spiritual mischief we were up to. There were 3 student house managers who attended to janitorial services, kitchen maintenance, and structural repairs, and kept fending off city officials who suspected us of being a disreputable commune in violation of building codes and health regulations. Christ Lovejoy, who was later to be dubbed the Saint of San Quentin by Eldridge Cleaver in Soul on Ice, was and still is an essentially holy person, and I use that word in its strict sense to designate not so much moral rectitude as a quality of devotion and dedication, of simplicity and sincerity, which makes one just a little scared. Later, he taught in the school of the San Quentin Correctional Facility, one organized courses in comparative religion in which I sometimes took part, and has now become a quiet guru who is highly respected by the troubled young people of the city. Claude Dallenberg had studied with me at Northwestern, a calm and mighty Swede with a relaxed, amused attitude to the world, who later traveled in Japan, and became a Zen priest working with the Rashi Shunryu Suzuki. Students at the academy would sometimes say, if you want to know what Zen is about, talk to the janitor, Claude. Don't bother to see Alan what's upstairs. William Swartley was an enthusiast, who came to us fresh from India to study Sanskrit, Tantric Yoga, Zen, and just about anything we had to offer, and apart from his studies, he helped us in such practical matters as reconstructing the interior of the building, and much, much more, with an energy and zest seldom seen. His interests eventually moved in the direction of interpersonal psychology and encounter groups, in which field he is now the undoubted and widely acclaimed leader in Philadelphia. Among our students at this time there were also Michael Murphy and Richard Price, who together founded the E. Salin Institute at Big Sur, Richard Hitt Lehman, who subsequently taught yoga to the nation on television, and on occasion, Gary Snyder the poet, who first appeared unaccountably and amazingly dressed in a formal black suit, British style, with a neatly rolled umbrella, but who later emerged in history as Jaffa Rider, the Buddhist beatnik hero of Kerouac's Dharma Bums, in a characterization which hardly begins to do him justice. I am not Gary's teacher. He studied Chinese at the University of California with Shishang Chen and Zen at Daidakyuji in Kyoto with Goto and Oda, but when I am dead I would like to be able to say that he is carrying on everything I hold most dearly, though with a different style. To put it in another way, my only regret is that I cannot formally claim him as my spiritual successor. He did it all on his own, but nevertheless he is just exactly what I have been trying to say. For Gary is tougher, more disciplined, and more physically competent than I, but he embodies these virtues without rubbing them in, and I can only say that a universe which has manifested Gary Snyder could never be called a failure. Yet how many people in England, for instance, know who Gary Snyder is? I used to think that London was the center of the world, and that movements and personages discussed in the New Statesman or the Times literary supplement were what's going on and where it's at. But now history has become so global that it has no discernible theater, and what's going on is so thoroughly reported that no individual can possibly keep track of it or make sense of it. Comprehensible and absorbable history must be reduced to vast generalizations, as when some years ago Arnold Toynbee said that when the history of our time is written 1,000 years hence, it will stress not so much the war in Vietnam, the conflict of capitalism and communism, or racial strife, but rather the interpenetration of Christianity and Buddhism. If that is true, the events and the people I am talking about will be in the mainstream of history, if at that time the art of history remains possible or seems important. I am not suggesting that 1,000 years from now we shall be reduced to barbarism or have wiped ourselves off the planet, but that we may no longer find history significant. Happy, it has been said, are the people who have no history, and it could be that by then we shall have developed a high civilization which has mastered the art of living in the present. Naturally, the Academy was in touch with the great Chinese community of San Francisco. Qinghua Li, its antiquarian and public relations officer, used to talk with us and sometimes lend me objects of art from his considerable collection. There was, however, a large and active Chinese Buddhist group whose leaders came to study with us, who wined and dined us with the most sumptuous hospitality, whose physicians took care of our ailments, and from whom in working over such texts as the Tian Qing, or Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch, I learned a great amount of written Chinese. These lovable and generous people were, however, bending over backward to be Rotarian Americans and, with the exception of their diet, had forgotten the taste of Chinese culture. They could have afforded Sung paintings and Han statuary, but instead preferred enormous television sets, and such works of Chinese art as they displayed were deplorable clichés. I was aesthetically baffled in trying to show them the grandeur of Tiang and Sung, as also in attempting to warn them that a Protestantized Buddhism would have small appeal for the West. The same was true of the Japanese Buddhist communities, which were falling between the two stools of archaic and mechanical ritualism, on the one hand, and rationalized modernism, on the other, so that their younger JC-type members had the heebie-jeebies when their priests chanted the sutras, and preferred instead to sing. Buddha loves me, this I know. For the sutra tells me so. They were incapable of seeing that this kind of Buddhism gave no substantial alternative to what was already being offered in the Presbyterian and Methodist churches. Finally, however, the Soto Zen temple, then lodged in an abandoned synagogue on Bush Street, got the message first under Hado Tobase and later under Shunryo Suzuki. They saw that there was no future in being a circumscribed service center for the Japanese community, for the superstitious and sentimental old folks, or for their over-Americanized second and third generation children. They saw that what was needed was an authentic and intelligent school for Zen practice designed for Westerners, and one of the people who passed this message over was Tobase's young assistant priest, Kazumitsu Kato, with whom I spent hours and hours studying the Rinzai-Roku, a celebrated Zen text of the Tiang dynasty, and the teachings of Bankei, the 17th century Japanese master who, for me, represents Zen at its best. 6 Kato-san was a magnificent cook and also a musician, with whom I discussed the emotional impressions which he received from Western music and I from Japanese, amid much laughter, since we found that our respective impressions were often far from what the composers intended. However, under Shunryo Suzuki the Soto Temple blossomed into the thriving Zen Center, to which was later added the Zen Mountain Center at Tassajara Springs, far beyond the end of the Carmel Valley. But aside from its priests, there are hardly any other Japanese people involved. During 1954 we were visited by the Japanese artist and printmaker Saburo, i.e. Saburo Hasegawa, whom I invited immediately to join the faculty. For Saburo was an ideal mixture of Parisian bohemian and traditional Zen Taoist Japanese, with a touch of samurai dignity and austerity. On the one hand, he might be lounging on the floor, drinking brandy and discussing outrageous new techniques for creating spontaneous abstractions, such as allowing ink-soaked woolen thread to drool over absorbent paper, while on the other, he might be conducting tea ceremony according to the superb technique of his master, Soshu Sen of the Kankyuan school. Often when Lois and I were unduly harassed with administrative problems, he would wander into my office in the middle of the afternoon and invite us to take time out for tea. He had an adjoining room which he and William Swartley had converted into an astonishing burlap-walled cross between San Francisco Victorian and Japanese shibui, where the enshrined image of Buddha was a piece of driftwood that had originally been the lathe-turned leg of a very ordinary wooden chair. And there the three of us would sit on the floor and, with easy conversation, watch him spoon powdered green tea into a primitive Korean rice bowl, cover it with boiling water from a bamboo ladle, and then whisk it into a potion which has been called the froth of the liquid jade. Lois used to say that one tea with Saburo was worth 15 visits to a psychiatrist. Few lecturers can keep me awake, but Saburo was one of them, despite his slow, quiet, and pensive way of talking, for every sentence was like an aphorism from Lao Tzu. Sometimes they were formal lectures, invariably crowded, in the main auditorium, sometimes talks over the table in the communal dining room, and sometimes observations at tea ceremony. But he taught us about Bankei's Taoist style of Zen, about the technique of haiku poetry, about calligraphy with the brush, and about the art of the controlled accident. In Japan he had collected driftwood, especially some pieces from a wrecked boat, which he then used as modular blocks for monoprints, wherein he gave a certain organized control to the wandering patterns of the grain in the wood. He explained how the grain followed those same watercourse patterns that we admire in clouds, drifting smoke, marble, jade, and flames, and how one might so flow with one's own nature as to live each moment of life with the same grace. When students pressed him to define all this more precisely, he would sometimes shout out, "What's the matter with you? Can't you feel?" When not in his Parisian mood, for he had studied painting in Paris, he would always wear a kimono, even on the street, and from him I learned to make this my own everyday attire. For he further explained that Western clothes do not follow the nature, the Tao, of woven cloth. We tailor cloth to fit the shapes of our bodies, whereas if we let it hang loosely and follow its own flow, it confers upon us both comfort and dignity. For this elegance, or grace, of going along in accordance with the flow of things, he taught us the word furiu, literally, wind flow, the Chinese feng lu, and showed its difference from sloppiness by pointing out how it combined relaxation and lack of hurry with alert presence of mind and aesthetic intelligence. Complications arose here because the Japanese way of saying alert presence of mind is mushin, which, literally, means no mind or absence of self-consciousness. His presence brought a new dimension into our work because, through him, our students were exposed not only to verbal information about Far Eastern cultures but also to the actual practice of sumii or black ink painting, of calligraphy in Chinese, of bonseki or the appreciation of natural rocks, and of chanoyu, the tea ceremony. One day he took an ordinary house painter's brush and, on a 4-foot scroll, wrote for me the Chinese characters for 1, 2, and 3, no more than 6 horizontal lines, so spaced as to stop anyone's attention. D.T. Suzuki was about to visit us, and I said I would hang it in my office for the occasion. Sabro remarked, "I hope he won't notice it." This calm, easy, dignified, and somehow lonely wind-following man evoked such love and respect from us all that he soon had a considerable following, and we arranged for exhibitions of his work at Gump's Gallery in San Francisco, at the Oakland Art Museum, and the Willard Gallery in New York, so that he was certainly on the way to becoming an artist of great reputation. But today I realize, with a curious shock, that he has been forgotten, and that perhaps this was exactly what he would have wished. I hope he won't notice it. He told me that whereas Hakuin had left 80 spiritual successors, Bankei had left none, and that this precisely was his excellence. The wild geese do not intend to cast their reflection. The water has no mind to retain their image. Towards the end of 1956 it was found that he had cancer of the sinuses, and he died tragically, I would even say horribly, early in 1957, after radical surgery had removed much of the inside of his face. He had the gravest doubts as to the wisdom of submitting himself to Western medicine, but as a responsible official and administrator of a public institution I could not advise him otherwise. Once his condition was known, the pressure upon him to resort to the great medical resources of the University of California was irresistible. But I will never be sure that it was wise. There are cleaner ways out. In retrospect one can see that the Academy of Asian Studies was a transitional institution emerging from the failure of universities and churches to satisfy important spiritual needs. It was a bridge between the idea of a graduate school and the idea of a growth center, such as the E. Salin Institute, of which there are now more than 100 in North America. But in those days we were still troubled with the elaborate nonsense of accreditation, degrees, and academic status, so that, to put these matters in order, we had negotiated with the College of the Pacific in Stockton to be adopted as their off-campus graduate school of Asian Studies. At that time the college was still recovering from being an educational institution of the Methodist Church, and its officials had all the vacuous and hearty earnestness so characteristic of that religion. They had but one other graduate school of education, and the institution was virtually governed from the registrar's office, which took a special pride in the efficiency and rigor of its nitpicking bureaucracy. Thus the administration had no experience even of a traditionally academic graduate school, much less of the weird and irregular spiritual adventures that most of our own faculty and students had in mind. It must be remembered that the academic study of alien cultures has its background in missionary endeavor and colonial administration. Its attitude of scientific objectivity towards them, of description without participation or enthusiasm, reflects our habitual assumption of spiritual superiority, even when we are no longer religious, and our fear of fraternizing with the natives. Thus nothing is more troublesome to a department of anthropology than a field worker who goes native and forgets to keep his mind coldly aloof. He is said to have lost his objectivity, which is actually no more than a way of describing things in accord with the metaphysical preconceptions of Western culture, so that the following of scientific methods in Asian or African studies is not necessarily a release from narrow cultural provincialism. Thus our participatory approach to these cultures was as strange to Orientalists at the University of California as it was disturbing to Methodists at the College of the Pacific. Furthermore, I think it will now be clear that my own approach to Asian philosophy was part of an individual philosophical quest. I am not interested in Buddhism or Taoism as particular entities or subjects to be studied and defined in such a way that one must avoid mixing up one's thinking about Buddhism with interests in quantum theory, psychoanalysis, Gestalt psychology, semantics, and aesthetics, or in Eckhart, Goethe, Whitehead, Jung, or Krishnamurti. I feel about academic subjects just as the Balinese feel about art when they say, "We have no art, we just do everything as well as possible." It was the same, too, for such a scientist as Gregory Bateson, whom I met at this time, when he was resident ethnologist at the Palo Alto Veterans Hospital, attached to Stanford University. 1 He explained that in conducting a course of study he would give 3 or 4 set lectures about specific topics or methods, and for the rest of the semester simply discuss whatever happened to be of interest to him at the time. In this way his students were able to join in the experience of a creative imagination in process, actually doing science instead of merely learning about it or preparing for it. In a similar way, I would announce in the formal catalog the offering of a course in Laozi or Chinese Zen, and simply make sure that the students had access to the relevant literature, that they understood its historical background, and were familiar with its main technical terms. For the rest, I would use the original texts as a basis for rambling reflections that might take us into tantric yoga, optical illusions, metalinguistics, biological systems theory, and hypnosis. I would bring in seemingly unrelated guest lecturers or demonstrators, such as S.I. Hayakawa on semantics, Hilda Ellsberg and Charlotte Selver on sensory awareness training, or Lloyd Saxton on hypnosis in clinical psychology. From the standpoint of the conventional academic drudge, all this was a vague hodgepodge and an undisciplined syncretism, but it has always seemed to me that no intelligent person should restrict himself to artificially segregated fields of spiritual or intellectual adventure. Our understanding of the world cannot be ruled by the university's departmental politics, which if they had had their way would have strangled such interior multidisciplinary inquiries as biophysics, cybernetics, astrophysics, mathematical logic, and cultural anthropology. Culture is an active, present process which involves the formation of relationships between all things known to us, and the narrow specialist is its servant and informant, not its arbiter. It must proceed at all levels in the university, which otherwise becomes a mere multiversity, and it is this which is the true hodgepodge. Who, if anyone, decides what are the relevant departments of knowledge? By and large, our students wanted no more than to get by in the world of supposedly practical affairs. They had no ambitions for working with the Department of State, and still less for making fortunes in commerce with the Far East. They might, in a one-eyed way, be thinking that a PhD would be useful in getting a teaching position, as a reasonably interesting way of supplying bread and butter. But the other eye was on something else, the thing variously called moksha, bodhi, kaivalya, or satori in the Asian religions, which is the wisdom of a transformed consciousness, of liberation from that exclusive identification of oneself with personality which overlays and conceals the basic sensation in the very back of the mind, the sensation of being identical with the universe, which is said to be the oceanic feeling of babies in the womb. Some call this regression, in the sense of a spineless collapse of the thrust of life, though I have always seen it as a foundation for this thrust, without which the business of life must be conducted in a spirit of panic or quiet desperation. Isn't it possible that space itself is an amniotic fluid? It was in this spirit that we invited such visitors to the academy as D.T. Suzuki, Swami Ramdas, a bubbling bhakti yogi, G.P. Malalasekara, the Bhikkhu Panananda from Thailand, the Zen master Asahina Sojin from Kamakura, the Thera, elder, Dharmawara from Cambodia, and Ruth Sasaki, who entranced the whole student body with her formal and definitive lecture on the use of koan in Zen meditation. It was also in this quest that, early in the summer of 1955, I took a whole group of students on a pilgrimage to Ojai to talk with Krishnamurti, a memorable joyride which included an all-night drive from the College of the Pacific in Stockton to Ojai, where we camped in an orchard of loquat, grapefruit, and lemon trees, and ended up in a pearly twilight on a serene beach at Carpinteria, at the sight of which everyone heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Why, this is it." We made a fire of driftwood, and, close to midnight, a shoal of grunion fish came running into shore. Claude caught them in his hands and roasted them on the fire, and probably none of us ever recovered from this temptation to the life of the beachcomber. Substitute for clock time the rhythm of the waves and their long, easy, interminable sighing. Forget the dates of the days, weeks, and months, and go simply by the sun, the moon, and the seasons. Catch fish and get free, second-day vegetables from a neighboring market. But in those mid-1950s neither the College of the Pacific nor the Academy's own Board of Trustees, who contributed virtually nothing to its maintenance except their names, were interested in questions of human identity and the transformation of consciousness. I am not a man of business for the simple reason that the calculations and paperwork of business bore me to death, and therefore I had gone naively ahead for 3 years raising funds for the institution, teaching and doing the academic administration without fully realizing that our official substructure was worthless. We were running a very lively enterprise, but our official sponsors were embarrassed and uninterested, and would neither assist the work nor get out of the way. By the end of 1956 it was becoming clear that I was as much out of place in the groves of academe as in the church, that I was never going to be an organization man, and that I must make up my mind finally to go it alone. Naturally, this troubled me. There were voices from the past echoing in my skull. Alan, why can't you be like everyone else? Why are you so weird? Why don't you come down to earth and face reality? Furthermore, my then wife, Dorothy, although she had supported me in my resolve to work independently, was nevertheless putting more and more pressure on me to suburbanize myself, to live a more ordinary life, to mow the lawn, play baseball with the children, and abandon my far-out bohemian friends. We had then a rather pleasant house in Mill Valley, which had formerly been a garden nursery, with an expansive lawn, 4 great pine trees, 27 fruit trees, 4 children, and the school just over the fence, and nice neighbors, and a Volkswagen bus, and an automatic dishwasher, and lots of cats and chickens, and a stream, and a tiled bathroom, which I had fixed myself, and a cozy library with a shoji ceiling made by Roger Summers, and in short a colossal family enterprise in which I should never have allowed myself to be involved. Thus in the spring of 1957 I left the Academy to its trustees, who then appointed the venerable Theosophist Ernest Wood as its president. But the job was beyond the powers of this wonderful but failing old man, and after the College of the Pacific severed relations a year or so later, the project faded into dismal obscurity. And then Haridas Chaudhuri went off on his own and replaced it with the California Academy of Asian Studies, which is where something of the original tradition of the work is now alive and kicking quite interestingly. From this time on I have, as Puck Humphreys put it, lived by my wits, which is, I believe, a slightly pejorative expression for managing to live without any established position and thus getting by, even successfully, without really deserving to do so. I found that, for me, it is the ideal way, for as things now stand the independent author or artist has a freedom in his work which few others enjoy. He is not tied to any particular place, he does not have to keep regular hours, or worry about faculty meetings and university politics, he does not have to kowtow to professional unions, like doctors and musicians, nor spend his days being nasty to people, like lawyers. The author tends, therefore, to be an individualist in politics, and, in the American scene, finds it hard to decide whether the right wing or the left constitutes the greater threat to his liberty. Thus in one sense of the word I am apolitical, I cannot find enthusiasm for any particular ideology, party, state, or nation, and I believe, furthermore, that these are obsolete types of organization which increasingly work against the real interests of real people. On the other hand, I am intensely interested in specific political and economic problems, in developing an ecologically sound technology, in getting it understood that the dollar is something like an inch, not wealth, but a measure of wealth, in showing that people must be paid for work done on their behalf by machinery, and in the drastic reform of prisons and mental hospitals. In this way of life it becomes increasingly impossible to distinguish work from play, or business life from social life, For almost everything is grist for a philosopher's mill, and I am quite sure that I would continue my present way of life even if I amassed a great fortune. At home I write, and otherwise roam about the country giving lectures and conducting seminars, or informal conferences. I make it very clear to those who attend that my role is more that of physician than of minister, for the former works to get rid of his clients and the latter to keep them in a permanent following. I insist that, after a certain time, they will have heard all the important things I have to say, and that having received the message they should hang up the phone. Because of this, most of my personal friends are former students who have ceased attending lectures and graduated from discipleship, although some of them still stop by for the entertainment. Just as I am not in competition with university professors for their jobs, I am not in competition with gurus or psychotherapists for their work with individual students or patients. I see my work simply as one of philosophical and spiritual stimulation, and refer those who want to work with a guru or psychotherapist to others for whose existence as essential partners in what I am doing I am most grateful. Like everything else, this profession also has its drawbacks. For one thing, anyone who speaks as a mystic and who discourses on the merely institutional or conventional reality of the ego personality is expected to behave as a nonentity. By the same kind of reasoning, ministers and teachers are grossly underpaid on the assumption that they are not in their particular lines of work for money. Yet no one can succeed as an independent author, or as a teacher or minister, without a flair for drama and for coming on strongly as a personality, and by success I mean not only the financial reward but also effective communication. Strength of personality, even though you yourself know very well that it is a big act, is always mistaken for an ego trip, and, in the mystic, for a contradiction of everything you are saying. But, supposing that genuine mystics actually exist, I have never known one who was not a unique and interesting individual, whereas the true egoist, who fully believes in his own separate reality, is invariably a bore. All interesting people have charisma and, whatever their personal faults, express a gift or grace or power that comes from beyond themselves, be it demonic or divine. For this reason philosophies or religions, like Buddhism, which deny full reality to the ego personality cannot, as one might suppose, go into political partnership with any form of totalitarianism or collectivism where the individual is reduced to a cog in the social machine. This is one reason why people of intense spirituality will not serve in armies. As the universe manifests itself as an infinite variety of patterns and forms, the more any individual realizes himself to be one with that universe, the more of an individual he becomes. The five fingers move independently only because of their union with the hand, the arm, the body, and the organism environment field. Another drawback is that a philosopher teacher is invariably confused with a missionary preacher with a vocation to improve the world and do good to others, and thus his personal and private life is an object of amazing curiosity and minute scrutiny. I have the greatest difficulty in making it clear that I do not regard myself as something other than the world, which can stand aside from that world, and then tell it what it ought to be as a sort of independent critic from some other universe. I regard my philosophizing simply as an attempt to describe what is happening in the world, and this describing, in turn, as an action of the world. If this description suggests any changes in thought or behavior, I regard these suggestions, not so much as my personal recommendations, but as integral parts of the world's own growth process. In other words, I regard my work as the spontaneous arisal of a vitamin or nutrient which the world happens to need at this time, and which it is producing through me and many others. Chapter 12. Other Selves. If I were to be accused of being in love with myself, I would want to know rather specifically just what this myself is, and to see a bill of particulars. For as I think over the things that I love, very few of them would be conventionally describable as myself. I spend only negligible time looking in the mirror. I like the sound of my own voice, but because listening to my own tape recordings takes up as much time as to make them, I audition them only very occasionally. I enjoy reading my own books, but do so only to keep track of what I have said, and always have the vague feeling that someone else much brighter than I has written them. Furthermore, if Aristotle was right in feeling that contemplation is the goal of action, there should be the same satisfaction in contemplating what one has created as in digesting a good meal. But when I read my own English, I am always aware that this language was given to me by others, and that I am indebted to them not only for phrases and rhythms, but also for many of the ideas with which I am playing. It can, of course, be argued epistemologically that every experience or sensation that I love is myself, in the sense that it is a state or vibration of my own nervous system. But when you press this argument to its logical conclusion, all experiences are vibrations of your own organism, so that it is hard to draw any line between knowledge of yourself and knowledge of the world. So do I love the woman, or do I love myself when I put my lips on hers and feel the eager electricity that flows from her body? Is there a difference between loving music and loving what music does to me, when I listen to a Baroque ensemble and dance to it? And who or what am I loving when I send an arrow soaring into the sky, or watch cormorants flying low along the sea, or walk among pine trees on a hot day, sniffing the air? For, at this point, the story of my life becomes inseparable from the story of my friends, so that I must explain myself by speaking of others. Work at the academy put me in touch with a number of people who became so much part of my life that I would not be myself without them. For one thing, I found an older sister, who came there to audit the courses in Chinese art, philosophy, and poetry, a woman from Yorkshire, who by way of Montreal, New York, and the Panama Canal had sailed to San Francisco with the idea of going on to China, whose poetic imagination had been captured by the Golden Gate and its hills, and who had therefore settled for living on the edge of Chinatown when, in 1926, it was far more Chinese than it is today. But when I first met her, Elsa Gidlow was living at Fairfax on the fringes of Mount Tamalpais, and by a coincidence of the net her companion, Isabel Grenfell Quillot, was the handsome daughter of an African princess and the missionary explorer George Grenfell, and she had been one of my mother's pupils at Walthamstow Hall, the school for missionaries' daughters in Sevenoaks. Isabel had come a long way from that scene, but this odd and utterly unexpected connection somehow put both of them in my family. From the first meeting Elsa enchanted me, in the strict sense of that word, which is that of a witch casting a spell. But I could not quite make out at first at which band on the spectrum of love I should meet her. She was 16 years older than I, reserved and gentle, with the beauty of a lithe and very self-respecting cat. Indeed, she went about with a Siamese cat named Lao, who rode obediently on her shoulder like Wotan's raven. Superficially, she suggested that she was a very respectable and demure maiden lady, but someone had put raven's blood in her mother's milk. She wore a cloak and a soft velvet beret, and had a knowing smile. Her library replicated my own to such an extent that I could talk to her as one having the same literary background, and she shared all my own attitudes about the Tao of nature and freedom from the bombastic father god of the uptight Christians and Jews. She had inherited a charisma from a Celtic white witch and nature mystic named Ella Young, who had lived for many years beside the sand dunes south of Pismo Beach even before the days when Chester Allen, Gavin, Arthur III, grandson of that president, had resided there among attendant soothsayers and yogis as king of the dunes. Naturally, I considered an erotic relationship with Elsa, but I soon saw that we were to meet on the green and not the red band of the spectrum, where intense friendship lies between vermilion lust and violet agape, and that she was to fulfill exactly the role in my life that would have been taken by a very companionable older sister. I have invented the word goes with to mean the inseparable relationship which lies between different aspects of the same thing or process, as between front and back, the magnetic poles, solid and space, male and female, bees and flowers. Elsa invariably goes with a garden. She learned from Ella Young, if she did not know it before, that flowers and vegetables, trees and mountains, animals and birds, are people and must be treated as such. She introduced me to Ella one evening at her house in Fairfax, and this frail, transparent, bewitching old lady talked to us, like a true shaman, about the personalities of mountains, and about talking to the weather and to wild animals, and we reminisced on a film we had both seen, about 1926, of an attempt to climb Everest, embellished with scenes of Tibetan dancing. And I was puzzled and disquieted because my wife, Dorothy, seemed to recoil from such talk as a scientist washing her hands from the contamination of superstition. Yet the evidence is growing that certain people have green thumbs because they love and talk to their plants, and it seems that plants have intensely sensitive responses to human behavior which can be recorded by the electroencephalograph. It escapes the notice of many well-educated people that the scientific establishment always runs the danger of becoming a rigidly authoritarian religion, a church excommunicating heretics such as Wilhelm Reich, Velikovsky, and Timothy Leary. In this church it is high dogma that everything outside the human skull is relatively stupid and unfeeling, and that animistic religions, such as Shinto, which attribute life and spirit to rocks and rivers, represent the lowest form of intellectual development. Meanwhile, such an imaginative enthusiast for science as Arthur Clarke speculates about vast electronic intelligences located in the galactic center. But the angels may be growing in your window boxes. Shortly after I met her, Elsa moved from Fairfax to a knoll in the Tamalpay foothills overlooking Muir Woods, a forest of giant redwoods about a mile inland from the Pacific on the western slope of the coastal range. Here she, and Roger Summers the carpenter, of whom I shall have much more to say, discovered a run-down farm on land almost entirely surrounded by state park, consisting of 2 splendid barns and 2 wretched, unimaginative, slummy dwellings all too characteristic of rural California. With her skill as a gardener and his as an architect they transformed this area into a paradise, a Garden of Eden, so that a dry land of clay, scrub oak, sagebrush, and eucalyptus became a haunt for hummingbirds. All this they accomplished with imagination and muscle, for they had nothing to speak of in the way of money, and thus their place does not have the swell, sleek niftiness of such expensive paradises as East Hampton, Nassau, Diamond Head, and Ascona. It has what people who are only rich find so frustrating, because you cannot buy it with money. She made a central patio, of sundex sliding into a courtyard surrounded with flowers and cactus plants and a lemon tree and many kinds of fuchsias and strange little lantern flowers with pointed caps like Tibetan lamas, and encircled all this with a kitchen garden of beans and lettuce, cabbages, and strawberries, and New Zealand spinach, the whole protected from wind by a grove of eucalyptus with their dense clusters of bamboo-like leaves rustling 100 feet above. As I have said, I am a lover of gardens, but not a gardener, and cannot be relied upon to take care of a patch of fertile land larger than half a tennis court, if that. But Elsa, who is now over 70, is of slight build and, without seeming to have any muscle at all, takes care of weeding, digging, hoeing, pruning, and shoveling compost, and undertakes all this with minute attention to the principles of nature, and thus without use of nasty chemicals and pesticides. Her pesticide in chief is always the resident Siamese cat, who takes care of the gophers. She understands also the complex alchemy and ecology of plants in such a way as to protect her vegetable crops with insect-repellent weeds, and is, indeed, such a master of her art that young men come to work and study with her. Elsa is, furthermore, a poet of what I call the clear school, though she is by no means so well known as such other clear poets as Alice Meynell, Walter de la Mare, Emily Dickinson, Kenneth Rexroth, Carl Shapiro, Jean Burton, and Eric Barker, to name but a few, who, while employing traditional rhythms, say what they have to say with an easy, natural clarity which avoids both clichés and obscure allusions or bizarre, far-fetched images. Let the wild swan singing go. This is no bird to hold. No clutch can check that flight. From cold to cold. And let the wild swan come. In his fury and light. The lift of his wing is now. The wing dip, night. And, in connection with something I shall have to say about babies later on. Mountain at dayfall. Star drinking lake. On mere gurgling baby. Big with its own unknown. Quite ordinary phenomena. Make seers of them, although they stand cool before pomps. Panoplies, the bloated grate. And other vulgar wonders. Just as it is difficult, if not impossible, to write real poetry about religion and philosophy, since to do so you must borrow all your images from the secular world of nature. It is difficult to write vividly erotic poetry without being vulgar, yet this is Elsa's particular achievement. Kenneth Rexroth, whom I met about the same time, is a special version of the rough diamond, for he comes on with a voice at once refined and gritty, and appears to have a testy and sometimes haughty attitude to both life and literature. But, as I see it, the truth of the matter is that although he should never read his own poetry out loud, he is one of the finest poets of our time, and is a person of quite extraordinary compassion and learning, since his enormous and well-studied personal library includes all the literatures of the world, Oriental as well as Western. Once when he was reviewing books on radio station KPFA, and making the recording in his own home, a canary began to provide background music, lilting and trilling with all its might. There was a pause in the talk, and then a sudden crash. Rexroth came back to the microphone with, "That's enough of that." Had he annihilated the canary or just slammed the door? One might suppose that a sensitive poet would have enjoyed the accompaniment or even let the bird take over. But then there would have been no comedy. Rexroth's writing covers such an enormous field, and I am speaking not so much of his poetry as of his critical essays and his autobiography, that it is a little difficult to identify his basic Weltanschauung. He has been much more than poet laureate to the Wobblies and the anarchists, and is much too cosmopolitan to be identified with the Beat generation. Try, rather, the idea of taking T.S. Eliot and pushing him all the way over into Mahayana Buddhism without taking away his fascination with Christian mysticism, and season it all with a spirit of intense, if cynical, social concern. It was also at this time that I came to know another poet of the West, James Broughton, who likewise belongs to the clear school but with a unique touch of whimsy. People find it hard to understand him because of his peculiar ability to be funny about such profound matters as religion without being either irreverent or unsympathetic. He has dedicated to me a whole series of poems about Zen which some mistake for satirical lampoons, but in which he has actually caught the essential spirit of what Zen is all about. Point 1. He is entirely a person after my own heart, with an elfin face and big horned eyebrows, who dresses outlandishly and elegantly with cloaks, high-buttoned jackets, embroidered vests, and rare pieces of Amerindian jewelry without giving the least impression of taking himself seriously. He just lets his imagination run riot, with impeccable taste and debonair unconcern for what the stolid may think of him. He studied with me, informally, when I gave seminars after leaving the academy, understood exactly what I was saying, and came back with a poem entitled Those Old Zen Blues, or, after the seminar which began, "It's not because it is. It's not because it isn't. It is because it is. Because it's not at all." And went on. "There's nothing in heaven, nothing in hell. And nothing is what I am. Something is where it always was. But it doesn't give a damn." He made up a parody of the haiku called the haikuku, such as, "You always think I'm greener elsewhere," said the grass. "Well, sometimes, I am. When I gave up trying to understand," said the camel's eye to the needle. "Then I began to get the point. Going around in theological circles," said the dove. "God must get very dizzy. I like where I'm sitting," said the toad. "What else is a toadstool for?" And then there was Buddha land, a Zen spiritual. I hear the happy sound of one hand clapping. That old hand clapping. That big hand clapping. I hear the happy sound of one hand clapping. All the way to Buddha land. Go on baby, don't you cry, don't you cry. Go on baby, don't you cry. These quotations may not give an idea of James's more sophisticated poetry, for which one must read along undressing, but my point is that he is a sort of Buddhist John Betjeman with, however, the same Anglo-Catholic undertones surprising for one born and raised in Modesto, California. Yet he goes much deeper than Betjeman because he is closer to the child, having the sense that the everyday world is not only marvelous but magical, that is, uncanny in a way that is not so much disquieting as holy and nonsensical. You pick up a seashell not just because it is pretty, but because its twirled perfection and the way the light comes through its walls remind you of the most important thing you have ever forgotten. I heard in the shell all the hymns of hell. I heard all the angels crying. I heard the earth in pangs of birth, and all the galaxies dying. I heard in the shell the throb of each cell, from flower and rock and feather. But loudest of all rang the quiet call of yes and no singing together. How basic can you get? James is also the maker of numerous films very well known to connoisseurs of this art, in which he manages to flip from themes that are foppishly elegant, cute, smart, and affectatious to things that are suddenly profound and numinous, in such a way that the contrast shakes you into elemental laughter. This is really the dialogue between James's deliberately and yet innocently staged personality and his deeper self, which is an astonished child of 3 years visited by an angel who taught him the art of poetry. And then one day James introduced me to a lady named Susanna, a swinging, sassy, Titian-haired artist and designer who popped right out of his grandfather's California gold rush days with a warm and motherly heart and asked me to join them in holy matrimony. I had been accustomed to James as a bachelor, living in a house of weathered wood on Stinson Beach, where I would sometimes go simply to get away from being suburbanized. I found that Susanna was somehow a feminine counterpart of James, that her external personality was a good-humored joke behind which was a woman of great aesthetic perception and joie de vivre. He gave a house party at a lonely inn on the coast near Mendocino, in the course of which we performed a marriage ceremony so elaborately designed as to ritual and costume that everyone expected it to be nothing more than a pleasant and frivolous drama. The couple were presented by their respective analysts, James by Joseph Henderson, and Susanna by Elizabeth Osterman, both psychiatrists and students of Jung. In fact, I regard Joseph as Jung's principal successor. He gives the impression of being an amazingly wise owl who, like Lao Tzu, achieves everything by doing nothing, and is thus one of the few psychiatrists who can help dangerously crazy people. Elizabeth, a gentle, mature, and noble blonde, after the wedding ceremony danced with Roger Somers. Now Roger, in the colossal exuberance of his dancing, has been known to grab people by the hair and swing them around his head. But after dancing with Elizabeth he said, "Wow, that woman scared me. I have never danced with anyone who trusted me so perfectly." So the ceremony was a fantastically symbolic, multi-religious rite, followed by the nuptial mass in Latin, in which I was assisted by 2 lady acolytes vested in white chasubles, and before the thing was half underway people began to get wet eyes, recognizing that it was all for real, which proved again that American Christians and Jews have no idea what they are missing in being squeamish about ritual magic. I should have met Roger Somers in Evanston, for that was his home and he was in school there when I was chaplain at Northwestern. But it was through Gordon Onslowford that he turned up at the academy and began sitting in on my lectures. As a student of Frank Lloyd Wright, he was a carpenter-architect with a religious attitude to his work. He had realized that man is not separable from his environment, and that because this includes his house must be harmonious with his character. Roger can shape wood almost as if it were water, which it is when you consider the patterns of its grain, for a tree is a two-sourced river stilled into wood. Roger just doesn't like straight lines, which, in my book, is a virtue because the world itself is a ballful of wiggles, and human beings must outgrow the idea of trying to straighten it out. So he has designed houses like seashells and mushrooms and apples, and he does his work with such gusto that while he charges more per hour than anyone else, he does it in half the time. He handles his medium with sheer glee, and he keeps at it day after day. In this sense he is one of the most responsible people in the world. But he is also an incarnation of the Greek god Pan, if you can imagine Pan based on a bull instead of a goat, and don't forget that Pan means all. For his physique is formidable, his grizzly hair sticks out like short horns, and his energy is endless. He plays the saxophone, the oboe, and all kinds of drums. He dances free-form like a maniac, and his shrieks of delight can be heard all over the hill where, next door to Elsa, he created a pleasure house out of a run-down shack. Under this two-horned Chinese-style roof is a true living room, part of which is a stage enclosed with Japanese shoji with inside variable multicolored lighting, a circular moon viewing window looking out on a blossoming quince tree, a ceiling that can be raised or lowered, straw matting on the floor, and in the central alcove an ornate black and gold lacquer Butsudan, or Buddhist household shrine, from Japan. Beyond this stage-cum sanctuary is a slate-floored area with gold and redwood walls, a sunken dining table so that you can eat comfortably sitting on the floor, and the inside wire works of an upright piano embedded in the wall. In this room long before the days of the Beatles and the great rock bands, the light shows, and joyous freakouts we danced and drummed and chanted and howled to our heart's content, and, in so doing, discovered a yoga, a joining with the energy of the universe, which, for me, became a fundamental religious exercise. Roger Rock became so ecstatic that a neighbor, convinced that the most outrageous orgies were in progress, would regularly summon the police, who would arrive only to find Roger and his wife, perhaps another couple, and two respectable elderly ladies, all sitting quietly in a Japanese shrine room. This is doubtless due to the now archaic terror which Anglo-Saxon colonists feel at the blood pulse of hand-beaten drums, imagining that Zulus or Apaches must again be on the warpath. Perhaps, in a way, they are. It should be added that Roger's kitchen is surrounded by a soffit, just exactly a centimeter higher than his own head, from which is projected a rectangular crown of wooden thorns, for this house is not for any man taller than himself. He has a basic sense of territory and knows that land, rather than money, is real estate, and in this respect he exhibits a completely honest and guiltless selfishness which makes him all the more sociable, because he will not deceive you as to the limits of his generosity. Roger also has the belly laugh of one who knows that boys will always be boys, and though he is not a bookish man and would feel awkward on a rostrum, he is nonetheless lucid and eloquent in explaining his philosophy of art and life. He understood it by himself, but he got the words and the structure of it from me and from David Hunter, whom I shall next introduce. Hundreds of people, including the great and the famous, have spent evenings in Roger's Joy House and have learned how to be exuberant without feeling foolish or ashamed. Imagine, for a moment, that you are a rather ordinary person thinking it might be fun to join a drama group and take part in an amateur presentation of Twelfth Night or Lady Windermere's Fan. You find that the public school system is offering an adult evening class in drama, at Pacific High School in the very best district of San Francisco. You go to the Bear Gymnasium to find yourself in the presence of a tall, long-headed, and extremely handsome lanky fellow, quiet in manner, who asks you to lie on the floor, close your eyes, and listen. Meanwhile, he is sitting on the edge of the stage, picking over a pile of rags which he is knotting together into a long string. Listen, he says. Just become aware of all the sounds that are going on, without trying to think what they are, without naming them. Listen in the same way as you would listen to music, not asking what it means, and as I talk, just listen to the sound of my voice and forget about the meaning of the words. Are these sounds outside your head, or inside? And find out whether your ears are willing and happy in listening to these sounds. And whether the sounds themselves want to be heard by your ears. If there is some resistance, find out where that resistance is, and how it feels. More experiments of this kind would follow. You would be invited to explore the feeling of how you move an arm from one position to another, or to stop dominating your voice and let the vocal cords groan on their own. There was never any explanation of why these experiments were being made, for David wanted people to learn to stop asking such silly questions. After half an hour of this he would call everyone to the stage to rehearse the play. It was David Hunter's own play, The Orange Cellar, which he read, small section by small section, from a bulky manuscript. He had the actors go through it, repeat it, and then would arbitrarily alter the text if he felt so inclined. If an actor needed coaching in a particular gesture, he would draw his or her attention not only to the specific bodily movement, but also to what was seen as the eyes swept across the floor in making a turn, the shadows, the patches of light, the dust, the grain in the wood. David's dramatic method so awakened his students as to what is actually going on, as distinct from what is said to be going on, that they changed their lives about, rearranged their marriages, and altered their vocations. The school board got wind of the fact that something most peculiar was happening under their auspices, and sent an investigator to one of his classes. He found the students sitting on the floor, in 2 rows, facing one another and pointing their index fingers at one another, while David was saying, "Now see if your finger wants to touch your partner's finger. Be aware of what would be involved in moving your finger to touch the other. Find out whether your partner's finger wants to be touched, and if there is no reluctance, allow the fingers to meet." The investigator returned to the board and screamed, "Hypnotism." Whereupon David was ordered to teach drama properly, or desist. He desisted, and set out on a journey around the world. But he has come back, and is still teaching people in San Francisco to get with it, where it designates the world of nonverbal happenings which we usually call the physical or material world, without realizing that these words are loaded with philosophical prejudice. The sound of a frog jumping into an old pond is plop. This plop isn't physical, material, mental, or spiritual, for plop isn't a philosophical category. Plop is just plop. This is the simplest thing in the world but the hardest to explain. If you understand it, you can see that this plop is all of a piece with 1,000 galaxies. David Hunter, who was introduced to me by Hilda Ellsberg, is one of the pioneers in a movement originating from many different sources that has come to be known by the awkward name of sensory awareness. We never could find a good name for it because it deals with the nameless, the ineffable, and with what Korzybski amusingly termed the unspeakable world, that is, with plop. Hilda further introduced me to Charlotte Selver, from New York, since both she and Charlotte had learned this mysterious art from Elsa Jindler, in Berlin, who had discovered it all by herself in the forests, whither she had retreated to let nature take its course when pronounced incurably tuberculous. She just lost herself among the pine trees with the thought that what came by itself can go by itself. She just became quiet and felt what was going on with every nerve end in her body, and then responded to it in the sense of letting the response happen. This is not the same thing as going limp, like a wet rag over a clothesline. When the eyes are in focus, they are neither strained nor mushily bleary, but simply alert without stiffness. This was Elsa Jindler's attitude to everything going on inside and around her, and in this way she managed to get her ego out of the way of her organism environment and let it run the show, and it was thus that she not only recovered from tuberculosis but also discovered the way of life that Lao Tzu had found centuries before. It was for this reason that, though they had no historical connection with Chinese philosophy, I introduced both Hilda and David to students at the academy, and conducted many seminars conjointly with Charlotte, mostly at her studio in New York. It is important that this work, which derives from Elsa Jindler, not be confused with eurythmy, dance therapy, or any kind of gymnastics, and especially not with German balletomania of the 20s with all those sexless nudes in lovely postures trailing filmy scarves. The Jindler method is much more a way of meditation. It has nothing to do with posturing, exercising, or disciplining the body considered as an entity different from oneself in any preconceived way. True, the work is done on the floor, the women may be wearing leotards, and thus the scene looks superficially gymnastic. But the principle is to find out what one is actually feeling all over and everywhere, without naming it, and then to respond to it in such a way that the act of responding is no longer separated from the act of feeling. As Spencer Brown put it, you no longer distinguish between the universe and your action upon it. How is one to explain that this is very difficult to do because it is so easy? That the easiest thing in the world requires a long period of devoted practice undertaken without worry or consideration of how long it may take. So many people think they can be natural and spontaneous just by goofing off in a tasteless and vulgar way, which is not being natural but, on the contrary, is following very artificially the precise opposite of what is demanded by social convention and propriety. There are, thus, many liberated barbarians among us who are actually the most devoted slaves of puritanical and repressive conventions. Point 2. Both Hilda and Charlotte are refined and highly cultured ladies in the European tradition, and they each have a different and peculiar genius for doing the same work. Hilda went to India and sat at the feet of that amazing sun god Sri Ramana Maharshi or Arunachala, for whom I have always had tremendous respect, and it was from Hilda that I learned most about him. Yet the major influence in Hilda's life was C.G. Jung, even though she had not worked with him personally, and she was thus closely associated with the whole confraternity of Jungians in Los Angeles and San Francisco, a peculiar and fascinating people for whom I have the greatest affection, even though I am an outsider who has not undergone analysis. Both Hilda and her charming friend, the analyst René Brand, put gentle pressure upon me to go through the analytic process. Several years before I had tried it, for about 2 months, with a Freudian, but in this I had the same experience as Jano, who worked at it for a much longer time, that it ended up with the analysts asking our advice. To which Jano responded, "Sure, we'll go on talking, if you'll meet with me in the St. Regis bar and not in your office." But analysis is not really a system. It is an intimate personal relationship, and when, as usual, it is paid for, it is actually like marriage, a most delicate and refined form of prostitution. Make no mistake, I have said that prostitutes are as honorable as nurses, and when the right analyst meets the right patient, wonderful things can happen. Of all the analysts I have known, Jung himself was the only one with whom I would have wanted to have a love affair on such a level. Snobbish, perhaps, but it can't be helped. Charlotte Selver was originally a Wittgenstein from the Ruhr Valley, educated in Munich, and of the same family as the philosopher, and she, like the philosopher himself, and Hilda and René Brand and Spiegelberg and more of my friends than I can count, had all fled from Hitler. Fascist states always destroy themselves by getting rid of their best minds. When I first knew her, Charlotte lived in a sunny studio on West 57th Street, overlooking a pleasantly treed and bepigeoned courtyard which echoed with footsteps and the cultivated screams of would-be opera singers studying with voice teachers. Although she had her own financial and administrative problems, her studio was a place of peace, Bauhaus furnished, and set about with filigree like dried grasses and magical stones. In the ideal circumstance of working with a very small group of students in her bare, gray-carpeted studio room, Charlotte exudes a bewitching tranquility, or shall I say, a profoundly interesting stillness. She can take absolutely anything: the floor, a ball, a rock, a bamboo pole, a glass of water, or a piece of bread, and get you to relate to it in such a way that the harsh dualism of what you do and what happens to you is transcended. She puts you in love with the simple fact of physical existence. Charlotte could possibly be the only person in the world who actually keeps a real live skeleton in her closet, for there it is, dangling from the clothes pole, along with all the rubber balls, mats, bean bags, rocks, and other weird props of her profession. She uses it to show people the harmony of their bones. Once, when conducting seminars together, we had to open a joint bank account, and the manager of the bank across the street asked her to identify her line of business. There was a deep silence. "Oh," I said, "she's a consultant." "A consultant in what?" More silence, in which the man began to get annoyed. I just shrugged my shoulders and said, "Call it physical education." Charlotte cringed. Like all of us, Charlotte has moods, but you can tell them by the way she parts her hair. If she parts it in the middle and lets it hang down straight on either side, you know that she is Frau Professor, from Munich, rather strict and demanding. But if she parts it to one side, you know that she is a skittish lady from Vienna who will waltz with you, and it must have been in this mood that she captivated another philosophical carpenter, Charles Brooks, son of Van Wyck Brooks, who in the late 50s maintained an enormous studio and workshop in a Greenwich Village loft. Here Charlotte and I and out students would repair after seminars for Charles's excellent cooking and for music and dancing, and in due course Charlotte and Charles fell in love, and got married, precisely at the same time as I was falling in love with a lady of unobtrusively aristocratic appearance, blonde, Roman-nosed, thoughtful, and attentive, with open eyes rather than a frown, who kept turning up at our seminars. That part of the story must wait. but my association with the work of Charlotte Selver and Hilda Ellsberg was, though unacknowledged at the time, one of the main sources of what is, at least from a literary point of view, the best book I have written. This was Nature, Man, and Woman, written during the summer of 1957.3. This must go on the record of gratitude, even though neither Charlotte nor Hilda would recognize me as one of their formal and apostolically successed students. That, as I have said, has never been my way, because the shaman cannot be a priest. Nature, Man, and Woman was written a year after The Way of Zen, into which I put all my love of Chinese scholarship. I could spend days on end exploring Chinese dictionaries, working through ancient Taoist and Buddhist texts, and practicing calligraphy with the brush, but that neither earns a living nor enables one to communicate with the myriads of literate non-scholars who increasingly constitute our world, and with whom scholars, if they have anything valuable to say, must learn to speak. The Way of Zen, which was a minor bestseller, was criticized by the Zen priest Sahaku Ogata as a portrait of a cat made by someone who had intended to paint a tiger. But indeed, one of the Zen master Sengei's paintings shows a tiger being scared by a cat. Throughout my work in San Francisco, I was increasingly involved with the people of Big Sur, and took any excuse I could find to get down to those pelican-haunted rocks, aromatic grasses, and floating mountains. When I travel, I usually have to pay my way by the equivalent of singing for my supper, and so it was that Margaret Leal, Laverne Allen, and Nathaniel and Margaret Owings arranged seminars in their homes. These were so regular that the place Big Sur and the custom of informal seminars about these things became so connected as to result in the founding of the Salem Institute by Michael Murphy and Richard Price, named after the Amerindian tribe which once lived there. In fact, I gave the first seminar they held, and have returned repeatedly to work with them, not only because the atmosphere and their hot sulfur baths are seductive, but because I believe that they are doing something absolutely important for the future of both education and religion. Salem represents education for its own sake, beyond school, without diplomas, and concerning matters which are fundamental to life but not ordinarily studied in academies. These are matters of what is vulgarly called nitty-gritty, the utterly basic questions of our relationships to others, to ourselves, and to cosmic existence. Talk it out, feel it out, get down to the roots of what is really happening. This naturally involves religion, philosophy, psychotherapy, and as yet unclassified disciplines which have to do with direct experience of mental and physical reality. But whereas most non-sectarian groups are, in fact, sectarian, Salem manages to remain open to astonishingly diverse points of view, despite the fact that its faculty has included such strong and persuasive personalities as Fritz Perls, Abraham Maslow, Carl Rogers, Virginia Satir, and Ida Rolf, to mention but a few. It has been copied all over North America as well as in Europe. Its methods have been studied by government agencies and great business corporations, and its techniques are beginning to be found in churches and universities. But what has really kept me returning to Big Sur is, again, people, especially those who live or have lived on Partington Ridge, and Bill and Lowly Facet's joyous restaurant Nepenthe, with dancing around the outdoor fire at night, 4. And cooking over coals of oak bark at Margaret Leal's retreat in Coastlands, and searching for jade along the beaches with Janet Crew, who climbs as surely as a mountain goat, and eating fresh abalone with fried potatoes for breakfast with Emil White, and sampling the extraordinary wine from Ruby Hill with Henry Miller, and doing tea ceremony with Douglas Madsen at his house on the edge of a precipice, and devouring an enormous roast of wild boar, which tastes like very rich duck, with Harry Dick Ross, and, on foggy evenings, listening to Susan Porter reciting ancient Celtic myths, and drinking sorrel soup from a cauldron with Maria Wallace in a perilously perched shack at Anderson Creek. Not all of these names, dear reader, may be familiar to you, but to me they are like music. I never felt that I knew Henry Miller really well, for though he is tremendously outgoing in his books, I found him somewhat shy in person, even though we agreed over so many matters of taste and philosophy. I feel, however, that his great books are the Colossus of Marusi, Remember to Remember, and The Smile at the Foot of the Ladder, for his erotic works have failed to arouse my prurient interests, though that may not have been his purpose in writing them. But Henry, like Jean Varda, is a bohemian of the European style, with the same atmosphere of bright color, wine, cheese, good bread, sunlight, and women of passion and intelligence. Henry seems to live inside a painting by Matisse. Just above his house on Partington Ridge I finally found Maud Oakes. Jano and I have a private club which we call Over 60, and which consists of women beyond that age, such as Elsa Gidlow, who get livelier as they get older. I have the feeling, though it sounds Ogden Nashish, that Maud has never been bored. Nevertheless, she has lived alone for as long as I have known her, and certainly not because people have no desire for her company. It is just because she has so many interests and so much to do by way of reading, writing, gardening, building, cooking, and traveling that any husband would have been a nuisance. Maud is an exemplar of the saying that to be interesting you must be interested. Strongly influenced by Jung and long connected with the Bollingen Foundation, Maud is an amateur metaphysical anthropologist, using the word amateur in its proper sense of one who is a lover of an art or science without making it a profession. She has lived among the Navajos and the ancient tribes of Guatemala, and her home is filled with magical objects from all over the world: masks, charms, kachinas, ritual rattles, Buddhas, all of which, as is somehow not the case in museums, retain their powers. Maud has, above all things, the rare and curious virtue of being utterly outspoken without being offensive. It is all the more easy to relate to her for the simple reason that you know exactly where you stand with her, and that if she doesn't want you around she'll let you know. Just because she has overcome the compulsion of trying to please, she pleases. There have been times when I needed very much to get away from it all, whereupon Maud has invited us to spend a few days with her. These have invariably been rich and fascinating experiences, not only because of her scholarly and philosophical interests, but because her conversation is often punctuated with a belly laugh and the exclamation, "I love it." Her house, right on the edge of the ridge, looks down a straight 1,000 feet to the ocean, and though it is a place where the rains can fall upwards in winter, the usual atmosphere is one of softly colored light, westward looking, and full of exhilarating space. If I could fly, I would take off from Maud's terrace and drift away with the bulbous flat-bottomed clouds to the South Sea Islands. But then I would also want to take her place along with me, for this is one of those points from which the desire to travel is more interesting than traveling. It was at dinner at this house Big Star Way that I first met her neighbor, Louisa Jenkins, another and most important member of our Over 60 club. Louisa, like Dame Julian of Norwich and Thomas Traherne, is a Christian nature mystic, and in the dispensation of grace, as channeled through Christianity, these people come all too infrequently. Aside from certain heraldic symbols, Christ as the Lamb, Saint Mark as the Lion, Saint Luke as the Bull, and Saint John as the Phoenix, Christianity does not allow animals in heaven, and the same is, I believe, the case with Judaism and Islam. Even Buddhists have the opinion that nirvana can be realized only from the human state, and this excludes both animals and gods, though both have the opportunity to be reborn as men. But Louisa has a mystical fascination with all the plays and patterns of nature, for the designs of ferns and feathers and fish bones, for the architecture of skulls and shells, and for the construction of grasses, flowers, and seeds. She is one of the great masters of mosaic and collage, especially as applied in liturgical art, but her studio is adorned with birds' wings, nautilus shells, pieces of quartz, dried rattlesnake grass, liquidinous driftwood, and prints made with sumi ink off the scales of live fish. She therefore embodies a possible solution to my basic theological problem: how can the God of the Christians be the architect of the natural universe? She works on it through the theology of Teilhard de Chardin and the metaphysical engineering of Buckminster Fuller, and therefore talking about things with Louisa is always like looking at the lights in an opal or watching fan coral underwater or studying the foliage of maidenhair fern. Penetrating this, and looking at the lives of human beings as she looks at the forms of nature, she finds God there, saying, as he said to Dame Julian, "See." I am God, see. I am in all thing, see. I do all thing, see. I never lift mine hands off my works, nor ever shall, without end, see. I lead all thing to the end I ordained it to from without beginning, by the same might, wisdom and love whereby I made it. How should anything be amiss? To illustrate her genius, once when we were dining with her a small white porcelain Japanese sake cup was broken in two. On clearing up afterwards, Jano was about to throw it away, but Louisa insisted on saving the pieces. Some days later we received an exquisitely primitive brown ceramic mask in the form of a plaque. The two halves of the cup were the eyelids. One of the special marvels of Big Sir is Jack Don. That isn't his real name, for he likes to be anonymous. He has the same eye for nature as Louisa, and is likewise a formidable artist in wire and metal, as well as a carpenter and builder, and a gardener for love of whom lettuces, beans, and tomatoes do their utmost and become colossal without any forcing. With regard to people, Jack is a loving cynic. He deplores modern civilization as an ecological disaster, but instead of just grumbling he does something about it in the way of living and teaching others to live without it, or with as little of it as possible. Many times I have walked with him about that country, fascinated with his explanations of how the ecosystem works, although he would not use a word like that, for his knowledge of it is immediate and not from the laboratory. He will pick up a seed pod, open it, and point out the detailed marvels of its architecture, or explain the territorial imperatives of bees, or the habits of abalone, or how to look at a forest as an interdependent community. On one of our walks we observed an enormous weed covered with fat and flourishing green fly. A day or two later we passed it again, to discover weed and green fly nothing but grey dust on a dry stalk. That, he said, could very well happen to us. Jack has a special way of keeping to himself. Only with the greatest reluctance will he leave Big Sir. He spends most of his time in the practical arts of carpentry and horticulture, and though he is well read in philosophy, poetry, and Oriental mysticism, he stays aloof from the multitudes of seekers and enthusiasts who flock to Salem. Nevertheless, the great Fritz Perls, master of Gestalt therapy and incarnation of a Hasidic Jehovah, once said that he had to regard Jack as his guru. I have known him rather as the most congenial of friends with whom I have gone through all the mutual problems of raising children, and of negotiating the weird double bind of the American family in which the father is expected to be an authority but is not allowed to be. Both of us are outsiders from Europe, but he can be much more stern and testy in his attitude to children and subordinates than I. For on many occasions we used to stay with him in Big Sur and amalgamate our families, often climbing down the rocks for picnics on a deserted beach. On the way from San Francisco we would pick up a large salmon from Anastasia's fish market on the wharf at Monterey and then, on the beach, make a fireplace with large stones and driftwood to roast the fish. Once, when we had eaten it down to the bare bones, his oldest son, then about 7, took the remains and cast them ceremoniously back into the ocean, as he explained, to make another one. Unconsciously, he was repeating a ritual of the northwestern Amur Indians. These vignettes of people in their environments may explain why I continue to regard the coastal ranges of California as home, even though we are beleaguered by bulldozers and superhighways and trashy housing developments, even worse than the horrors of North London, and jillions of private automobiles, and vast supermarkets selling chemical food and slithery shiny cups and glasses and basins of soft sick green plastic, and myriads of grubby unemployed youngsters hitching rides along the roads. Just to be somewhere else, though some of them are gentle and kind like wandering holy men, and an astonishing lack of public transportation. For this is a land destroying its wealth with money, and will end up with nothing to eat but numbers. But in the meantime, which is still the eternal now, I am lucky. The wind is bringing a thin mist up the valley. There is no one in sight but an old goat, who comes out of the forest and dances on top of a vast, lonely rock. She has lived here for 10 years. Chapter 13. Breakthrough. Now to go on with the theme of loving oneself, and its paradoxes, it is well known that for men especially the 40s are a dangerous decade, because if they have been well brought up, it takes them this long to realize that one sometimes owes it to other people to be selfish. I have often made the joke about one spouse asking the other, "Darling, do you really love me?" and being answered, "Well, I'm doing my best to do so." For dutiful love is invariably, if secretly, resented by both partners to the arrangement, and children raised in so false an atmosphere are done no service. If they do not rebel, they will emulate the hypocrisy, so that the sin of their fathers will be visited upon them to the third and fourth generations. Permanence may fairly be expected of marriages contracted and families raised under the ancient system of parental arrangement, for then the partners are not required to feel romantic love for each other. But modern marriage involves the impossible anomaly, the veritable contradiction in terms of basing a legal and social contract on the essentially mystical and spontaneous act of falling in love. The partners to such folly are sometimes lucky, and that is the best that can be said for it. They may sometimes become wise in the ways of the human heart by suffering each other, but such wisdom may also be learned in a concentration camp. At the age of 45 I broke out of this wall-to-wall trap, even though it was a hard shock to myself and to all concerned. But I did it with a will, and thus discovered who were my real friends. In due course I became closer to them, and indeed to friends in general, than had hitherto been possible for me. For I found myself among people who were not embarrassed to express their feelings, who were not ashamed to show warmth, exuberance, and earthy joie de vivre, whereas I had been slipping into the emotional constipation peculiarly characteristic of genteel academia, the mock modesty, the studied objectivity, the cautious opinion, and the horror of enthusiasm. I found, too, that these friends had always considered me a little distant and difficult to know, and had charitably put it down to British reserve. Thus on my escape from the suburban dormitory culture I found Roger Somers, Elsa Gidlow, Maud Oakes, James Broughton, and Charlotte Selver right beside me. So it was that I found a new self, fleeing to Roger's pad in the Tamalpay Hills, where we could strip to the waist, bang on drums, dance, and chant through most of the night, or accompanying Charlotte to similar uproars in Charlie Brooks's Greenwich Village loft on Saturday nights after we had worked all day on our joint seminars. From today's perspective this may not seem any great thing, and, looking back upon it, one might be tempted to feel like a snake contemplating a former skin, or wife regarding her wedding dress which, 20 years ago, was a splendid costume. Yet remember that, at least in those days, college professors and their wives had no truck with such revels, and confined their musical experiences to listening to classical records, playing the piano, or participating in chamber music. I cast no aspersion on these accomplishments, but they make no provision for spontaneous rapture, and exclude from participation anyone not a good musical technician. But, as I have said, everyone needs some form of musical utterance, particularly of the kind which permits one to let go without inhibition. Once this energy is allowed to flow it can, of course, be channeled and disciplined, but in these revels we were not attempting to be musical performers only to enjoy ourselves, and for me, this sudden return to primitivity was a glorious and important release. In all this my companion was the lady I had been watching while I talked in Charlotte's studio, whom I approached rather gently and subtly, and with whom I went wandering about the streets of the village, to Chumley's and the Grand Ticino, and to the diminutive shops of her friends who sold musical instruments, strange jewelry, and those timeless woolen textiles from Oaxaca and Peru. Mary Jane, or Jano, as she had called herself from babyhood, was from the mountains of Wyoming, but was well versed in the urbane ways of the world through serving as the first woman reporter on the Kansas City Star, reveling in the musical aspects of the black subculture of that city, and through several years' sojourn in New York spent mostly as chief public relations lady for Mobile. The catalyst that brought us together was Korzybski's General Semantics, she being a director of the New York chapter of this discipline, which had invited me to tell them about the mysteries of Zen. Thereafter she was as relentlessly drawn into Chinese nature mysticism and Charlotte's Western-grown Taoism as I was fascinated by her voice, her gestures, the humor in her eyes, her knowledge of painting, of music, of colors and textures, her skill in the art of the love letter, and her general embodiment of something I had been looking for all down my ages to be chief traveling companion, though my first idea was to whisk her off to a lonely shack by the Pacific, where we could sit on foggy nights by a log fire and talk over a bottle of red wine. Which was just what happened. Elsa let us have her hill cottage in Fairfax, an out-of-the-way village to the north of Tamalpay which, in times past, has often served as a congenial retreat for out-of-the-way people. In this sanctuary, known only to closest friends, I compiled This Is It, a collection of essays on Zen and spiritual experience, and wrote both Psychotherapy East and West and The Joyous Cosmology. Here, where Elsa had left a garden on the hill, and where the northern sky across the valley glowed green at twilight, the world woke up for me. Jano has a capacity for aesthetic absorption which reaches into pure ecstasy in the convolutions of a leaf, the light in a drop of water, the shadows of a glass in the sun, patterns of smoke, grain in wood, model in polished stone. Together in this cottage we slowed down time. We watched the sun blazing from a glass of white wine and watered the garden at sunset, when the slanting light turns flowers and leaves into bloodstone and jade. We studied the forms of shells and ferns, crystals and teasels, water flow, galaxies, radiolaria, and each other's eyes, and looked down through those jewels to the god and the goddess that may be seen within even when the doubting expression on the face is saying, "What, me?" We danced to Bach and Vivaldi, and listened to Ravi Shankar taking hold of the primordial sound of the universe and rippling it with his fingers into all the shapes, patterns, and rhythms of nature. We found a lonely road across the mountain whereby we could reach the knoll in the valley where Roger and Elsa lived without passing through built-up country, or go on down to Stinson Beach to watch the seabirds and collect sand dollars with James Broughton, a road along lakes, through forests, and over high grassy slopes from which one could look across the Pacific to the Farallone Islands, where we would stop and listen to the loneliness and the meadow larks. I remember once coming upon Jano, standing alone, and looking through the fence into Elsa's garden like the child who has just discovered a hidden paradise through a hitherto unnoticed gate in a wall or break in a hedge, though in this oft-repeated fantasy the child finds that on returning again to the scene, the gate has vanished. I put my arms around her from behind and whispered, "But to this one you shall return." In our conventionally scandalous situation we naturally kept unconventional company, and it was Gavin Arthur who first pointed out how such a style of life protected one from false friends. In those days Gavin lived in poverty, but the several humble apartments in which he lived seemed all the same, since he invariably covered the walls from floor to ceiling with innumerable photographs of friends, celebrities, relatives, gurus, and magicians interspersed with mandalas, colorful astrological charts, and brilliant metaphysical posters. Of these friends and associates he would tell lovingly cynical, ribald, and fantastic anecdotes to keep his guests in stitches, all with a slight lisp in his soft, cultured voice. For Gavin is a supernexus in the net through whom thousands of interesting people have somehow been woven together. Today, though feeble in frame, he has come to fame and some affluence because of the sudden and even astonishing popularity of astrology among young people, who now throng to his apartment in San Francisco. His heroes are Walt Whitman, Edward Carpenter, Havelock Ellis, and Stuart Edward White, and he is unpedantically learned in all the byways of occultism and parapsychology. He seems to come both as a libertarian and as an occultist from the last turn of the centuries, from the days of H. P. Blavatsky, Annie Besant, W. B. Yeats, George Russell, Aleister Crowley, Rudolf Steiner, and Algernon Blackwood, and the echoes of former lives in Atlantis, Egypt, India, and medieval Provence murmur through his conversation. We have had many friendly arguments about astrology and the reincarnation hypothesis, since I have maintained that he believes in them for the wrong reasons and that, in any case, their relevance to the way of the mystic is only tangential. Once, back in 1939 and 1940, I went in heavily for astrology, but found its mythological aspect far more interesting than its practical application. Of the latter I have grave doubts, and attribute its successful prognostications more to the intuition of the individual astrologer than to the science itself. Reincarnation I find easy to understand, though I am more fascinated by the mysteries of eternity than those of time, and feel that the former must be found in the present rather than the future. Reincarnation is, I think, sufficiently explained by the constant repetition of specific patterns which one finds throughout nature, but which escape our attention when the rhythm of repetition is extremely slow. Following the Aristotelian idea that the soul is the form of the body, I think of my soul as pattern rather than substance. In both senses of the phrase, it is the form that matters, and forms can repeat themselves in both space and time without any substantial linkage between them, as the atoms of the hand form the hand without being tied together with strings. Successive waves that look alike are waves in the single field of water, but they do not push or cause each other. Closely examined by the physicist, water itself turns out to be wavicles. We cannot imagine how we would describe any basic substance of stuff in all these forms, even were we able to detect it. Now I am writing of the year 1960, and it will be remembered that this was when in San Francisco in particular there were the first signs of an astonishing change of attitude among young people which, despite its excesses and self-caricatures, had spread far over the world by the end of the decade. In a way, it started with the Beat Generation, and though I appear under a pseudonym in Kerouac's Dharma Bums, Jano and I were in this milieu rather than of it, and I was somewhat severe with it in my essay Beat Zen, Square Zen, and Zen which appeared in the Chicago Review in 1958. But Jack Kerouac, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, and especially Gary Snyder and Allen Ginsberg, were now among our friends. Jack a second Thomas Wolfe was a warm and affectionate dog who eventually succumbed to the bottle, but the others were more serious artists and, speaking at least of Gary and Allen, more disciplined yogis. Allen is a rabbinic sadhu who can at need transform himself into an astute and hard-headed lawyer, and only this combination of fearless holiness, blazing compassion, and clear intellect has prevented him from being jailed or shot long ago. There was a night in Gavin's apartment when we chanted sutras together for hours, Allen ringing the time with his little Indian finger cymbals, and through this purely sonic communion, with the glee that Allen puts into it, we somehow reached each other more deeply than in verbal exchanges. There was a time, too, when we chanted the Dharni of the Great Compassionate One all the way down New York's 2nd Avenue in a Volkswagen bus. For some reason OM and the chanting of OM has always struck the press and middle Americans as something to be laughed off like the Islamic prayer rug and the Tibetan praying wheel, and it may be that the boys in Cairo speak with equal flippancy of some of their weird brethren who turn Christian and go and get themselves watered as if that would do any good. But when the musical Hair opened in San Francisco, I was invited on stage before the curtain went up to lead the cast in mantra chanting, and today most of my college audiences are disappointed if I do not give some time to exercises in meditation and the chant. No one is more astonished at this than I. In my work of interpreting Oriental ways to the West, I was pressing a button in expectation of a buzz, but instead there was an explosion. Others, of course, were pressing buttons on the same circuit, but I could not have believed even in 1960 that, say, Richard Hitt Lehman, who studied with us at the Academy, would be conducting a national television program on yoga, that numerous colleges would be giving courses on meditation and Oriental philosophy for undergraduates, that this country would be supporting thriving Zen monasteries and Hindu ashrams, that the I Ching would be selling in hundreds of thousands, and that wonder of wonders sections of the Episcopal Church would be consulting me about contemplative retreats and the use of mantras in liturgy. The power of something so apparently simple and so seemingly absurd as mantra and OM chanting is that it fosters a relaxed concentration on pure sound, as distinct from words, ideas, and abstractions, and thus brings attention to bear on reality itself. Now the ears bring reality to us entirely as process, as flowing vibration, and we hear this energy emerging from silence in the immediate moment and then echoing away into memory and the past, just as the world emerges instantly and spontaneously from space and nothingness, which is as essential to energy as negative electricity is to positive. To the eyes and the fingers the world seems more static, rendering it less easy to understand that a mountain is actually a vibration. The Beat Generation was aggressively dowdy and slovenly, and lacked gaieté d'esprit. Patrons of the Coexistence Bagel Shop on Grant Avenue went about in shaggy blue jeans with their feet bare and grimy and their hair in ponytails, and overuse of marijuana made them withdrawn and morose, even if internally beatific. The style appeared again at the end of the decade, after the collapse of Haight-Ashbury and the dispersion of the Flower Children. But in the circles in which we were then moving in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and New York, something else was on the way, in religion, in music, in ethics and sexuality, in our attitudes to nature, and in our whole style of life. We took courage and began to swing. For there was an energy in the air that cannot entirely be attributed to the revelations of LSD, an energy which manifested itself on the surface as color and imagination in clothing, in a rebirth of poetry, in the rhythms of rock and roll, and in fascination for Hindu music, in social gatherings where people were no longer afraid to touch one another and show affection, so that even men greeted one another with embraces, and in a general letting down of hair, both figurative and literal. One by one I watched this change coming over my friends as if they had been initiated into a mystery and were suddenly in the know about something not expressly defined. As I saw it subjectively, from my own limited point of view, all this started before the shrine in Rogers' home, in the spacious house which Henry and Virginia Dennison had built on top of the Hollywood Hills, in Charlie Brooks's loft, and in Gene Varda's Sausalito studio on the ferry boat SS Vallejo, where Jano and I joined him as shipmates in 1961, taking over the part of the boat which had formerly been the atelier of Gordon Onslow Ford. This was before the founding of Salon in Big Sur and the proliferation of growth centers, before the hippies and the flower children and the great days of the San Francisco Oracle, before Maharishi Mahesh turned on the Beatles to transcendental meditation, before Bob Dylan brought serious poetry back into popular music, and before Timothy Leary and Richard Alpert scared Harvard and the nation at large with LSD and the slogan, "Turn on, tune in, and drop out one." I had, then, the feeling that from these centers, from these environments in which I felt especially free to be myself, waves were spreading to find response in an enormous number of people, helped by the fact that something similar was coming from other centers as well. And I should add that the energy that came from these centers was as much sucked out as blown out. Ever since I had dropped out of the formal teaching profession in 1957, invitations came out of the blue to talk about Zen in particular and Oriental philosophy in general at such places as Columbia, Harvard, Yale Medical School, Cornell, Chicago, and Rochester, as well as at Cambridge and the Jung Institute in Zurich. In the United States I found these lectures attended by unexpectedly large student audiences, and the whole thing snowballed to the point where I began to fear that I might be accused of corrupting the youth of Athens. For in this period I was also making a series of programs for national educational television, entitled Eastern Wisdom and Modern Life, which have been rebroadcast about the country ever since, in the course of which I discovered that it was much more fun to do television than to watch it. For with the help of Richard Moore and Robert Hagopian of KQED in San Francisco and their enthusiastic technicians, we worked out a way of doing these shows without rehearsal, so that it came to the point where I had no more to do than walk into the studio and begin. We also got rid of the tiresome classroom atmosphere of educational television, the desk, bookshelves, and blackboard, and set the show in a Japanese garden fabricated from little more than a papier-mâché rock, pebbles strewn on the concrete floor, and a few bamboos. I had long felt that formal lectures and classes were less than satisfactory ways of studying these matters, and therefore borrowed from C.G. Jung the technique of the informal seminar, in which a relatively small group of students will meet, say, for a whole weekend, 4 sessions in which an hour's lecture is followed by another hour of free discussion, affording also opportunity for personal conversation with members of the group between times. These lectures are for interpretation rather than information, for it has always seemed to me that facts are more easily communicated and remembered from books than from lectures. For this reason I always talk spontaneously, with no other preparation than my general reading and thinking, and preselection of the themes to be discussed. Notes embarrass me, and the reading of papers for subsequent publication I find abominable. For my writing and my speaking are entirely different techniques. Writing is slow and careful, at the rate of about 2 double-spaced typewritten pages an hour, but with few corrections. I write in spurts with long pauses for a strange kind of nonverbal pondering which suddenly transforms itself into articulate sentences. But speaking flows easily, though the meaning is expressed, not simply by the words, but by the pauses, gestures, and inflections of voice which cannot be reproduced on paper. This is an art in which I have never had any formal training, and I would be quite at a loss to teach anyone else how to do it. It simply happens as if I were possessed by a spirit. Perhaps what I am talking about in words and thoughts is the interval between thoughts, just as in music one hears melody not so much from the tones themselves as from the intervals between them. For this reason I cannot dictate books, and do not allow my lectures to be transcribed, but only to be recorded on tape. Transcription is so laborious that I would rather begin anew and write an article. However, it was Henry, or Sandy, Jacobs who persuaded me about this time that tapes would become just as important as books, so that he became keeper of the archives of my recordings. Now Sandy, like Roger, was from Evanston and equally a genius misfit in that suburban middle-class environment. He resembles a young version of my father, but with long hair, can mimic any kind of voice, and has a bizarre multilevel sense of humor which may be heard at best in his record The Wide Weird World of Shorty Petterstein, World Pacific. With Jordan Belson, the filmmaker, he invented Vortex, an audiovisual presentation in a planetarium or other domed auditorium where kaleidoscopic abstractions on the dome were harmonized with electronic and other forms of music from speakers surrounding the audience. Shortly after Saburo Hasegawa's death in 1957, Sandy took one look at his exquisite daughter, Sumire, and promptly married her, and it was thus that Sumire and I made 2 records of haiku and other types of Japanese poetry, she doing the Japanese and I the English, with background improvisations by Vincent Delgado on the koto and shakuhachi. Sandy records everything and is, in fact, seldom seen without a nagra slung over his shoulder. Thereafter he will put weirdly disparate scenes together, such as the hysterically funny situation of an Encyclopedia Britannica salesman making his pitch to a recording of hypnosis induction which he has accidentally dialed on the telephone. In replaying tapes for editing, it is all too easy to confuse what comes after with what went before, just because you already heard it on the first run, and Sandy can rework these confusions of sequence into mazes where the sense of time is garbled beyond all hope, and the participants are involved in a time trap from which there is no escape except pulling the cord. In more serious moments he designs and installs audiovisual systems. Like myself, Sandy is a Westerner semi-orientalized, though, with Sumire as his wife, he has gone further into the material aspect of this process, having a home with 2 Japanese bathtubs, one inside and one out, and cuisine that is famous in that Sumire is an undoubted master, not only of Japanese cooking, but also of Chinese, Indonesian, Indian, and French. Furthermore, he has great knowledge of the ethnic music of Asia and Africa, and through him I came more and more under the spell of the music of India, with its long flowing and pulsing phrases against the droning tambura, deep and mysterious for all its monotony, its sense of far-offness which the Japanese call yugen as when wild geese are seen and lost in the clouds, and the feeling that I have heard this music long, long ago, somewhere beyond childhood. For all its technical difficulty it is performed in a spirit of relaxed enthusiasm, as when the drummer and the soloist on sitar or sarod laughingly challenge one another to variations on ever more complex rhythms. By contrast the Western orchestra is stiff, serious, and colorlessly and uncomfortably dressed. Ever since starting work at the Academy in 1951 I had been making visits to Los Angeles, mostly by car, often stopping on the way at Carmel, Big Sur, Santa Barbara, and Ojai, since in all these places groups would regularly assemble for seminars mostly in private homes. And what homes? I can still smell the logs burning in Margaret Leal's music-haunted cottage at Coastlands in Big Sur, with the fog closing in at night. And there was Alice Irving's glass palace in Montecito, where house and garden seemed mysteriously inseparable, and this generous and scholarly lady, she read classical Greek, entertained us to thick steaks from the indoor barbecue and fabulous quantities of vodka. And the house which Nutra designed for Jim Moore in Ojai, with its great lily pool where frogs accompanied my lectures, his Bavarian wife Erica, pleasingly plump and vivacious, and skilled in many arts of healing, their cat, rejoicing in the name of Ratsapats, and Jim himself, to all appearances a retired and conservative businessman, but beneath, an ardent student of Krishnamurti and a whimsically humorous sage. There was also Robert Balzer's Japanese fantasy, high on the Hollywood Hills, with polished wooden corridors, white carpets, Chinese statuary, and a screen by Seschu, where this celebrated gourmet, chef, winemaster, and Buddhist entertained us one evening to an imitation of Merce Cunningham dancing to the music of John Cage, prancing to a metrical jig with an unfastened silk kimono trailing behind him, and darting every so often to the piano to scramble a few notes. As time went on, most of my Los Angeles seminars were conducted in the bookshop run by Harry Hill and Jack Brown, opposite the Ambassador Hotel, where, in addition to regular books of the month, they kept a large stock of esoterica. These two men were my indefatigable helpers and agents in a time when money was scarce. They put me in touch with more students and friends than I can count, so that writing about my network of associates in Los Angeles is a technical impossibility. Everything dissolves into a blur of gliding along freeways to symphonic music and chattering through parties of colorful people in terraced houses hidden in canyons. But again, as time went on, things centered about the hospitality of Henry Dennison, once a monk of the Vedanta Society, who, with his former wife Virginia, had constructed that memorable home above the smog, overlooking the pine-bordered lake which serves as the Hollywood Reservoir. Henry, in style if not in material power, is an undoubted aristocrat, tall, gentle, courteous, urbane, and literate, but entirely relaxed in acceptance of his wondrously crazy friends. Yet at the deepest level he has devoted his life to a relentless and many-pathed quest for ultimate wisdom and enlightenment, so that for some years now he has virtually vanished into India. I miss him. I wish I could show him that what he is looking for is not in India but in himself, and obvious for all to see. But he will not believe me because I am not a guru, and all gurus represent an endless come on where veil after veil shall lift, but there must be veil upon veil behind, until they bring us by our own desperation to absolute surrender. Virginia I call the yummy yogi, because she teaches hatha yoga and her own physical form is an eloquent testimony to the worth of her discipline. I suspect that some people have had difficulty in taking so glamorous a woman seriously as a yoga teacher, but it has struck me that she is one of the few all-out in-front no-nonsense gurus that I have met, for she knows her work and does it effectively without mystification, and is so refreshingly earthy and human about it that her work is not befuddled with the flattery and adulation of starry-eyed disciples. Shortly after I met Henry and Virginia they agreed upon an enviably civilized and amicable parting of the ways, so that she was replaced in his household by his present wife, Ruth, a very blonde Fräulein who after harrowing adventures escaped from East Prussia during the Russian occupation. Rutschen exhibits an imperfect mastery of English to its best possible advantage. Disconsant language, a Germanized English so utterly funny that no one wants to correct her, all the more so since it goes along with a personality so audaciously adventurous, sexy, practical, and religious. Whenever we came to Los Angeles she, or Virginia, or both of them together, would stage far into the night parties at which the guests might include Aldous and Laura Huxley, Marlon Brando, John Saxon, Lou Ayres, Anais Nin, Zen master Joshua Sasaki, and a fascinating cast. This is Hollywood of psychiatrists, physicians, artists, writers, dancers, and hippies who, in this context, somehow managed not to bore each other. Many of us would sleep on cushions on the floor and then continue the party at breakfast. What we gathered for was simply conversation, and this way of passing an evening is so much to my liking that I find myself going only rarely to the theater, the cinema, and the concert hall. In this I am, I suppose, at a cultural disadvantage, but I find the drama in which I participate more interesting than the drama I merely watch. Certainly, in gatherings of this kind I like to hold the floor, but only until anyone else brings up something of greater interest, when I will become a rapt and silent listener. No one could resist listening to Aldous Huxley, even if only to the elegance of his voice and his use of language, with that recurrent phrase really most extraordinary, spoken with cultivated and scholarly detachment apropos of some curious phenomenon of hypnosis, art history, neurology, optics, or exotic religion. And I will stop and listen any time to Oscar Janiger, psychiatrist and pharmacologist, who, as a frequent guest of the Denisons, will relate not without humor his latest explorations of the puzzle of the nervous system, or spin fantasies about a new kind of cocktail bar based on the fact that alcohol is more easily assimilated through the rectum than by mouth. Oscar, known to his friends as Oz, being a wizard, is one of those relatively few psychiatrists who will take on people with real healthy psychoses instead of wasting all his time piddling around with measly little neurotics, for he has an infectious enthusiasm for his profession and must do much for his patients just by the atmosphere of his intense interest in life. I was one of his mescaline guinea pigs during his long investigation of psychoactive drugs, on which he has contributed extensively to the learned journals, and, for all his learning, he does not use it to impress or pontificate but to sweep you along into his own delight in his work. Another doctor in the Denison entourage is the eye surgeon James Macy, who lives in a houseboat somewhere on the maze of harbors north of Long Beach. As he is one of my students who graduated into being a close friend, I seek him out on all possible occasions simply to enjoy his attitude to life. For Jim has been gloriously preserved, in spite of all the temptations of his profession, from growing up, I was about to put a period here, into anything resembling solemn and serious maturity, and has a style of conversation, embellished with a colorful vocabulary which somehow gives the impression of the strictly ludicrous side of the shit having just hit the fan. Without knowing it, he is a born comedian or whatever it is one calls a player in farces and, though his ancestors are Welsh, his appearance suggests origins in Beirut or Baghdad. But for no one would I stop talking more readily than Gene Varda. He must have been 65 when I first really got to know him, at the time when Jano and I moved to the ferry boat Vallejo and into the influence of his sunlit, multicolored, Aegean-flavored studio, with the Dow Perfidia, lateen-rigged, tied up alongside. Gene, or Yanko, was a Greek born in Smyrna, but who had lived so long in France, England, and California that he boasted speaking all his languages with a foreign accent. His principal art was collage, done with brilliant scraps of cloth on plywood, in which according to his own story he started out to be a charlatan and became an artist in spite of himself. His passion, in art as in life, was translucent color. He insisted that black was not to be found in nature, and that shadows must be seen in color or not at all. He would reproach any woman who came to his studio dressed in black. He was a visionary who saw the entire universe as a manifestation of light, and denounced Leonardo da Vinci and Rembrandt for bringing mud and grime into painting, though to Yanko's eyes ordinary natural mud was a scintillation of minute jewels. In this studio, and aboard the Perfidia when we sailed the bay on Sundays, Yanko literally held court, sitting in a great peacock-style wicker chair at the head of a long, rough table stained with paint and red wine. He worked, as I do, very early in the morning, and as I sat at my typewriter I would hear him hammering and rustling about in his studio. A little after 8 I would often light a cigar and wander over for coffee with him, to be greeted with, "My God, Alan, you smoke like a paratrooper. Come now, tell me, what is new? What profundities have you discovered? What mischief have you perpetrated? What beautiful woman have you seduced?" Even at this hour there would often be others at the table, his current mistress, or young men helping him with boat construction, and as the day went on a stream of visitors would be in and out, diplomats, professors, ballerinas, fishermen, pirates, and models for hour after hour of multilingual badinage. By lunchtime there were jugs of wine, jack cheese, and sourdough bread on the table, and towards evening Yanko would get together lamb or fish with olives and peppers, vine leaves and lemons, eggplant and onions, and seemingly toss off Greek and French dishes, mixing salad in an immense wooden bowl whose original use had been in the casting of wheels for railroad cars. He insisted that the lettuce be handled with reverent delicacy, and upbraided Gavin Arthur for allegedly preparing salads in which the lettuce had first been trampled with riding boots. All the while he would regale us with anecdotes, real and imaginary, and outrageous commentaries on art, women, museum curators, nautical adventures, and strange inventions such as the perfect chair, which some insane craftsman had designed from plaster casts of the bottoms of senators, stockbrokers, judges, archbishops, opera singers, duchesses, bootblacks, bookies, and Bulgarians, thus arriving at a cast of the ideal bottom for a seat which fitted no one. He would play about with Greek compounds, and assert that an artist must have not only sympathy and empathy, but also peripathy, catapathy, apopathy, anapathy, parapathy, metapathy, bathipathy, and apathy. He especially detested museum curators, whom he accused of a conspiracy to destroy vision with canvases slurped with tar, asphalt, axle grease, and bituminous coal dust mixed with cow dung. He told us of a metaphysical machine which he had patented. It became more complicated every time he talked about it, without ever divulging its operation or purpose. He expatiated on the two schools of contemporary artists, the Bumble Puppies and the Mumble Puppies, and explained that the perfect formula for the brand name of any product was to use obscene terms from foreign languages, for example, the derivation of Coca-Cola from cacaculo. He talked of the clarity and luminosity of the air in Greece, told ribald tales of the monks of Mount Athos, excoriated Turks and Bulgarians, related tragic stories of lives and love affairs ruined by horoscopy, explained how to make avgolemino soup, and assured us that he was an absolutely trustworthy fellow except in two very small matters, words and deeds. All this came out with passion, exuberance, exaggeration, indignation, childlike enthusiasm, and mock malice from this stocky, white-haired unrepentant bohemian in a bright pink t-shirt, bald on top and so mustached as to look like a benevolent Gurdjieff. One sat on benches beside the long table, looking across the water to Angel Island through clusters of masts, and on the sill of the great window were his sculptural constructions made from decorative bottles glued atop one another and filled with colored liquids. The candlesticks were adorned with bright-winged Garuda figures from Bali, and on the kitchen counter stood a huge wooden hare, carved by Oliver Andrews. To one side was a puppet theater exhibiting a stuffed iguana made into a gold and green dragon. The ceiling lights hung from a monstrous wooden cutout of an amphisbaenic turtle, and by the stone fireplace, embellished with dark green bottle bottoms, stood a formidable and dangerous trident which Yanko would carry on ceremonial occasions, crowned and robed as the representative of Poseidon. For nothing pleased him more than riotous costume parties, usually organized by court poet and master of ceremonies Victor de Souvero, for which as many as 400 people would gather on the boat or on a neighboring beach, and at which Varda Poseidon would preside with an entourage of comely handmaidens in attendance. For Yanko with discrimination adored women. For many years, almost until I suggested that he take up the theme of the celestial city, his collages were entirely of courtly women, as if the mosaics of Ravenna had gone slightly cubist. It was, indeed, rumored that society ladies of San Francisco would send their more beautiful daughters to him for initiation into the arts of love, though when I told him of this he discounted it with a sly grin, blushing a little. On fine Sunday mornings he would gather friends together for often somewhat perilous jaunts on the Perfidia, Yanko being a stubbornly proud sailor who would permit no motor aboard his boat, so that we were often becalmed or carried away by strong tides. Yet Perfidia was the bravest boat on the bay, with eyes on the prow, a broad band of vivid red below the gunwales, and a honey-colored lateen sail. There was room aboard for at least a dozen passengers, often including such notable beauties as Anne Ryan, Henrietta de Souvero, Claire Wiles, and Ruth Costello, dressed in their brightest and supplied with loaves and cold chicken and gallons of wine. Seeing this craft gliding in full sail by the wooded cliffs of Belvedere, it was impossible to believe that this was the United States and not the islands of Greece. There were those, of course, who considered Yanko an impostor and a show-off, but I think they were merely jealous of him. I cannot understand this dislike of showing off, especially when like Yanko one does it with a certain humorous gaiety and lack of seriousness. When people are too modest and self-effacing, the color goes out of life, the cities are drab and the citizenry shabby and morose, and it always strikes me that those who resent showing off have a peculiarly unrelaxed attitude to their own egos. I lived alongside Yanko for 10 years and absorbed all that I could of his spirit. I never had the slightest trouble from him. When he could not pay for the utilities, he would give us a painting, and now I wish we had taken more of them and let the money go. For he lived, on purpose, close to poverty so that he need keep no records, pay no taxes, nor possess resources for which anyone could sue him. He was only disconsolate that the art world virtually ignored his work, which began to get due recognition only when he was close to death. A year or so before he died he had a stroke which impaired the peripheral vision of his left eye. When I saw him the day after, he said, "Alan, I am afraid to tell this to most of my friends because they will think I am crazy. But I was quite sure I was going to die, even that I was dead. It was astonishing. It was an apotheosis. I found myself somewhere where I and everything else were transformed into a warm, golden light, where there were formless presences welcoming and assuring me, like angels. How can I say it? All this was much more real than ordinary life, which now seems like a dream, so that I can't possibly be afraid of death any more. Can you understand that I knew for sure that this golden light, this divinity which I became, is the real thing? That this world in which you and I are talking is just a shadow? That we haven't anything to worry about at all ever? And my God, how can this have happened to me? Alan, you know I am a scoundrel and a lecherous man. Tell me, what do you think? Am I nuts? Was I hallucinated? If they wouldn't think I was quite mad, I would recommend everyone to have a stroke." Several months later he went to La Paz in Baja California to spend the winter in the sun. In January 1971 he took off for Mexico City, and before leaving, treated a group of friends to drinks in the bar at the airport. But when he got off the plane in Mexico City, 7,000 feet above La Paz, the change of altitude was too much. He dropped dead of a heart attack. 600 people attended his funeral. We mourned, not for him, but for ourselves, that this radiance, this colossal joie de vivre, had left us. The Gate 5 community of the Sausalito waterfront has been dreary ever since. The hippies have been replaced by freaks, who look like peasants from a depressed area of Hungary. Perhaps they are not to be blamed, for the industrial system offers few jobs that any self-respecting person wants to do, and the intelligent young are sick to death of a way of life that wastes and squanders material for the production of baubles and bombs. But consider that Yanko, too, had no job and nothing to mention in the way of money. Nevertheless, he has left waves. He did more than anyone else to release me from pomposity, from submitting to false modesty, and from knuckling under to the general fear of the colorful and all that it signifies. To go back. A year after Jano and I moved onto the boat, we and a group of friends created the Society for Comparative Philosophy to sponsor my own work, and to use the spacious studio for seminars and for a library to shelter my thousands of books. Over the years we also raised funds to assist others working along the same lines, and brought in, to conduct seminars, the Lama Anagarika Govinda, Charlotte Selver, Krishnamurthy, Douglas Harding, and the Lama Kogyam Trungpa. I have a mild ambition to create something which will carry on, in some respects, where the Bollingen Foundation left off, since most of the great foundations are stuffy and unimaginative and do not support weird scholars investigating Amerindian mysticism or Tibetan iconography. But this may well change, for the new decade is seeing a remarkable revival of interest in magic, witchcraft, alchemy, astrology and mythology, which is invading even the universities and creating the suspicion that the worldview of modern science may itself have been a peculiar form of myth. Science itself, by investigating alpha waves, antimatter, holes in space, psychopharmacology, and the dynamics of waves and cycles, may be hoisted by its own petard to the confrontation of a universe very different from what we now imagine, and its pundits may say with the Los Angeles entomologist first hearing of von Fritzsche's discovery of bee language, I have the most passionate reluctance in accepting this evidence. For it does indeed seem that many scientists have a religious fervor and a vested interest in demonstrating that nature is only a rather inefficient machine to which they must paradoxically ascribe their own boastedly superior intelligences. My own interest, however, remains with the mystical rather than the occult, for having seen what we have done with ordinary technology, one am troubled by what black magic we might commit with psychotechnology. I have said, however, that my ambition for creating a philosophical foundation is mild, for it has become by strong impression that human institutions and collectivities, as distinct from individual people, are impervious to grace. This is no more than a tentative opinion, but I feel that nations, churches, political parties, classes, and formal associations of almost all kinds operate at the lowest level of intelligence and moral sensibility. This is, in part, because they are not organized as an individual is organized. They act upon rules and verbal communications which, when compared with the organic nervous system, are of extreme crudity. It is this which gives us the feeling that most social problems are too complicated, for, in the same way, the human body would seem too complicated were it not that the nervous system as distinct from conscious attention and memory can handle an immense number of variables at the same time. Societies, insofar as they are restricted to linear, strung-out, forms of communication, can handle very few variables. Therefore governments and corporations, in attempting to keep up with the infinitely varied and multidimensional process of nature, resort to words on paper, to laws, reports, and other records which would take lifetimes for any intelligent being to read, much less assimilate. Yet for all these mountains of paper covered in small print, only a tiny amount of natural process has been described, and we do not really know whether what we select for description are actually the most important features of the process. In other words, our social organizations are not organic. As they become more complex and computerized, they become less organic, because their code of communication, however fast and complex, rests on a basic confusion of symbol with reality, of words and numbers with natural events. When natural process is represented in words, it appears that there are separable things and events which may be dealt with individually, one by one. There are not. In nature each event implies, or goes with, all other events in varying degrees of relevance, and we have only the sketchiest notions of how those degrees may be measured, for how often do the most momentous events arise from the most trivial? A chance meeting precipitates a marriage, and an accident in a laboratory touches off a major scientific discovery. I feel, therefore, that we have long been involved in an unworkable and destructive method of managing both the social order and the natural environment, and that our main hope of finding something better will be through study of the nervous system itself, and by some other way than representing it as a mechanical process. Until we find some such alternative, and I may be saying that we must learn to develop our intuitive rather than our intellectual faculties, I have little hope for constructive, large-scale social changes. Society will remain a swamp redeemed only by some relatively few individual plants of fruitful beauty. Yet it is not difficult for me to be in a state of consciousness where all such problems dissolve. I see that nature makes no real errors, that man and his institutions are as natural as anything else, and, furthermore, that my complaints about any situation are as natural as the idea that I have no reason to complain. Of course, this curiously exhilarating feeling implies no specific course of action, and may therefore be dismissed as worthless philosophy or mysticism. But, on the other hand, no one has yet come up with a philosophy, a set of general principles or laws, which does provide adequate rules for action, without first having to be modified into chaos with exceptions. And the sharper one's intellect, the faster one finds reason to take exception to any general principle. Thus we began the study of Greek in school by learning the conjugation of regular verbs, only to discover that the verbs most commonly used were irregular. As a language becomes rich with usage and idiom, it strays from grammar, or rather from description by grammarians, and must be learned by ear. So, too, life must be played by ear, which is only to say that we must trust, not symbolic rules and linear principles, but our brains or natures. Yet this must bring one back to the faith that nature makes no mistake. In such a universe, a decision which results in one's own death is not a mistake, it is simply a way of dying at the right moment. But nothing can be right in a universe where nothing can be wrong, and every perception is an awareness of contrast, of a right/wrong, is/isn't, bright/dark, hard/soft situation. If this is the very nature of awareness, any and every circumstance, however fortunate, will have to be experienced as a good/bad or plus/minus in order to be experienced at all. By such reflections I think myself into silence and, by writing, help others similarly spellbound by thoughts and words to come to silence, which is the realization that a linear code cannot justly represent a nonlinear world. But this intellectual silence is not failure, defeat, or suicide. It is a return to that naked awareness, that vision unclouded by commentary, which we enjoyed as babies in the days when we saw no difference between knower and known, deed and happening. This time, however, we are babies, reborn babies who remember all the rules and tricks of human games and can therefore communicate with other people as if we were normal adults. We can also feel, as a just-born baby cannot, compassion for their confusions. Now, from the standpoint of the wise baby, the confusions of the normal adult world cannot be straightened out without becoming even more confused. There is no solution except to regain the baby's vision and so realize that the confusions are not really serious, but only the games whereby adults pass the time and pretend to be important. Seen thus, the world becomes immeasurably rich in color and detail because we no longer ignore aspects of life which adults pass over and screen out in their haste after serious matters. As in music, the point of life is its pattern at every stage of its development, and in a world where there is neither self nor other, the only identity is just this which is all, which is energy, which is God by no name. Chapter 14. The Soul Searchers. To go back to the baby's vision of the world is, in psychoanalytic jargon, regression, and in the Freudian religion, as also in the Christian religion, this is sickness or sin, which are in practice the same. According to Freudian doctrine, a baby's state of consciousness is the oceanic feeling in which there is no differentiation between I and all, so that the baby, poor deluded thing, feels omnipotent and is unable to discriminate between what matters and what doesn't. Growth and maturation are defined in terms of differentiation, as the emergence of the articulate ego from the primal ID, where the latter is considered as an amorphous, blubbering, and energetically lecherous sludge. This growth is forced and encouraged by the superego, which is an implant from all the full-grown egos surrounding the baby, particularly its parents, who in turn had superegos implanted by their parents, so that there has really been no way of knowing whether this kind of development should be called growth or cancer. However, powerful people with sticks and guns call it growth, and most others agree with them. In fairness, it must be admitted that a few psychoanalysts, including Erik Erikson, have recognized that regression may sometimes be important in the service of maturation. This was also true of Freud's sadly neglected colleague and contemporary George Grodek, who called the ID the id, and had great respect for it. It is curious that psychoanalysts and most psychiatrists continue faithfully in the Christian, Islamic, and Judaic tradition of persecuting those who, including Jesus Christ, experience and express some form of identity with God, common and acceptable as this experience is in India and most of Asia. Thus, entangling with psychiatrists, it is of the utmost importance to avoid mention of such experiences, even of religion, and especially of weird religions. It is prima facie evidence of insanity, and few psychiatrists are able to distinguish between a megalomaniac who thinks he is Jesus Christ and a genuine mystic who is a simple person without erudition. For a genuine and simple mystic, like the Japanese Zen monk Ryokan, may be so naive and whimsical as to have difficulty in being recognized in an unsympathetic social environment for anything but a poor fool. It seems probable that some people grow up without ever losing their oceanic consciousness, and so never know what it is to be a fully confused adult. Nevertheless, Since the age of 18 or thereabouts I have kept my eye on the practice of psychotherapy. It has seemed to me a possible aperture through which Western people might catch a glimpse of something beyond the iron firmament of their mechanized world. From the beginning, I was interested in the work of C. G. Jung, and also in Grodek, Havelock Ellis, Eric Graham Howe, and G. R. Heyer, all of whom, without any formal psychotherapy, rescued me from the sexual confusions of adolescence and specifically from guilt in sexual pleasure. I have already mentioned one brief experience in actual psychotherapy at the age of 34 with a Freudian psychiatrist who was the only analyst in the area. I was so bored with the whole process that I began telling the doctor things which took his mind off the subject. I did not fall for the ploy that this was resisting therapy, for this is the same line a priest will offer when he attributes your intellectual doubts to unwillingness to repent of sins or, in other words, to cower before your small boy's conscience. And I must confess that I still find the psychotherapeutic process boring, whether on the giving end or the receiving, and thus have considerable admiration for therapists who spend their working lives at this often very merciful task. I have the same admiration for dentists. I don't know how they can do it unless they can manage to think of themselves as jewelers and workers in ivory. For like reason I also admire the guru, in the strict sense of one who gives personal direction to individuals in their spiritual development. The Freudian method of analysis never appealed to me, though I would neither deny its usefulness nor the tremendous importance of Freud himself, especially when one considers the wider cultural implications of his thought as discussed, for example, with Norman O. Brown in his Life Against Death. I agree with Brown that practical psychoanalysis on the couch has become an ignoble compromise, to the extent that it attempts to relieve sexual inhibitions and at the same time accord mock respect to the more lugubrious social conventions. Accordingly, the psychoanalytic religion exhibits no true delight in sexuality, no appreciation of its metaphysical wonder, and no realization of the value of the child's vision of the world. Sex, one would think, is a necessary and hygienic relief of pressure, similar to a bowel movement in that it is not really very nice. There is no thought of making sex into a fine art like haute cuisine, and the obvious connections between sex and religion are, on the whole, taken to mean that religious phenomena are only perversions of sex, and not very interesting sex at that. One could hardly imagine an important New York analyst dancing in the nude with his, or her, loved one, garlanded with flowers, to the music of African drums or even a Viennese waltz, much less practicing tantric yoga. To overcome the association of sex with guilt it was enough for me only to read Havelock Ellis and George Grodek, and since then such problems as I have had seem to have arisen from the qualms and proprieties of other people, who take my light-hearted joy in this aspect of life for lack of maturity and serious commitment. But when we get heavily serious about either sex or religion there follow crimes of passion, suicides, bitter divorces, inquisitions, and holy wars, all of which are signs of imbecility rather than sincere conviction. Personally, I have been more troubled by social attitudes to the child than to sexuality, and have already explained my difficulty in relating to children, especially my own children, as soon as they are of an age to go to school, since I am unable to represent the image which society expects of a father. In the present social context, to have a child is, as Spencer Brown has remarked, like going out into the street and offering the first person you meet room and board, health care, and education, for 20 years. But it is, I think, school rather than biological accident which makes the child a stranger in the house, for in an industrial civilization children are not invited to work alongside their parents in offices and factories as might be expected on a farm or in a family workshop. School offers them the prospect of doing better and going higher than their parents, and this presents a weird problem to a parent who has already done better and gone higher, especially in some scholarly or literary pursuit. I am torn between being a co-conspirator with my children and protecting myself from the social opprobrium that would ensue, particularly when it comes from within the family. The new free schools are bound to make initial mistakes, but they are a welcome step in the direction of ending the conflict between ties of blood and ties of personal interest when such schools are operated by groups of like-minded parents who do not have to commute to their work, which is still a tall order. On the other hand, Generation Gaposis might well be preferred to thousands of family schools run by Bible bangers and other uptight persons who would neither spare the rod nor encourage freedom of thought and feeling. It must now be obvious that, all along, I have been at odds with our social resistance to what Jung called the values of feeling and intuition as distinct from those of intellect and sensation, where the last signifies order and competence in handling the physical aspects of life, a good relationship to things. Jung called this resistance a cramp in consciousness, unknowingly, perhaps, using an exact equivalent of the Sanskrit sankocha or contraction which goes along with the sensation of the ego. For it has struck me that my ego is a marriage between my, necessarily false, image or concept of myself, and the chronic muscular tension which a child learns in trying to do things which must happen spontaneously, to love, to sleep, to attend, to have bowel movements, and to control crying, pouting, or blushing. But muscular tension does not necessarily assist neural efficiency, for it hinders rather than helps when we strain our eyes to see and furrow our brows to concentrate. Yet we are forever scratching our heads, clenching our fists and jaws, holding our breath, and tightening our rectal muscles in order to will or to keep control of our feelings, and the vague persistence of this tension becomes the substantial referent of the word I, and the image the emotional and conceptual referent. A futility married to an illusion. Throughout most of his life Jung did not see this, for he considered ego as the central organizing principle of consciousness, bewitched by the grammatical convention that the verb must have a subject, and that knowing requires a knower, whereas William James saw that I might be a designation of position like the words this and here. As I was skeptical of Jung's reification, or thingiffying, of the ego, I was likewise dubious of his and Freud's use of the noun the unconscious for what Lance White has better termed unconscious process with conscious aspects, avoiding Whitehead's fallacy of misplaced concreteness. But what fascinated me about Jung from the beginning was his idea that the unconscious process could be supra-individual or collective and that it represented an archetypal wisdom from which individuality could flower instead of being forcibly dragged up by the superego. It seems obvious that we should inherit the formative processes of the psyche just as we inherit those of the body, and that they should, at least initially, be as unconscious to us as our genes. Indeed, the genes and the collective unconscious may be the same process described from two different viewpoints. Still more impressive was Jung's attitude to the yin, or dark aspect of the unconscious, his feeling that psychic integration was largely an acceptance and assimilation of the devil in ourselves by the power of love. He was pointing out a razor-edged path between repressing the dark aspect and going overboard for it, a path which took the risk of allowing things to happen in the psyche. Through Jung, I understood that in repressing my devils and animals I would be cutting myself off from the manure for my flower, and that these dark forces would then issue in such forms as righteous cruelty and the fascination with dirty sexuality. Furthermore, Jung was the one leading psychotherapist who, in his time, took a positive and intelligent attitude to religion and mythology, and realized with some important reservations what we could learn from Eastern spirituality. Anyone who has read my books From the Legacy of Asia, 1937, to Psychotherapy East and West, 1961, will see what a vast influence Jung has had on my work, and how my enthusiasm for Oriental wisdom has been disciplined by his celebrated commentary on Richard Wilhelm's translation of The Secret of the Golden Flower. Over those years I read everything Jung wrote as soon as it was translated, including many of the privately circulated volumes of the transcriptions of his seminars, in which he could speak freely without fear for his scientific reputation as a physician, and thus go deeply into such disreputable subjects as astrology, alchemy, and Kundalini Yoga. It was not until 1958 that I met Jung himself. I had once heard him lecture in London, around 1937, though I had known many of his principal students, H. G. Baines, Michael Fordham, Charles Taylor, Olga Frobes-Kapteyn, Joseph Henderson, and several others. But by the time I met Jung I had been exposed to another and very different approach to psychotherapy by Gregory Bateson, who had just begun work as consulting ethnologist at the Palo Alto Veterans Hospital when I first came to California. He had been hired for the express purpose of keeping his colleagues on their toes by exercising themselves with his gentle and tentative but ever-questioning intellect. Gregory does one the mystifying courtesy of assuming that one is as bright as he, and thus it is sometimes difficult to follow the subtlety of his thought. This very large, informal, and somewhat shy Englishman has the special ability of spotting basic patterns in human and animal behavior and of pointing out where they exhibit logical contradictions and paradoxes. He began, therefore, to look for the roots of neuroses and psychoses in the context of social communication. One could say that he worked out a communications theory approach to psychiatry in which the unconscious was not so much the psyche as the unexamined network of relationships in which every individual finds himself. He discovered that the principal trouble spot in our patterns of communication, especially in the family, was the double bind, that is, a two-level message in which the levels are in mutual contradiction. Thus the double bind has the logical form of the statement "I am lying," which is false if true and true if false. As between parents and children or husbands and wives, it takes the general form of a command to do what will be acceptable only if it is done voluntarily or spontaneously, as in "you must love me." For example, the wife complains to the husband that she is being taken for granted because during all their 2 years of marriage he has never taken her to the movies, whereas when they were courting he took her every week. The following night he comes home and suggests, "What about a movie tonight?" But she replies, "You're only suggesting it because I complained." The husband therefore finds himself in a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation, from which he can escape only if he can show her the contradiction. If, however, the individual so double-bound, as is usually so with a child, does not or cannot rise above it, there follows a state of anxiety comparable to the trembling of an electric bell which is so wired that the on signal turns it off and the off signal turns it on. Gregory further observed that schizophrenic children were commonly found in families which played this game on them. I saw immediately that the double bind was characteristic of religious injunctions. "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God." As Catholics we are bound to believe that, you must have grace. You cannot get it by seeking, you cannot get it by non-seeking. Be unselfish. Be unself-conscious. Be natural. Gregory picked my brains on the techniques of Zen, and began to formulate the idea that successful psychotherapy might also, homeopathically, employ the double bind so as to create a reductio ad absurdum of a patient's life situation, and thus snap him out of it. I saw that this was equivalent to the Buddha's enjoining his disciples to stop desiring, which would of course put them in a state of desiring not to desire, which has the same logical form as trying to bite one's own teeth. If, then, I discover that I cannot, by any means, let go of myself, or at best only make an imitation of having done so, the message is that there is no I separate from me, that is, from the stream of thoughts and sensations which form the content of consciousness. This at once explodes the difference between the knower and the known, upon which we base such injunctions as "you must love" or "you must not desire one." This would seem to leave the stream uncontrolled by depriving the flow of thoughts of any thinker, unless it is realized that there never was a thinker, either to control thoughts or be controlled by them, other than the illusory self-image and the futile straining of muscles. Obviously this leaves a lot of questions, but I have done my best to answer them in other books. The Jungians, also, were interested in Zen, and in the spring of 1958 I was invited to give some lectures at the C.G. Jung Institute in Zurich, an invitation which also gave me my first opportunity to return to England in 20 years. On taking this journey I discovered that my old sensation of depression in moving eastwards had disappeared. Despite World War II, the England that one knew had changed little. Why, there were even advertisements painted on sheets of metal that had adorned Childhouse Station since I was a child. The general quality of cooking had improved considerably, perhaps because of the unavailability of servants, and though I had imagined that much smoking had ruined my taste for apples, peas, and potatoes, the fruits and vegetables of our Childhouse garden tasted the same as ever, and I realized that true potatoes are simply not to be found in America, even in kitchen gardens. And for the first time I saw, as many others have seen, that England is a peculiarly agreeable land for any reasonably affluent adult male if one agrees to play the game of detached courtesy, undemonstrative friendship, and quiet, contemplative enjoyment of such basics as chestnut trees in flower, pubs, and good beer, pork pies, the London Times, the general feeling of lived-in-ness, and the small, special, and ever-changing sky. I detected a feeling of peace that flowed from an agreeable lack of ambition, but also a blasé weariness that came from lack of imagination. I felt that many of my friends had remained, intellectually and spiritually, exactly where I had left them, that students showed little thirst for knowledge, that the publishing business was dreary and tired from the sense that the market had reached its limit, and that one's efforts were destined to be wittily damned with faint praise in the Times literary supplement, that authors and journalists were heavily preoccupied with nostalgia for the imperial past, and that the academic world, at least in the sphere of my own interests, was a tower of decaying ivory. Point 2. I had the honor of being asked, by the joint faculties on theology, anthropology, and Oriental studies, to lecture at Cambridge, and never in my life met such an unresponsive audience as was quite the reverse in Zurich. Nevertheless, my basic respect for English literary standards leaves me truly puzzled, and even alarmed, at the continuing indifference of this country to my own work, and it is not as if the land were still enthralled by Anglican theology and the morals of the Victorian bourgeoisie. England exhibits an extraordinary degree of civil liberty and freedom of expression, and retains a unique tolerance of eccentricity, but I am most reluctantly forced to believe that its intellectual life is elegantly shallow. In America, for all the lack of style and background, there is passionate interest in things which a philosopher considers essential and deep, whereas the British persuade themselves, quite falsely, that they have heard all this before. In the domain of serious philosophy they continue to thumb the edge of the logical positivist sword, which helps them only to be condescendingly boring. To be a literary success one must be a retired general or faded aristocrat writing memoirs in several volumes, which is an exaggeration offered me by a London publisher. I was thus agreeably amazed to be thoroughly on board in stolid, commercial Zurich, partly, perhaps, because I was taken in hand by a most interestingly crazy, if enamorous, young woman who would have been an artist of some fame had she not taken her own life several years later. Sonia showed me the town, went boating with me on the lake, introduced me to snails, cheese fondue, and beef tartar, and showed an eye for beauty in things and places that normal people would simply ignore. She had, alas, been abandoned by the psychotherapeutic pundits as hopelessly psychotic, but she taught me, nevertheless, to listen and enter into a conversation that was quite off the rails of orthodox sanity. I became quite fond of her, but felt the association was a mark against me among the elite of the Institute, on the principle, I suppose, that anthropologists must not befriend natives in the psychotic jungle. It is, perhaps, understandable that psychiatrists are abnormally afraid of losing their own minds, but it seems that their patients are more in need of friendship than professionally sterilized therapy. The C.G. Jung Institute is in a pleasant part of the old town, sonorous with big, booming bells and the rumble of streetcars. There seem to be scholarly bookshops on almost every street, and cafes serving good if unimaginative food to the university literati, who conduct their real intellectual business in these civilized surroundings. Here, as in other Jungian circles, there was a hangout of blue stockings, that is, a company of elderly, refined, and extremely well-educated ladies of formidable appearance who set the tone of the institute, mingled with young men and women from all over Europe and America studying to be psychotherapists. They managed to constitute a fascinating audience, and after the first lecture we adjourned to a cafe where I was introduced to Dr. Medad Bose, a professor of psychiatry at the university, who had traveled in India and had been initiated by a tantric guru in Kashmir. 3 He expressed amazement that I had explained the doctrine of Maya as he had received it from his teacher, and wondered how I could have stumbled upon what he took to be an esoteric tradition, almost unknown to Western scholars. I could say only that my view of the doctrine was unusual, in that I understood Maya, the illusion of duality and separateness, to arise from our concepts rather than our senses, and that enlightenment did not therefore imply the disappearance of nature from before our eyes. The enlightened one sees the world that others see, but does not conceive it in the way others do, as a collection of separate things other than himself. For when we get the actual sense of depth from a drawing in perspective, the concept is overruling the eyes, and Adalbert Ames had constructed a whole series of experiments demonstrating that we see what we believe rather than believe what we see. I had, of course, been explaining to the Institute my long-held view that mystical experience is not intended to dissolve our vision of the natural universe into a featureless void or a blinding light, since the great mystics I have known seemed quite clearly aware of their surroundings. Some days later I went out to Jung's home at Kusnacht and met the old master in his summer house on the edge of the lake, where we talked for 2 hours about everything from Sanskrit words for the unconscious to the sex life of swans. I found Jung an even greater, more intuitive, more humorous, and deeper person than I had expected from his writings. He asked me how I was getting along at the Institute, and was careful to explain that he himself was not a Jungian and that he had had no intention of promulgating a particular system of psychotherapy. He had simply followed his intuition and written down his findings as they came along, never intending that his concepts should be more than heuristic devices in a work where the living individual counts for more than any technique. As our conversation turned to his interest in Oriental philosophy, he told me of his difficulty in finding any term in Hindu or Buddhist philosophy exactly parallel to the idea of the unconscious. I suggested that the nearest thing would be the Mahayanist term Alayavijnana, the store consciousness, which, somewhat like his collective unconscious, was the supra-individual origin of those archetypal forms or concepts which we use in making sense of the universe. I pointed out that Suzuki had sometimes used the phrase the unconscious in a very different way, to translate the Japanese mushin, no mind, which, so far from being unconscious, was a highly aware unself-consciousness. He was so open, eager, and twinkly-eyed in his comments and questions that I had the temerity to tell him that I thought the very term the unconscious was unfortunate, and went into the whole linguistic problem of using nouns for processes and having verbs caused by subjects. I said that I thought he was confusing things by considering the ego the center of consciousness because, even sticking to his own terminology and the noun-verb system of grammar, he would surely have to say that consciousness was a function of the unconscious, and that therefore you couldn't very well call it unconscious. The difficulty was rather that the light of consciousness doesn't illumine its own source, that it is a scanning process, like a thin beam, which can only focus on one small area at a time, and how could we call to memory things we had never noticed unless the unconscious were in some way conscious apart from the scanning beam? He seemed intensely interested in this, probably because, as I understood, he had rather recently had his own experience of cosmic consciousness transcending the ego. This inelegant terminology is only for shorthand, which he mentions at the end of Memories, Dreams, Reflections. The discussion of linguistics and scanning led us into the subject of the influence of communications theory and computer mechanics on American psychology, a question raised still more fully a few days later in a conversation with Professor Benedetti of Basel. Jung, Benedetti, Voss, and several others had the feeling that American psychology had always a tendency to be brashly mechanical and lacking in those finer feelings which Europeans commonly accuse Americans of ignoring. I interposed, however, that those who made really thorough studies of mechanical analogues of the mind, such as Bateson and Wiener, were the first to recognize their limitations. Several years later I could have cited the case of John Lilly, who went so deeply into the computer analogy, and with such a gifted intellect, that he came to a ne plus ultra of intellectual formulation and had to save his sanity by passing into occultism, though keeping his scientific wits very much about him. 4 But Jung could have predicted the uncritical uprush of unconscious contents which now both fascinates and confuses American youth as an inevitable reaction to the cult of conscious control in technology and behaviorism. When it was time for me to leave, we walked out of the summer house and looked at the swans on the lake. "Isn't it true," I asked, "that swans are monogamous?" "Oh yes," he said, "but there's a funny thing about their mating for the first time. They invariably begin by picking a fight until they discover what they are supposed to be doing." "Yes," he added, "the swans here have been of great help to some of my female homosexual patients." Thinking back, I am trying to remember what Jung told me, for I was tremendously impressed by his warmth, his intelligence, and his sense of fun. But I realized that he spent almost the whole time asking questions, which was natural for a great psychotherapist. The same kind of thing happened when my friend Margaret Tilley, the San Francisco pianist, went to him to discuss therapy with music. He asked her to go straight ahead with the therapy, using him as the patient. Shortly afterwards, Jung's daughter said to Margaret, "Perhaps you don't realize that you did something very important for me and my father. I have always loved music, but he has never understood it, and this was a barrier between us. Your coming has changed all that, and I don't know how to thank you." Towards the end of my stay in Zurich, I had dinner with Karl Fried von Durkheim, a former German diplomat who had studied Zen in Japan and had begun to operate a school of meditation in the Black Forest. Anyone who has never met such a person might think me snobbish in saying that he was a true nobleman, unself-consciously and by long tradition perfect in speech and courtesy, Kaiserling's ideal of the Grand Seigneur. But there was much more to him than that, as I shall try to show in what he told me about his work, and which I remember almost verbatim. "A great deal of my present work," he said, "is in helping people who underwent great spiritual crises during the war. We know, of course, that sometimes, in extreme circumstances, people have a natural satori or spiritual awakening when it appears that all is finished for them and they accept it. This happened often in the war, and when those who lived through it tried to tell the tale to their friends, it was shrugged off as some kind of hallucination, a brief fit of insanity in a desperate situation. When these people come to me, as they often do, I have the happy opportunity of showing them that, for once in their lives, they were truly sane. There were three typical ways in which these crises came about. You heard the whistle of a bomb falling straight at you, and knew that this was quite certainly the end. You accepted it, and quite suddenly the whole universe made sense. All problems, all questions vanished, and you understood that there was no you other than the eternal. But the bomb was a dud, and you lived to remember the experience. You were in a concentration camp, and you had been there so long that you were fully convinced that you would stay there for the rest of your life. Finally, you had to accept it, and in that moment you understood everything. You were a displaced refugee far from home. You had utterly lost your friends and relatives, your possessions, your job, your very identity, and saw no hope of regaining them. You accepted it, and suddenly you were as light as a feather and as free as the air. I had heard similar stories of kamikaze pilots who miraculously survived, and should add a parallel experience of my own which I recorded in This Is It, and which happened in a dream when I was about 8. I was sick at the time and almost delirious with fever, and in the dream I found myself attached face downward and spread-eagled to an immense ball of steel which was spinning about the earth. I knew in this dream with complete certainty that I was doomed to be spun in this sickening and terrifying whirl forever and ever, and the conviction was so intense that there was nothing for it but to give up, for this was hell itself and nothing lay before me but a literal everlastingness of pain. But in the moment when I surrendered, the ball seemed to strike against a mountain and disintegrate, and the next thing I knew still in the dream was that I was sitting on a stretch of warm sand with nothing left of the ball except crumpled fragments of sheet metal scattered around me. I have traveled no further east than Zurich, except to Ceylon and Japan, which I approached from the west. I went there again, with Jano and my father in 1962, when we drove from Paris to Rome and back, and gave my father his first view of real mountains. He had always loved to read about mountaineering, especially in the Himalayas. Just at the top of the St. Gotthard Pass we came out of the clouds to see a blazing white peak above us, and he was as happy as a child as we zigzagged down into Ticino, where the Alps, like a garden wall, bounce back the sun on the castles, monasteries, villas, gardens, and cypress trees above the lakes. But why do I specially like Zurich? The natives are serious, industrious, and stuffy, and have converted the beautiful hilltop cathedral into a lecture hall, with chairs turned to face the pulpit, standing at one side of the nave. Nevertheless, Zurich has a certain luminosity, and I find its place names musical Zollikoon, Limmatquai, Gemeindestrasse. Also, it is far enough east for some of its towers to show signs of bulging into the onion dome of Russia. On returning to America, I was introduced to psychiatric adventures of a very different order, for Aldous Huxley had recently published Doors of Perception about his experiment with mescaline, and had by this time gone on to explore the mysteries of LSD. Gerald Heard had joined him in these investigations, and in my conversations with them I noticed a marked change of spiritual attitude. To put it briefly, they had ceased to be Manicheans. Their vision of the divine now included nature, and they had become more relaxed and humane, so that I found myself talking to men of my own persuasion. Yet it struck me as highly improbable that a true spiritual experience could follow from ingesting a particular chemical. Visions and ecstasies, yes. A taste of the mystical, like swimming with water wings, perhaps. And perhaps a reawakening for someone who had made the journey before, or an insight for a person well practiced in something like yoga or Zen. Nevertheless, on these inner planes I am of an adventurous nature, and am willing to give most things a try. Both Aldous and my former student at the Academy, mathematician John Whittlesey, were in touch with Keith Dittman, psychiatrist in charge of LSD research at the UCLA Department of Neuropsychiatry. John was working with him as statistician in a project designed both to test the effect of the drug on alcoholics and to make a map of its effects on the human organism. So many of their subjects had reported states of consciousness that read like accounts of mystical experience that they were interested in trying it out on experts in this field, even though a mystic is never really expert in the same way as a neurologist or a philologist, for his work is not a cataloging of objects. But I qualified as an expert insofar as I had also a considerable intellectual knowledge of the psychology and philosophy of religion, a knowledge that subsequently protected me from the more dangerous aspects of this adventure, giving me a compass and something of a map for this wild territory. Furthermore, I trusted Keith Dittman. He wasn't scared, like so many Jungians, of the unconscious. Nor was he foolhardy, but seemed level-headed, cautious, tentative in opinion, yet lively, bright-eyed, and intensely interested in his work. We made, then, an initial experiment at Keith's office in Beverly Hills, in which I was joined by Edwin Halsey, formerly private secretary to Ananda Coomaraswamy, and then teaching comparative religions at Claremont. We each took 100 micrograms of D-lysergic acid diethylamide 25, courtesy of the Sandoz Company, and set out on an 8-hour exploration. For me the journey was hilariously beautiful, as if I and all my perceptions had been transformed into a marvelous arabesque or multidimensional maze in which everything became transparent, translucent, and reverberant with double and triple meanings. Every detail of perception became vivid and important, even ums and ers and throat clearing when someone read poetry, and time slowed down in such a way that people going about their business outside seemed demented in failing to see that the destination of life is this eternal moment. We walked across the street to a white, Spanish-style church, surrounded with olive trees and gleaming in the sun against a sky of absolute, primordial blue, and saw the grass and the plants as inexplicably geometrized in every detail so as to suggest that nothing in nature was disordered. We went back and looked at a volume of Chinese and Japanese sumi, or black ink paintings, all of which seemed to be perfectly accurate photographs. There were even highlights and shadows on mu-chis persimmons that were certainly not intended by the artist. At one time Edwin felt somewhat overwhelmed and remarked, "I just can't wait until I'm little old me again, sitting in a bar." In the meantime he was looking like an incarnation of Apollo in a supernatural necktie, contemplatively holding an orange lily. 5. All in all, my first experience was aesthetic rather than mystical, and then and there, which is, alas, rather characteristic of me, I made a tape for broadcast saying that I had looked into this phenomenon and found it most interesting, but hardly what I would call mystical. This tape was heard by 2 psychiatrists at the Langley Porter Clinic in San Francisco, Sterling Bonnell and Michael Agron, who thought I should reconsider my views. After all, I had made only one experiment and there was something of an art to getting it really working. It was thus that Bonnell set me off on a series of experiments which I have recorded in the Joyous Cosmology, and in the course of which I was reluctantly compelled to admit that at least in my own case LSD had brought me into an undeniably mystical state of consciousness. But oddly, considering my absorption in Zen at the time, the flavor of these experiences was Hindu rather than Chinese. Somehow the atmosphere of Hindu mythology and imagery slid into them, suggesting at the same time that Hindu philosophy was a local form of a sort of undercover wisdom, inconceivably ancient, which everyone knows in the back of his mind but will not admit. This wisdom was simultaneously holy and disreputable, and therefore necessarily esoteric, and it came in the dress of a totally logical, obvious, and basic common sense. In sum, I would say that LSD, and such other psychedelic substances as mescaline, psilocybin, and hashish, confer polar vision, by which I mean that the basic pairs of opposites, the positive and the negative, are seen as the different poles of a single magnet or circuit. This knowledge is repressed in any culture that accentuates the positive, and is thus a strict taboo. It carries Gestalt psychology, which insists on the mutual interdependence of figure and background, to its logical conclusion in every aspect of life and thought, so that the voluntary and the involuntary, knowing and the known, birth and decay, good and evil, outline and inline, self and other, solid and space, motion and rest, light and darkness, are seen as aspects of a single and completely perfect process. The implication of this may be that there is nothing in life to be gained or attained that is not already here and now, an implication thoroughly disturbing to any philosophy or culture which is seriously playing the game which I have called white must win. Polar vision is thus undoubtedly dangerous, but so is electricity, so are knives, and so is language. When an immature person experiences the identity of the voluntary and the involuntary, he may feel, on the one hand, utterly powerless, or on the other, equal to the Hebrew Christian God. If the former, he may panic from the sense that no one is in charge of things. If the latter, he may contract offensive megalomania. Nevertheless, he has had immediate experience of the fact that each one of us is an organism environment field, of which the two aspects, individual and world, can be separated only for purposes of discussion. If such a person sees thus clearly the mutuality of good and evil, he may jump to the conclusion that ethical principles are so relative as to be without validity, which might be utterly demoralizing for any repressed adolescent. Fortunately for me, my God was not so much the Hebrew Christian autocrat as the Chinese Tao, which loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. I hesitated a long time before writing the Joyous Cosmology, considering the dangers of letting the general public be further aware of this potent alchemy. But since Aldous had already let the cat out of the bag in doors of perception and heaven and hell, and the subject was already under discussion both in psychiatric journals and in the public press, I decided that more needed to be said, mainly to soothe public alarm and to do what I could to forestall the disasters that would follow from legal repression. For I was seriously alarmed at the psychedelic equivalents of bathtub gin, and of the prospect of these chemicals, uncontrolled in dosage and content, being bootlegged for use in inappropriate settings without any competent supervision whatsoever. I maintained that, for lack of any better solution, they should be restricted for psychiatric prescription. But the state and federal governments were as stupid as I had feared, and by passing unenforceable laws against LSD not only drove it underground but prevented proper research. Such laws are unenforceable because any competent chemist can manufacture LSD, or a close equivalent, and the substance can be disguised as anything from aspirin to blotting paper. It has been painted on the thin pages of a small Bible, and eaten sheet by sheet. But as a result of this terror, the injudicious use of LSD, often mixed with strychnine or belladonna or quite dangerous psychedelics, has afflicted uncounted young people with paranoid, megalomaniac, and schizoid symptoms. I see this disaster in the larger context of American prohibitionism, which has done more than anything else to corrupt the police and foster disrespect for law, and which our economic pressure has, in the special problem of drug abuse, spread to the rest of the world. Although my views on this matter may be considered extreme, I feel that in any society where the powers of church and state are separate, the state is without either right or wisdom in enforcing sumptuary laws against crimes which have no complaining victims. When the police are asked to be armed clergymen enforcing ecclesiastical codes of morality, all the proscribed sins of the flesh, of lust, and luxury, become, since we are legislating against human nature, exceedingly profitable ventures for criminal organizations which can pay both the police and the politicians to stay out of trouble. Those who cannot pay constitute about 1/3 of the population of our overcrowded and hopelessly mismanaged prisons, and the business of their trial by due process delays and overtaxes the courts beyond all reason. These are nomogenic crimes, caused by bad laws, just as iatrogenic diseases are caused by bad doctoring. The offenders seldom feel guilty but often positively righteous in their opposition to this legal hypocrisy, and so emerge from prison loathing and despising the social order more than ever. I speak with passion on this problem because I have often served as a consultant to the staffs of state institutions for mental and moral deviance, such as the institutional hells which the state of California maintains at San Quintin, Vacaville, Atascadero, and Napa, to mention only those I have visited, and knowing that they are considerably worse in other parts of the country, and most especially in those states afflicted with religious fanaticism. Relative to our own times, the prosecution of sumptuary laws is as tyrannical as any of the excesses of the Holy Inquisition or the Star Chamber. My retrospective attitude to LSD is that when one has received the message, one hangs up the phone. I think I have learned from it as much as I can, and, for my own sake, would not be sorry if I could never use it again. But it is not, I believe, generally known that very many of those who had constructive experiences with LSD, or other psychedelics, have turned from drugs to spiritual disciplines, abandoning their water wings and learning to swim. Without the catalytic experience of the drug they might never have come to this point, and thus my feeling about psychedelic chemicals, as about most other drugs, despite the vague sense of the word, is that they should serve as medicine rather than diet. It was again through all this that I first heard of a Dr. Leary of Harvard University who was doing experimental work with the drug psilocybin, derived from a mushroom that had long been used for religious purposes by some of the Indians of Mexico. From the detached and scholarly flavor of Aldis's account of this work I was expecting Timothy Leary to be a formidable pundit, but the man I first met in a New York restaurant was an extremely charming Irishman who wore a hearing aid as stylishly as if it had been a monocle. Nothing could then have told me that anyone so friendly and intelligent would become one of the most outlawed people in the world, a fugitive from justice charged with the sin of Socrates, and all upon the legal pretext of possessing trivial amounts of marijuana. It so happened that Timothy was working under a department of the university that had long been of interest to me, the Department of Social Relations, which had been established by Henry Murray. On several occasions I had visited Murray's domain, at 7 Divinity Avenue, and been entertained at luncheons where, as host, he showed a special genius for arousing intelligent conversation and for making other people appear at their best. In his company there would turn up, it might be I.A. Richards, Mircea Eliade, Clyde Kluckhohn, or Jerome Bruner for such civilized intellectual discourse as is all too rarely heard in academic circles, where it now seems a point of honor to keep off one's subject and discuss the trivia of departmental politics. But these gentlemen were ashamed neither of their scholarship nor their personalities, and on one occasion over an old-fashioned before lunch I distinctly heard Richards remarking, "Well, as a matter of course, I always regard myself as the perfect human being." I was so delighted with Murray's milieu that, with the assistance of a wealthy friend, I managed to get myself a 2-year fellowship for travel and study under his and the university's dispensation, a breather which gave me time to compile the Two Hands of God and to write Beyond Theology. The time I could actually spend at Harvard was all too brief, for this is a university so assured of its intellectual reputation that its faculty can afford to be adventurous. But even at Harvard you must draw the line somewhere, and Timothy did not know just where that was. Whenever I was in Cambridge I kept closely in touch with him and with his associates Richard Alpert and Ralph Metzner, For quite aside from the particular fascinations of chemical mysticism, these were the most lively and imaginative people in the department other than Murray himself, who watched their doings with deep and constructively critical interest even after his official retirement. I was also interested in the work of B.F. Skinner, wondering how so absolute a determinist could write a utopia, Walden too, and digging into his beautifully reasoned writings until I discovered the flaw in his system. This I explained in a lecture which Skinner, though I had forewarned him in person, did not attend. 6 I saw that his reasoning was still haunted by the ghost of man as a something, presumably a conscious ego determined by environmental and other forces, for it makes no sense to speak of a determinism unless there is some passive object which is determined. But his own reasoning made it clear, not so much that human behavior was determined by other forces, but rather that it could not be described apart from those forces and was, indeed, inseparable from them. It did not seem to have occurred to him that cause and effect are simply two phases of, or two ways of looking at, one and the same event. It is not, then, that effects, in this case human behaviors, are determined by their causes. The point is that when events are fully and properly described, they will be found to involve and contain processes which were at first thought separate from them, and were thus called causes as distinct from effects. Taken to his logical conclusion, Skinner is not saying that man is determined by nature, as something external to him. He is actually saying that man is nature, and is describing a process which is neither determined nor determining. He simply provides reason for the essentially mystical view that man and universe are inseparable. Such problems were involved in my attempts to work out an intellectual structure for what Timothy and his friends were experiencing in their psychedelic states of consciousness. For I saw that their enthusiasm for these states was leading them further and further away from the ideals of rational objectivity to which the department and the university were committed, especially as the department had recently acquired a computer and was going overboard for the statistical approach to psychology. On the one hand, I was trying to persuade Timothy's clan to keep command of intellectual rigor, and to express their experiences in terms that people bending over backward to be scientific would understand. On the other hand, I was trying to get such conservatives as David McClelland, Murray's successor, and Skinner to see that the so-called transactional description of man as an organism-environment field was a theoretical description of what the nature mystic experiences immediately, whereas most scientists continue to experience themselves as separate and detached observers, determined or otherwise. Their feelings lag far behind their theoretical views, for psychologists, in particular, are still under the emotional sway of Newtonian mechanics, and their personal feelings of identity have not yet been modified by quantum mechanics and field theory. But Timothy could not contain himself, and it seemed to him more and more that, in practice, the procedures of scientific objectivity and rigor were simply an academic ritual designed to convince the university establishment that your work was dull and trivial enough to be considered sound. It so happens that psychedelic chemicals make one curiously sensitive to pomposity. Anyone talking memorangimes, or religious or political rhetoric, or anyone waxing enthusiastic about a product in which he does not believe, sounds so ridiculous that you cannot keep a straight face, one excellent reason why no government can tolerate a turned-on populace. Both Timothy and Richard Alpert began to see, furthermore, that a distinguished academic career was not all that important, since the university was already an obsolete institution representing the 19th century mythology of scientific naturalism. But when one arrives at this point of view after, if not because of, taking drugs, it becomes impossible to maintain rational discourse with the establishment, even though some of its more distinguished brains are pickled in alcohol. Thus things came to the point where Timothy and Richard were as suspect as if they had been lobotomized or become Jehovah's Witnesses. I was present at the dinner party where Timothy finally agreed with David McClelland to withdraw experimentation with drugs from his work under the department. David was making the point that they had become too enthusiastic about their work to preserve scientific integrity, and with this I was in partial agreement, because to be intellectually honest you must be able to come to terms with any intelligible criticism of your ideas. When I have received inspirations during an LSD session, I have always reviewed them subsequently in the light of cold sobriety, in which some, but by no means all, of them appear to be nonsense. But David was going so far as to insist that no one with a religious commitment could really do scientific work in psychology, and this so amazed me that I protested, "Now, David, are you seriously saying that, for example, a very sober, honest, and devoted Quaker, well educated and straight from Philadelphia, could not be entrusted with scientific work?" I do not remember his reaction, but I was unaware at the time that he himself was a concerned Quaker. What followed is now a matter of history. Timothy and Richard continued their experiments unofficially, and scandalized the university authorities by including undergraduates in their work. Henry Murray, however, with a wise look on his face, reminisced about the days when psychoanalysis first struck Harvard, and what an uproar of indignation had come to pass when a psychoanalyzed faculty member had committed suicide. Nevertheless, I myself began to be concerned, if mildly, at the direction of Timothy's enthusiasm, for to his own circle of friends and students he had become a charismatic religious leader who, well trained as he was in psychology, knew very little about religion and mysticism and their pitfalls. The uninstructed adventurer with psychedelics, as with Zen or yoga or any other mystical discipline, is an easy victim of what Jung calls inflation, of the messianic megalomania that comes from misunderstanding the experience of union with God. It leads to the initial mistake of casting pearls before swine, and, as time went on, I was dismayed to see Timothy converting himself into a popular storefront messiah with his name in lights, advocating psychedelic experience as a new world religion. He was moving to a head-on collision with the established religions of biblical theocracy and scientific mechanism, and simply asking for martyrdom. Life with Timothy, as I saw it in his communes at Newton Center and Millbrook, was never dull, even though it was hard to understand how people who had witnessed the splendors of psychedelic vision could be so aesthetically blind as to live in relative squalor, with perpetually unmade beds, unswept floors, and hideously decrepit furnishings. It could be, I suppose, that being turned on all the time is like looking through a telescope. It makes far more interesting patterns out of messes, such as dirty ashtrays, than out of such orderly scenes as neatly arranged books in shelves. But Timothy was the center of a vortex which pulled in the intellectually and spiritually adventurous from all quarters, and in his entourage student hippies jostled with millionaires and eminent professors, while to spend an evening with him in New York City or Los Angeles was to be swept from one exotically sumptuous apartment to another. Through all this, Timothy himself remained an essentially humorous, kindly, lovable, and, in some directions, intellectually brilliant person, and therefore it was utterly incongruous however predictable to become aware of the grim watchfulness of police in the background. Now nothing so easily deranges people using psychedelics as a paranoid atmosphere, so that by their intervention the police created the very evils from which they were supposed to be protecting us. In the early days when LSD, psilocybin, and mescaline were used more or less legitimately among reasonably mature people, there was little trouble with bum trips, and episodes of anxiety were usually turned into occasions for insight. But when federal and state authorities began their systematic persecution, the fears invoked to justify it became self-fulfilling prophecies, and there was now real reason for a paranoid atmosphere in all experiments conducted outside the sterile and clinical surroundings of psychiatric hospitals. Although Timothy won a case in the Supreme Court which technically quashed the federal law against possessing and using, but not against importing, marijuana, the state laws remained in force, and he was harassed wherever he went, until finally imprisoned without bail with so many technical charges against him that there was nothing for it but to escape and seek such asylum in exile as he could find. Richard Alpert, who in all this had played a much quieter role, also went into exile, but in another way. While visiting India he realized that he had come to the end of the identity as a psychologist which he had thus far played, so much so that he could not envisage any normal role or career for himself in the United States. Furthermore, he felt as I did that he had learned all that he could get from psychedelics, and that what remained was actually to live out the life of freedom from worldly games and anxieties. He therefore took the name of Baba Ram Das, and came back as a white-robed and bearded sannyasin, full of laughter and energy, dedicated simply to living in the eternal now. And, as might be expected, people raised their eyebrows and shook their heads, saying that the old showman was playing another game, or, alas, what drugs had done to such a promising young scientist, or that it was just great to be a sannyasin with an independent income. But I felt that he had done just the right thing for himself. I spent many hours with him and sensed that he was genuinely happy, that his intelligence was as sharp as ever, and that he was confident enough in what he was doing not to try to persuade me to follow his example. Certainly he was having great pleasure in the multitudes of young people who came to listen to him, but in this respect he and I are alike, for we enjoy thinking out loud with an appreciative and intelligent audience just as we enjoy landscape or music. But would he be going about in a white robe if he were really sincere? Indeed yes. For in a country where a philosopher's sincerity is measured by the ordinariness of his dress, I too will sometimes wear a kimono or sarong in public, lest, like Billy Graham, I should attract an enormous following of dangerously serious and humorless people. Now, in retrospect, it must be said that the psychedelic decade of the 60s has really begun to awaken psychotherapists from their studiedly pedestrian and reductionist attitudes to life. Here I am using the word psychedelic to mean all mind-manifesting processes, not only chemicals, but also philosophies, neurological experiments, and spiritual disciplines. At the beginning of the decade one felt that so many psychiatrists saw themselves as guardians of an official reality which might be described as the world seen on a bleak Monday morning. They saw a good orientation to reality as coping as having a normal heterosexual, and preferably monogamous, sex life, a mature adult relationship as it was called, as being able to drive a car and hold down a 9-to-5 job, as being able to recall the product of 9 and 7 without hesitation, and as being able to participate in group activities and show qualities of initiative and leadership. It was, as I remember, in 1959 that I was asked to speak before a meeting of the American Psychiatric Association in Los Angeles. Learned statistical papers had dragged on, over time, and my turn came when we were already late for lunch. I abandoned my prepared remarks, being what the press calls a textual deviate, and said, "Gentlemen, this is not going to be a scientific paper because I am a simple philosopher, not a psychiatrist, and you are hungry for lunch. We philosophers are very grateful to you for showing us the unconscious emotional basis of some of our ideas, but the time is coming for us to show you the unconscious intellectual assumptions behind some of yours. Psychiatric literature is full of unexamined metaphysics. Even Jung, who is so readily repudiated for his mysticism, bends over backward to avoid metaphysical considerations on the pretext that he is strictly a physician and a scientist. This is impossible. Every human being is a metaphysician just as every philosopher has appetites and emotions, and by this I mean that we all have certain basic assumptions about the good life and the nature of reality. Even the typical businessman who asserts that he is a practical fellow unconcerned with higher things declares thereby that he is a pragmatist or a positivist, and not a very thoughtful one at that. I wonder, then, how much consideration you give to the fact that most of your own assumptions about the good life and reality come directly from the scientific naturalism of the 19th century, from the strictly metaphysical hypothesis that the universe is a mechanism obeying Newtonian laws, and that there is no other God beside it. Psychoanalysis, which is actually psychohydraulics following Newton's mechanics, begins from the mystical assertion that the psychosexual energy of the unconscious is a blind and stupid outrush of pure lust, following Haeckel's notion that the universe at large is a manifestation of primordially oafish and undiscriminating energy. It should be obvious to you that this is an opinion for which there has never been the least evidence, and which, furthermore, ignores the evidence that we ourselves, supposedly making intelligent remarks, are manifestations of that same energy. On the basis of this unexamined, derogatory, and shaky opinion as to the nature of biological and physical energy, some of your psychoanalytic members have this morning dubbed all the so-called mystical states of consciousness as regressive, as leading one back to a dissolution of the individual intelligence in an acid bath of amniotic fluid, reducing it to featureless identity with this your first cause mess of blindly libidinous energy. Now, until you have found some substantial evidence for your metaphysics, you will have to admit that you have no way of knowing which end of your universe is up, so that in the meantime you should abstain from easy conclusions as to which directions are progressive and which regressive. Laughter. It had always seemed to me that, by and large, psychotherapists lacked the metaphysical dimension, in other words, that they affected the mentality of insurance clerks and lived in a world scrubbed and disinfected of all mystery, magic, color, music, and awe, with no place in the heart for the sound of a distant gong in a high and hidden valley. This is an exaggeration from which I will accept most of the Jungians and such occasional freaks as Grodek, Prinzern, G.R. Heyer, Wilhelm Reich, and others less well known. Thus, writing of American psychology in 1954, Abraham Maslow remarked that it was over-pragmatic, over-Puritan, and over-purposeful. No textbooks have chapters on fun and gaiety, on leisure and meditation, on loafing and puttering, on aimless, useless, and purposeless activity. American psychology is busily occupying itself with only half of life to the neglect of the other and perhaps most important half. 7. The publication of my Psychotherapy East and West and Joyous Cosmology early in the 60s brought me into public and private discussion with many leading members of the psychiatric profession, and I was astonished at what seemed to be their actual terror of unusual states of consciousness. I had thought that psychiatrists should have been as familiar with these wildernesses and unexplored territories of the mind as Indian guides, but as I perused something like the 2 huge volumes of the American Handbook of Psychiatry, I found only maps of the soul as primitive as ancient maps of the world. There were vaguely outlined emptinesses called schizophrenia, hysteria, and catatonia, accompanied with little more solid information than "here be dragons and came leopards." At a party in New York I fell into conversation with one of that city's most eminent analysts, and as soon as he learned that I had experimented with LSD his personality became surgically professional. He donned his mask and rubber gloves and addressed me as a specimen, wanting to know all the surface details of perceptual and kinesthetic alterations, which I could see him fitting into place zip, pop, and clunk with his keenly calipered mind. I took part in a televised debate on open end, with David Susskind trying to moderate between the 2 factions of psychedelic enthusiasts and establishment psychiatrists, and in the ensuing uproar and confusion of passions I found myself flung into the position of moderator, telling both sides that they had no basis in evidence for their respective fanaticisms. In all these contacts I began to feel that the only psychiatrists who had any solid information were such neurologists as David Reich, of Walter Reed, and Karl Pribram, of Stanford. They could tell me things I didn't know and were the first to admit how little they knew, for they were realizing the odd fact that their brains were more intelligent than their minds, or, to say the least, that the human nervous system was of such a high order of complexity that we were only just beginning to organize it in terms of conscious thought. I sat in on an intimate seminar with Pribram in which he explained in most careful detail how the brain is no mere reflector of the external world, but how its structure almost creates the forms and patterns that we see, selecting them from an immeasurable spectrum of vibrations as the hands of a harpist pluck chords and melodies from a spectrum of strings. For Karl Pribram is working on the most delicate epistemological puzzle, how the brain evokes a world which is simultaneously the world which it is in, and to wonder, therefore, whether the brain evokes the brain. 8 Put it in metaphysical terms, psychological terms, physical terms, or neurological terms, it is always the same. How can we know what we know without knowing? This question must be answered, if it can ever be answered, before it can make any sense at all to say that reality is material, mental, electrical, spiritual, a fact, a dream, or anything else. But always, in contemplating this conundrum, a peculiar feeling comes over me, as if I couldn't remember my own name, which is right on the tip of my tongue. It really does make one wonder if, after all, if. Anyhow, At the end of these 10 years I have the impression that the psychiatric world has opened up to the possibility that there are more things in heaven and earth than were dreamed of in its philosophy. Orthodox psychoanalysis has appeared more and more to be a religious cult, and institutional psychiatry a system of brainwashing. The field is giving way to movements and techniques increasingly free from the tacit metaphysics of 19th-century mechanism, humanistic psychology, transpersonal psychology, Gestalt therapy, transactional psychology, encounter therapy, psychosynthesis, assagiology, bioenergetics, Reich, and a dozen more interesting approaches with awkward names. Historians and social commentators will try to discover from any autobiographer how much he has influenced the movements of his time and how much they have influenced him. I can say only that as I get older I get back into that strange childlike feeling of not being able to draw any certain line between the world and my own action upon it, and I wonder if this is also felt by people who have never been in the public eye or had any claim to influence. A very ordinary person might have the impression that there are millions of himself, and that all of them, as one, are doing just what it is in humanity that is, in himself to do. In this way he could perhaps feel more important than someone who has taken a particular view and followed a lonely path. Part of the problem is that the closer I get to present time, the harder it is to see things in perspective. The events of 20, 30, and 40 years ago are clearer in my mind, and seem almost closer in time than what has happened quite recently in years that seem fantastically and excitingly crowded with people and happenings. I feel that I must wait another 10 years to find out just what I was doing, in the field of psychotherapy, with Timothy Leary and Richard Alpert, Fritz Perls and Ronald Lang, Margaret Ryak and Anthony Sudik, Bernard Aronson and Stanley Krippner, Michael Murphy and John Lilly, in theology with Bishops James Pike and John A. T. Robinson, D.O. Emil Red Graham and Houston Smith, and in the formation of the mystical counterculture with Lama Anagarika Govinda and Shunryu Suzuki, Allen Ginsberg and Theodore Roshak, Bernard Gunther and Gyufu Feng, Ralph Metzner and Claudio Naranjo, Norman O. Brown and Nancy Wilson Ross, Lama Kogum Trungpa and Ch. Liang Huang, Douglas Harding and G. Spencer Brown, Richard Weaver and Robert Shapiro, to mention only a few of the names and faces gathering out of the recent past to tell me that I have hardly begun this story. Chapter 15. The Sound of Rain. Although I have always been following the sun to the west, I have at last come to love the rain as well, especially in these dry California hills where the burnished grass so easily takes fire. Better still, though, are the spring and autumn rains of Japan. Despite the fascination which I have had with the Far East since reading about Dr. Fu Manchu at the age of 11, and Lafcadio-Han's gleanings in Buddha fields at the age of 14, I didn't reach Japan until I was 46. From all I had heard about its frantic industrialization I was prepared to be completely disillusioned. But I went, and have returned 3 more times. One would suppose that in view of my lifelong interest in Zen Buddhism I would have gone there years before, like Ruth Sasaki, Gary Snyder, and many others, to undertake the monastic discipline of living Zen, sit at the feet of a master, attain enlightenment, and come back with a certificate to prove it. I have nothing against that at all, especially if one may judge by what it has done for Gary. But that isn't my way. And when at last I did get to Japan I didn't rush off to a Zen school to gobble up all the wisdom I could. I went to look and to listen, and to see things in a way that insiders often miss, and I found what I wanted, albeit with the help of 2 Zen masters. It was the sound of rain. Zen Buddhism fascinates Westerners because its way of teaching is quite unlike that of any other religion, if religion it is. It has no dogma, requires no particular belief, and neither deals in abstractions nor harps on morality. Then what, of religion or philosophy, is left? All and nothing, for Zen deals with reality, the universe as it is, and not as it is thought about and described. The heart of Zen is not an idea but an experience, and when that experience happens, and happens is just the right word, you are set free from ideas altogether. Certainly, you can still use them, but you no longer take them seriously. Picture yourself, then, as a person very earnestly concerned with making sense of life, of a world involving intense pleasure and appalling pain, and trying to understand how and why there is this weird sensation called myself in the middle of it all. You have heard that there is a great master, a sage, who can give you the answer, not in terms of some fancy theory, but the thing itself, so that you will never feel the same again, and that sensation called myself will have been turned upside down and inside out. You approach the master and, perhaps with some difficulty, get an interview. You have thought out your questions most carefully, but just as you are about to open your mouth he yells "Ho!" at the top of his voice. You are nonplussed, and he asks what's puzzling you. You begin, "Well, I came to ask," but he interrupts, "and I have answered you." "But I don't," and again "Ho!" shouted from the depths of his belly. End of interview. The greater part of Zen literature consists of such tales, often adding, however, that the questioner was completely satisfied. He cannot think of any more questions about life to ask, other than such simple matters as, what time does the plane leave for San Francisco? For this reason intelligent and adventurous Westerners have, in considerable numbers, been heading for the ancient capital of Kyoto, which has long been the main center for training in Zen. But it was not only for Zen that I went immediately to Kyoto when I first arrived in Japan. I wanted to feel the everyday life of a city which had been soaked in Buddhism for so many centuries, not analyze it like a psychologist, categorize it like an anthropologist, or study its splendid monuments like an antiquarian. I went to gape like a yokel and simply absorb its atmosphere. We went to the district called Higashiyama, or Eastern Hills, where buildings on narrow, winding streets overlook the rest of the city, which unusually for Japan are laid out in the flat grid pattern of an American city in a geographical setting which slightly resembles Los Angeles. Hills, even mountains, lie to the east, north, and west, while the south is open to Osaka, Kobe, and the sea. As in Los Angeles, the best land is in the foothills, where spring water flows into garden pools through bamboo pipes, and though there are here many quiet and sumptuous private homes, much of the area has been occupied by temples and monasteries. Originally it belonged to feudal brigands, who were scared of the Zen priests because the priests weren't scared of them, became pious Buddhists, and made generous offerings of land. When one goes to a city like this, it is all very well to make plans to see the famous sights, but there should be plenty of time to follow one's nose, for it is through aimless wandering that the best things are found. We stayed in the Ryokan, of Japanese-style inn, on the hill above the Miyako Hotel. To the northwest the sweeping grey-tiled roofs of the Nanzenji Zen temples float above dense clusters of pines, and to the southeast stands the huge cathedral of Kyonin, and all about are wayward cobbled lanes enclosed by roofed walls with covered gates, giving entrance to courtyards and gardens, and interspersed with small shops and restaurants. It was April, and under such a gate we took refuge from a sudden shower. The gate opened a few inches, and out came a hand proffering an umbrella, and as soon as we took it the hand was withdrawn and the gate closed. The umbrella was a casa made of oiled paper, a wide circle spread out like a small roof supported on a cone of thin bamboo struts, almost as cozy as carrying your own house with you in a quiet, heavy rain. We returned it the next day. Gutters were bubbling, and water was spilling from bronze, dragon-mouthed gargoyles at roof corners. Everywhere the soft clattering of wooden sandals like small benches with legs on the soles to keep your feet above water. Courtyards with glistening evergreen bushes and floating branches of bright green maple. The smell of Japanese cooking soy sauce and hot sake mixed with damp earth and the faintest suggestion, pleasant in that small a dosage, of the benjo or toilet which, because of the diet, smells quite different from ours. Because I need a dictionary to read most Chinese characters, the signs on shops are just complex abstract designs, or it seems to me that Mr. Matsuyama's cafeteria is the Pine Mountain Harmonious Food House. Going deeper into the city we found the long, busy lane of Taramaki, or Temple Street, to nose about in the higgledy-piggledy of tiny shops that sell utensils for tea ceremony, incense, ink, writing brushes, old Chinese books, fans, Buddhist Bondi Uzuri, and huge mushrooms that should be wearing pants, the whole lane buzzing and rattling with motorcycles and diminutive Toyota taxis. With sense of time gone awry from travel by jet, I wake at 4 in the morning to hear what is, for me, the most magical single sound that man has made. It comes from a bronze bell some 8 feet high and 5 feet in diameter, struck by a horizontal swinging tree trunk, and hung close to the ground, actually more of a gong than a bell. It doesn't clang out through the sky like a church bell but booms along the ground with a note at once deep and sweet and vaguely sad, as if very very old. It sounds once and, when the hum has died away, again and several times more. From the direction, I realize that this is the bell of the Nanzenji Zen monastery, signifying that, so long before sunrise, some 20 young men, skin-headed and black-robed, have begun to sit perfectly still in a quiet dark hall. When the bell finishes they will begin to intone, on a single note, the Shinjo or Heart Sutra, which sums up everything that Buddhism has to say, Shikasokuzi iku, Kusokuzi ishiki. What is form? That is emptiness. What is emptiness? That is form. Actually the language is the Japanese way of pronouncing medieval Chinese, which hardly anyone understands, and the words are chanted for their sound rather than their meaning. We shall see why. With one side of my brain I know that these are rather bored and sleepy young men, mostly sons of priests, attending the Japanese equivalent of an ecclesiastical boys' boarding school or a Jesuit seminary. They think they ought to be there, but would really rather be chasing girls or learning to fly planes. The fine aloes wood incense, the faint candles, the sonorous gongs, and the pulsing chant are for them merely karai, gloomy, musty, dank, decrepit, and old. A graveyard long gone to waste, with an old lady muttering over a stone. Only the sternest discipline will keep these boys at it. For the most part they are not, like Western seekers, interested in Buddhism, and they, in their turn, seldom realize that much of this seemingly esoteric discipline is simply routine drill for reluctant boys. Having been through that once, in school at Canterbury Cathedral, I have not been inclined to try it again. But with the other side of my brain I want to be in their company, silently and unseen, with no wretched novice master pushing me around and trying to teach me how to sit in meditation. For the antiquity and mystery of those gongs and the chant is not so much from a backward direction in time as from a vast depth inside the present, from a level of my own here and now being, as ancient as life itself. I wonder what is this glamour of the mysterious and venerable East? Is it all a phony projection of my own romantic fantasies, and if so, why such fantasies? Why do Buddhist rituals and symbols evoke in me a sensation of the mysterious and the marvelous far more enthralling than any Christian equivalent, more even than astronomical revelations about the scope of distant galaxies? There is, of course, a wise guy debunkery school of cultural anthropologists who want to insist that, seen from the familiar inside, all exotic culture forms are just humdrum old hat, as if Japanese and Tibetans could not feel for their traditions what we feel for Shakespeare and Beethoven. There are, indeed, orchestra men bored to death with the Ninth Symphony and school children who find Hamlet a drag, so why should I share these Japanese novices' lack of enthusiasm for Zen? I am sure that the paternalistic discipline with which it is forced down their throats connects it with the same emotions of guilt that I felt in the presence of God the Father and Jesus Christ. It would follow, then, that my enchantment with Zen and Buddhism is that their forms are, for me, free from this kind of static, and thus that through them I can approach the mysteries of the universe without having to feel like a small boy being bawled out because it is good for me. Anyhow, I am not a small boy. I have 5 grandchildren, and thus am no longer liable to be impressed by grandfathers. Nevertheless, as I look back I could be inclined to feel that I have lived a sloppy, inconsiderate, wasteful, cowardly, and undisciplined life, only getting away with it by having a certain charm and a big gift of the gab. Yet what am I supposed to do, now, about that? A realistic look at myself, aged 57, tells me that if I am that, that's what I am, and shall doubtless continue to be. I myself and my friends and my family are going to have to put up with it, just as they put up with the rain. I could, of course, tell myself that in so feeling I am casting away my humanity, the only thing which makes me different from a machine, which is supposedly the effort of will to take control of myself and change. This might be fine if one knew precisely what would be a change for the better. If I would become more Christ-like, I should remember that the Crusades and the Holy Inquisition were conducted in his name. If I would practice asceticism, I should bear it in mind that Hitler was quite an ascetic. If I would cultivate bravery, I should consider that Dillinger was brave. If I would observe sobriety, I should recall that Bertrand Russell put down a fifth of whiskey daily, and if I would find it in myself to be chaste, I should meditate upon Sri Hari Krishna and the Gopi maidens, and twit myself that I once had the privilege of sharing a mistress with one of the holiest men in the land. The difficulty is that our waking and attentive consciousness scans the world myopically, one thing, one bit, one fragment after another, so that our impressions of life are strung out in a thin, scrawny thread, lining up small beads of information, whereas nature itself is a stupendously complex pattern where everything is happening all together everywhere at once. What we know of it is only what we can laboriously line up and review along the thread of this watchfulness. Better not to interfere with myself, it could set off an earthquake. Perhaps there is an entirely different way of being responsible and compassionate. To keep the Zen monk's company, I light a stick of incense, sit down on the tatami mat, and begin the ink and brush meditation. Some people have passions for ancient weapons, crystal eggs, or effigies of owls. Mine is for Chinese ink and writing brushes. I can't stay away from Kyoto on Taramaki, where, the day before, I had bought several small slabs of black ink, each in a box of plain white wood, interestingly perfumed, and embossed with gold ideographs, and also a large and somewhat expensive brush, some 3/4 of an inch in diameter with hairs coming to a fine point. But the first step is to make tea for wakefulness, and for this there is nothing better than matcha, the finely powdered green tea used for ceremonial tea drinking. A small amount is put in the bottom of a roughly glazed bowl, covered with hot water, and whirled into a jade green froth with a bamboo whisk. Although it tastes vaguely of Guinness stout, it smells of straw matting and freshly planed wood. And then I begin to rub the ink easily back and forth, on a black stone cut like a small swimming pool with a short deep end and a long shallow end, and filled with water. It takes 15 minutes or more, during which there is nothing in my consciousness except the increasingly oily texture of the liquid, the mountain forest smell of the incense, and the continuing sound of soft rain on the roof. Wide awake but with hardly a thought in my head, I stroke and roll the brush in the black liquid, and then, with a certain unhurried suddenness, write 10 Chinese characters on a long scroll of absorbent paper. They say: in the midst of the rain, seeing the sun. From the depths of the fire, spooning clear water. That day we go down to Sanjisangendo, a long barn of a building which contains 1001 images of an astonishing hermaphroditic being known as Canon, the watchful Lord, and revered popularly as the goddess of compassion. 1000 of these images are life-size standing figures, each with 8 arms, lined up along 5 or 6 platforms which run the entire length of an inside wall down the center of the building. But at midpoint there is the one extra figure, sitting on a lotus throne with 11 heads in a tall column and exactly 1000 arms forming an aureole about the figure. Most of the hands are empty, but at least 100 of them hold various objects: bells, wands, flowers, thunderbolts, daggers, conch trumpets, flags, books, rosaries, staves, and bottles, instruments which this cosmic millipede is manipulating all at once without having to stop to think about any one of them in particular. It is in the same way that my nervous system manages the multitudinous functions of my body, and the energy of the universe appears simultaneously in myriads of patterns and forms, all working together in an ecological balance of unthinkable complexity. For you cannot truly think of one without thinking of the others, just as the earth implies the sun, and the sun implies the galaxy. To think of one alone is to have your mind caught or hung up on it so that you miss the movement of the whole, and this is what Buddhists mean by ignorance, and consequent attachment to worldly things. This means any particular thing, such as myself, considered as separate or separable from the rest, and attachment in this sense is almost exactly what we now call a hang-up. Spiritual myopia. Not seeing the forest for the trees. Killing flies with DDT and forgetting about the fish and the birds. Thus in passing judgments of praise and blame upon myself I forget that I am like one of Canon's hands, a function of the universe. If my conscious mind had 11 heads and 1,000 arms I might know what I was talking about. But my conscious mind is but one small operation of my nervous system. When the rain stopped, Jano and I took a day off for meditation at Nanzenji, not in the temple itself, but on the forested hillside behind it, where we sat on the steps of some ancient nobleman's tomb, supplying ourselves with the kit for ceremonial tea and a thermos bottle of hot sake. Zen meditation is a trickily simple affair, for it consists only in watching everything that is happening, including your own thoughts and your breathing, without comment. After a while thinking, or talking to yourself, drops away and you find that there is no yourself other than everything which is going on, both inside and outside the skin. Your consciousness, your breathing, and your feelings are all the same process as the wind, the trees growing, the insects buzzing, the water flowing, and the distant prattle of the city. All this is a single many-featured happening, a perpetual now without either past or future, and you are aware of it with the rapt fascination of a child dropping pebbles into a stream. The trick which cannot be forced is to be in this state of consciousness all the time, even when you are filling out tax forms or being angry. Experiences move through this consciousness as tracklessly as the reflections of flying birds on water, and, as a Zen poem says, the bamboo shadows sweep the stairs, but raise no dust. In this state it seemed that the whole city of Kyoto with its thousands of shops and businesses, its streetcars, schools, temples, taxis, crooks, policemen, politicians, monks, geisha girls, salesmen, firemen, waitresses, fish vendors, students, and bulging sumo wrestlers was no other than the thousand-armed body of Canon. And a curious feature of this state is that all details are as clearly etched as in a perfectly focused photograph. Even mist appears as its millions of individual droplets of moisture, each containing the reflections of all the others, a haze of jewels. I can have the feeling self only in relation to, and by contrast with, the feeling other. In the same way, I am what I am only in relation to what everything else is. The Japanese call this Jiji mu Ge, which means that between every thing event, G, and every other thing event there is no, mu, barrier, Ge. Each implies all, and all implies each. Our contact man in Kyoto is the Zen priest Sahaku Ogata, who is in charge of the sub-temple of Shotoku-in, the House of Long Virtue, on the precincts of the great monastery of Shokokuji, maintaining it as a hospice for Western students of Zen. We had met years before in Chicago when he was studying at the Divinity School of the university and I was at Northwestern. Ogata-sensei one and his marvelous wife, whom Louisa Jenkins has designated a Japanese national treasure, receive guests in their temple and guide us to restaurants, no plays, gardens, Aikido demonstrations, and anything we want to see. He is a Zen monk right out of a painting by Sengei, having a shaved gourd-shaped head and a great laugh, and he speaks fluent English with a heavy but delightful Japanese accent. I wonder if his bijataburank, vegetable lunch, will take its place along with Darekuraningu, dry cleaning, in the ever-growing vocabulary of Nihonglish. Incidentally, the rule for widely understood Nihonglish is to speak English without separating your teeth, to omit the definite and indefinite articles, and to insert a vowel sound after every consonant. Substitute R for L, B for V, and pronounce the long O, as in note, as A, as in claw. We are now in Kyoto. Ogata-sensei arranged to get us into Ryoanji, the temple of the Dragon Hermitage, after visiting ours, so that we could see the rock and sand garden in the stillness before twilight, when all the tourists and swarms of school children had left. These gardens are strictly called dry landscapes, and though everyone has seen photographs of this one at Ryoanji, they give little idea of the place itself. It reduced us to immediate silence. The camera cannot grasp the whole scene, from the tops of the pines in the background to the whole long stone-edged rectangle of raked river sand with its 9 island rocks arranged by miraculously controlled accident upon their beds of moss. One sees islands in a stretch of ocean, or perhaps just rocks on a beach, and the rocks are so scattered as to suggest vast space in the sand. There is nothing for it but to sit on the long veranda and absorb. Eugen. To wander on and on in a forest without thought of return, to watch wild geese seen, and hidden again, in the clouds, to gaze out at ships going hidden by distant islands. The garden must be seen in its total setting, the low, roofed, and damp mottled wall along one side, with the pines above, the calm, horizontal temple buildings with their sliding screens, the luminous deep green moss garden just around the corner, the incense, the birds, the far-off traffic, the quiet. Less well known, and little troubled by tourists, is a comparable garden at Nanzenji designed by Kobarai Enshu, and another, marvelously designed but not quite so happily situated, in the Hanzen at Daidakuji. Guidebooks and loquacious priests have invented all kinds of symbolic meanings, which may be entirely ignored, for these creations. Such considerations stand in the way of realizing that they are astonishing demonstrations of the power of emptiness, and even that is saying too much. Lao Tzu explained that the usefulness of a window is not so much in the frame as in the empty space which admits light to the house. But people of the West, with their heavily overloaded ideas of God, will easily confuse the Buddhist and Taoist feeling for cosmic emptiness with nihilism, the hostile, sour grapes attitude to the world implicit in the mechanist metaphysics of blind energy, which is hardly to be found in the Orient at all. It is curious that Shinto, to judge from its architecture, has almost more feeling for creative emptiness than Buddhism. Exoterically, at least, Shinto or Kami no Michi, the way of the spirits, is the cult of Japanese patriotism and nationalism, and one feels this strongly at the national shrine at Ise, but more because of the officious and impolite guards than anything else. But there are no guards at the even more venerable and splendid Taisha at Izumo on the west coast, where the architecture of the shrine shows a subtle Chinese influence. As with most Shinto shrines, the roofs are thatched and the ridgepole is supported in V-shaped extensions of the terminal roof beams as if the prototype had been a tent or some house of palm wattles from the South Sea Islands. The buildings are austere structures of unpainted wood, but so proportioned and varied in texture as to be sanctuaries of clean-swept serenity for dignified rites oddly reminiscent of the style of the Church of England. At Izumo the buildings surround clear, cobbled courtyards containing other, sacred and unapproachable, buildings like boxes within boxes, and though there may be a sword and a bronze mirror in the Holy of Holies, one has the feeling that all this is emptiness containing emptiness. Suzuki once told me that he suspected, but could not prove, a connection between Shinto and Taoism. After all, the word is the Japanese pronunciation of the Chinese Shentao, which may be understood as the Tao of divine spirit, or simply of intelligence or energy. Kyoto must contain thousands of tiny, tucked-away restaurants and bars in narrow streets and alleys, and also has long arcades of small shops selling colorful stacks of dried fish, huge radishes, persimmons, all types of seaweed, dried or pickled octopuses, squid, sea bream, tuna, globefish, soybean curd, leeks, eggplant, and a multitude of vegetables, pickles, and pastes that I have not yet identified. I wish I had my own kitchen there, though I am happy to sample the restaurants, particularly the bar-type ones for sushi, tempura, and yakitori, where the food is prepared right before you. Hidden away somewhere near Kawaramaki and Shijo, River Street and 4th Avenue, is an exclusive sushi bar frequented by gourmets. Sushi are small rice patties topped with green mustard and a slice of raw fish, tuna, eel, sea bream, squid, octopus, or caviar or cooked shrimp, and served with thin slices of fresh ginger. The bar here is an immense slab of plain, silky textured white wood, and one is served by 4 young men in blue and white bandanas with the bows tied to resemble horns. There is room for about 10 customers. You make your own selections from the fish stacked before you on a bed of ice, and the sushi are formed with lightning-deft gestures and laid in front of you on a sloping shelf of black lacquer. Fine sake is served in pleasingly generous cups from white porcelain bottles. One such restaurant, which serves both sushi and yakitori, miniature kebabs on bamboo skewers, calls itself a dojo or gymnasium for sake drinking, and here the cups are not only generous as distinct from the usual minuscule one-sip cups but the bottles mighty. Unlike the Americans, the Japanese have no sense of guilt whatsoever about drinking, and this goes for priests as well as laymen. I remember Kato-san telling me about his Zen teacher. Today I had read her from my teacher. Also. My teacher he very drunk. Much sake. He rive in Ronri tempuru high up in mountain. Onri way to keep warm. I do not, alas, speak much Japanese, only enough to direct taxis and order food in restaurants, helped out with Chinese characters on a scratch pad. Unfortunately the Japanese and the English find each other's languages so difficult that we can only talk like children, giving a false if amusing impression of our mentalities. I do wonder if this attitude to alcohol, a name given to the liquid by Muslims, who forbid it, accounts for the fact that I have never seen anyone nasty drunk, as distinct from happy drunk, on sake, which is about as strong as sherry. The Chinese drink far more fearsome liquors, most of which taste like a mixture of paint remover and perfume, though I once had a dark brown substance as good as Benedictine, and seemed to give alcohol an entirely innocent association with poetry and music, raku, which is written in the same way as happiness. Doubtless these people become alcoholics in the clinical sense, but I suspect that what we call a problem drinker is as much a product of social context as of mere booze. Since to be drunk in Japan, and old China, is not considered a disgrace, no one drinks because he is miserable about drinking or in simple defiance of stuffily sober friends and relatives. The Japanese also observe the interesting and salutary social rule that nothing counts which is said in a bar. What is perhaps most unfamiliar to us is the Far Eastern connoisseurship of tea, which includes not only appreciation of its many varieties and ways of preparation, but also of its effects on the mind. I am drawn, like a moth to light, to the shops on Taramaki which sell tea and utensils for the chanoyu, literally, hot water of tea, or tea ceremony, which I have learned to conduct in the relaxed and unofficial style used by Zen monks when casually entertaining friends. There are some 5 main schools of the art, the most popular of which, Ure-senkai, is to my mind uncomfortably stiff and over-refined, so much so that only the most accomplished master could conduct it in a relaxed and congenial way. But the Kankyuan school is another matter. Several times I have been entertained in his home by the master of this school, Soshu-sen, and once in the tea room of the Daidakyuji Hanzen. The refined naturalness and informality of his style, his ingenious choice of utensils and flower arrangements, as well as his personal atmosphere, make his offerings of chanoyu a genuine pleasure. Makha or koisha, the powdered green teas used for the ceremony, would doubtless be banned in this country if they were widely known, for, taken in strength, they are highly conducive to the states of consciousness characteristic of Zen meditation, to a serene, wide-awake clarity of which the Tiang poet Lo Tiong has written. The first cup moistens my lips and throat, the second cup breaks my loneliness, the third cup searches my inmost being. The fourth cup raises a slight perspiration, all the wrong of life passes away through my pores. At the fifth cup I am purified, the sixth cup calls me to the realms of the immortals. The seventh cup but I could take no more. I only feel the breath of cool wind that rises in my sleeves. The main fascination of chanoyu, derived naturally from Zen, is that it is a ceremony without any meaning other than itself. No Buddha images or other formally religious objects are present, and veneration is accorded only to the guests, the tea, the utensils, the water, the fire, and the painting and the flowers in the alcove. Time is slowed down in calm, easy, and absorbed attention to boiling the water and serving the tea. There may be rambling conversation about matters of no urgency, but more often a contented silence such as one gets in puffing at a pipe and looking into the fire. I have visited Kyoto 4 times, and will snatch at any opportunity to go there again, despite the plastic fury with which Japanese industrialism is destroying the country. Kyoto is now dominated by a colossal plastic phallus in full erection from the roof of the station hotel, and most modern buildings look as if they had been put together from sheets of acetate and crimped tin, and the whole industrial project is a frantic success because there are no squares like Japanese squares. Nevertheless, Kyoto has civic pride in its ancient traditions and monuments, so that there is some resistance to an aesthetic debacle which is perhaps the world's major illustration of the proverb that the worst is the corruption of the best. When Oliver Andrews was there with me, he remarked that Kyoto somehow reminded him of Hermann Hesse's Castalia, for, as the greatest international center of Buddhist culture, it is a curiously cosmopolitan city frequented by pleasantly eccentric people from all over the world. In Kyoto one never feels out of things as one can in Miami, Cape Town, Melbourne, or other such places with vast concentrations of people who have nothing very interesting to do. I have my eye on a virtually unused temple in the grounds of Nanzenji, a quiet place by the aqueduct. Will someone please let me have it for a year? The hour's train ride into the mountains of Wakayama, east of Osaka, is like a journey through one of those long horizontal landscape scrolls called Make-mono, which you roll and unroll as you go along. You move through ranges of densely forested hills, growing higher and higher, and below the forests are hundreds of wiggly terraced fields, following the contours of the slopes and many-colored with the various crops of tea, rice, millet, radishes, onions, and beans. Villages, farmhouses, and temples peek from the folds of the hills, tiled blue-gray and belonging in the landscape as much as the trees, since the old non-industrial culture of Japan sees the work of man as but one of the many works of nature. The end of the line is Mount Koya, where at 3,000 feet and more than 1,000 years ago, the monk Kobo Daishi established a complex city of temples in the midst of the colossal Japanese sequoia trees known as cryptomeria. I think about Koyasan as I think about Big Sur, better not to spoil it by going there to live, for in this way it remains for me an archetypal sanctuary which I enjoy all the more for not possessing and penetrating it. This is not simply a romantic illusion, for were it so all distant views would be false, and no face would be seen correctly except with a microscope. Looked at from the right psychological distance, Koyasan is a Shangri-La, just as far off hills are indeed blue. Both places and people should thus be respected and enjoyed in not inspecting them too closely with a vulgar, nosy, and intrusive attitude. Here the style of Buddhism is called Shingon and is closely related to Vajrayana, the ritualistic and magical Buddhism of Tibet, so that in this place I am more than ever affected by the supposedly phony mysteriousness of Asian religion. Of course I know as a matter of information that most of the priests are going through the motions and have forgotten the meaning, that the young seminarists are just dutifully following their father's tracks, and that the economic raison d'etre of this temple city is to be a tourist trap and a mortuary. All this I deliberately overlook. Our headquarters is a temple not far from the station yet surrounded by forest. The buildings enclose a garden of miniature hills, with pine trees, rocks, and pools, and the rooms are separated by gold screens painted with bamboo trees and tigers. In the dark shrine hall the principal image is of Fudo Bosatsu, the fire bodhisattva of immovable intelligence, presiding over a huge array of memorial tablets, subordinate images, gongs, drums, vessels, and innumerable ritual objects that have no English names. Because we are here with a group of my students, the priest allows us to use this place for early morning meditation, and sometimes one of his assistants will join us to celebrate the Goma or fire ceremony in Fudo's honor, which is a most refined form of ritual magic. We do not, of course, understand it, and perhaps the priest doesn't either, but I simply have to admit that these Buddhist mysteries enchant me in the same way as people are enchanted by the particular features of a beautiful woman or by the style of a favorite musician. I don't approach them in a pious way, like the little old ladies, because I think they're a manifestation of cosmic fun, and I just have never been able to be pious in the serious downcast eyes meaning of the word. Nor do I approach them as a scholar, for I have just enough scholarship in matters Buddhist to know when the rest of it will bore me, and I sometimes suspect that taking a scholarly attitude to a subject is a lame excuse for doing what you secretly enjoy for no good reason. So in that little temple they have a huge, bowl-shaped bronze gong, and there amid the smell of incense and by the light of glimmering lamps, I like to start up its vast, deep voice and let my own run with it to intone the mantric syllables Om Mani Padme Hum. If I had the nerve I would keep that up for a couple of hours, but would be thought pious or mad, whereas I am simply enjoying the go of it. Then, again, Shingon Buddhism is not at all like other forms of Buddhism, for its chief object of veneration is not the historic Buddha, Gautama, but the supercosmic Great Sun Buddha who, with his four subordinate Buddhas of the four quarters, personifies that no-thingness which is simultaneously the ground of the universe and our own inmost nature. These so-called Dhyani Buddhas have weird and musical names nothing at all familiar and customarily bandied about, like God, Jesus Christ, Jehovah, and Allah, but names that have the same ring of strange immensity as those given to the stars, Aldebaran, Fomalhaut, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Arcturus. The central figure, Buddha of the Sun, is called in Sanskrit Mahavarokana, in Japanese Dainichi-nyure, and then clockwise from the east to the north come Akshobhya, Ashoka-nyure, Ratnasambhava, Hasho-nyure, Amitpa, Amida-nyure, and Amoghasthi, Fukuyoja-nyure. In painting and statuary they are displayed in the mandala form, with Mahavarokana in the center and the others surrounding him like the petals of a flower crowned, or old, jeweled, and seated on lotus thrones amid attendant bodhisattvas, and you must imagine them as radiating from the ultimate back of your mind, where the eyes cannot look and thought cannot reach. The city village of Koyasan is a large cluster of temples surrounding a few shops and restaurants, all standing among pine, cedar, and cryptomeria trees, including also an enormous cemetery and a splendid museum of Buddhist art. To my delight I found one or two shops selling the magical tools and objects of Shingon ritual, and there acquired a heavy brass diamond thunderbolt, which the Tibetans call a dorhe, a brass shakujo or ceremonial rattle, and an esoteric book of incantations and finely drawn symbolic letters in the Chinese way of writing Sanskrit. Everywhere is the smell of pine needles underfoot and, as one passes temples, of ginkgo, the fine aloes wood incense which D.T. Suzuki called the smell of Buddhism. But the point of Shingon is to realize Buddha in this body, and as I look at the temple architecture and the imagery and symbolism I get the odd feeling that it is at once electronic and neurological. The masts on the pagodas are topped with a flaming golden ball and surrounded with 9 metal rings, suggesting an early type of transmission mast for television, and the ever-present dorhe, or thunderbolt scepter, has 5 claws at each end with points barely touching, as if about to generate electric sparks. And there are diagrams of kshetra, of fields, containing hundreds of Buddha figures like some organism with mast eyes, or nerve endings, or contact points, where again each implies all because body of Buddha means the whole universe. Thus to realize Buddha in this body is to realize that you yourself are in fact the universe. You are not, as parents and teachers are wont to imply, a mere stranger on probation in the scheme of things. You are rather a sort of nerve ending through which the universe is taking a peek at itself, which is why, deep down inside, almost everyone has a vague sense of eternity. Few dare admit this because it would amount to believing that you are God, and God in our culture is the cosmic boss, so that anyone imagining himself to be God is deemed either blasphemous or insane. But for Buddhists this is no problem because they do not have this particular idea of God, and so also are not troubled by the notion of sin and everlasting damnation. Their picture of the universe is not political, not a kingdom ruled by a monarch, but rather an organism in which every part is a doing of the whole, so that everything that happens to you is understood as your own karma, or doing. Thus when things go wrong you have no one but yourself to blame. You are not a sinner but a fool, so try another way. Now I have always found this a highly civilized and humane point of view. For Westerners, the only real alternative to the boss God religion has been the so-called scientific view of the universe as a system of essentially stupid objects. This comes from looking at things in a coldly withdrawn way as in studying the behavior of machinery, while in physiology and psychology we turn this attitude inwardly upon ourselves only to become objectionable objects to our own gaze. If this mechanical view of life gets rid of horrors about sin and guilt, it also gets rid of any real reason for sympathy or kindness. From the standpoint of mechanical efficiency, all feelings and emotions are just obstructive static, and when we are through with poisoning the air, there will be every reason for replacing ourselves with steady-state electronic mechanisms that require no atmosphere and do nothing but solve mathematical problems. The objective attitude to oneself is finally suicidal, and it is not, therefore, surprising that the grandest flower of our technology is the hydrogen bomb. But when Buddhists look very deeply into themselves, they ask, but who is looking? They come up with an answer which has been hard to understand, essentially because of a language problem. For the Japanese word ku, translating the Sanskrit sunya, has the sense of sky, space, or emptiness, but when it is used for the root of one's own consciousness, it means also the finally mysterious and inconceivable. Not so much emptiness or darkness as the way the head looks to its own eyes. This is the meaning of the flaming crystal ball atop the pagoda mast, which in Zen is said to be like an eye that sees, but does not see itself. Ku is therefore clarity as of vision or hearing, and nothing is so mysterious as clarity, even though we speak of clearing up mysteries. For exactly what is clarity itself? Could it be well-defined form? Crystal clear form? Then, as the Heart Sutra says, Ku is Shiki, transparency is form. Unburdened by a Christian upbringing, Gary Snyder has the humorous attitude to religion so characteristic of Zen. We found him in a Japanese-style cottage, close to the Daidakyuji monastery in Kyoto, where he was making a 12-year study of the Zen way of life. He is like a wiry Chinese sage with high cheekbones, twinkling eyes, and a thin beard, and the recipe for his character requires a mixture of Oregon woodsman, seaman, Amerindian shaman, Oriental scholar, San Francisco hippie, and swinging monk, who takes tough discipline with a light heart. He seems to be gently keen about almost everything, and needs no affectation to make himself interesting. He has taken to wife Masa, a beautiful but gutsy Japanese girl from the southern islands, who looks you straight in the eye, does not simper and giggle, gives no mock humility, yet has a quiet naturalness. Their living room is adorned with 2 large and colorful scrolls bearing those Shinjin diagrams of multitudinous Buddha figures, and so abounds with Buddhist ceremonial tools that Gary called it the safest place in the galaxy. After we have taken a communal bath in a huge cauldron over a wood fire, much sake is downed, and apropos of Ku, the clear void, Gary suggests that we incorporate the null and void guarantee and trust company with the slogan, "Register your absence with us, you can take it with you." Later, I had some business cards printed for him to this effect, naming him as the company's non-representative. I wonder, why is it that we can't stop laughing at the notion that none of us really exists, and that the walloping concreteness of all the hard facts to be faced is an energetic performance of nothingness? The joke derives from the fact that, although Westerners speak of conquering space, they have a radical prejudice and a positive blind spot with respect to the importance of nothingness. They balk at it as people used to balk at thinking of the world as round. To them, nothingness is the awful, the end, the demise which, we most fervently hope, is not to be the ultimate destiny of man and the universe. Yet this is due to a freaky lapse in our logic which affects our theology, our science, our philosophy, and our most vivid emotions. No one seems to have realized that you can't have something without nothing. How can you know is without understanding isn't? Try to imagine a solid without any space through and around it. Try to imagine space without any solid, including yourself, within it. For if something implies nothing, then nothing in turn implies something. To be or not to be is not the question, for reality, like electricity, is a pulsation of positive and negative energy. The Big Bang with which this universe is supposed to have started was, as they say in Zen, the void gnashing its teeth. Put in more scientific jargon, every approach to the limit of absolute inertia condenses by inversion into a departure from the limit of absolute energy. Flip total void equals Big Bang. Stated in bare words, this looks too simple. Yet I regard it as my most important philosophical discovery, and if we could understand it thoroughly, we would no longer have the horrors about death, darkness, night, silence, and the unknown. But the remaining question is how to get one's feelings, those easy victims of habit, to recognize that it takes nothing to start something. All over Japan one finds temples on the sides of hills and mountains that are approached by stone stairways ascending through forests of coniferous trees, with the monotony of their dark pillars relieved by the light frivolity of maples and ferns. These stairways, flanked by stone lanterns and moss-covered images of bodhisattvas, are usually reached through massive wooden gates, roofed in the Chinese style, and richly embellished with carvings of dragons, clouds, and birds. 2 or 3 flights may lead to another such gate, beyond which is the quiet courtyard of the main temple, a horned and sweeping roof of dull blue-gray tiles supported on hefty wooden pillars, the whole building rather long and low, the eaves extending so far beyond the walls that the roof seems to float. Inside, beyond the uncluttered floor of straw mats, is an altar of gold and black lacquer, set about with candlesticks, golden replicas of lotus flowers in vases, and bronze bowls for offerings. At the center, before the Buddha image, an orange rests on a presentation tray, and beside it is a burner filled with sand upon which powdered incense has been laid out in the form of a complex Sanskrit letter, burning slowly from brown to black. The Buddha, old golden face, looks down from within his leaf-shaped aureole, not exactly with a smile nor with indifference, but with completely unself-conscious calm. Although these formal features are repeated again and again, and are familiar the world over from their colossal embodiment at Kamakura, I am never tired of them. Out behind the temple another staircase goes higher into the forest, suggesting that one has not yet come to the end of the mystery. Climbing, one reaches not a Chinese gate but a torii, a Shinto arch that originally served as a perch for sacred birds, and this gives access to a plain wooden shrine with a thatched roof. Looking inside, one is faced and given pause by nothing more than a mirror, a disc of polished bronze on a lacquered stand. Yet that is not quite that, for behind this the stairway goes on, narrower and less imposing, winding up through the trees to come out into a level clearing planted with rows of stone and wooden posts inscribed with Chinese characters. The obvious message seems to be that it all comes to this, the cemetery. But as you are about to conclude that the tedious and depressing moral of this ascent is that the paths of glory lead but to the grave, it appears that there is still another stepway, rough and little used, going yet higher. You climb on. The path levels out a little, and then vanishes. Put into haiku. This is all there is. The path comes to an end. Among the parsley. Perhaps I can express this Buddhist fascination for the mystery of nothingness in another way. If we get rid of all wishful thinking and dubious metaphysical speculations, we can hardly doubt that at a time not too distant each one of us will simply cease to be. It won't be like going into darkness forever, for there will be neither darkness, nor time, nor sense of futility, nor anyone to feel anything about it. Try as best you can to imagine this, and keep at it. The universe will, supposedly, be going on as usual, but for each individual it will be as if it had never happened at all, and even that is saying too much, because there won't be anyone for whom it never happened. Make this prospect as real as possible, the one total certainty. You will be as if you had never existed, which was, however, the way you were before you did exist, and not only you but everything else. Nevertheless, with such an improbable past, here we are. We begin from nothing and end in nothing. You can say that again. Think it over and over, trying to conceive the fact of coming to never having existed. After a while you will begin to feel rather weird, as if this very apparent something that you are is at the same time nothing at all. Indeed, you seem to be rather firmly and certainly grounded in nothingness, much as your sight seems to emerge from that total blankness behind your eyes. The weird feeling goes with the fact that you are being introduced to a new common sense, a new logic, in which you are beginning to realize the identity of ku and shiki, void and form. all of a sudden it will strike you that this nothingness is the most potent, magical, basic, and reliable thing you ever thought of, and that the reason you can't form the slightest idea of it is that it's yourself. But not the self you thought you were. Whenever I am in Kyoto I seem to meet unexpected friends from home, and, in connection with what I have just been trying to describe, I shall never forget a long night spent with Dom Graham and David Padway in the ryokan above the Miyako. Dom was then prior of the Benedictine house at Portsmouth, Rhode Island, undertaking a spiritual pilgrimage to Asia with his disciple Harold Talbot. I had introduced them to each other some years before after a remarkable meeting with Harold, then aged 17, in New York. Harold, after a brief correspondence, had invited me to lunch at one of the best French restaurants in town. He appeared to know the head waiter, and ordered the luncheon and the wine with the taste of an experienced gourmet. Thereafter he involved me in a theological discussion of quite amazing profundity, in the course of which he disclosed that, after going to Harvard, he intended to become a Trappist monk. I considered that such a remarkably cultured young man was much more of a Benedictine than a Trappist, for most Benedictines I have known have an urbane and assured serenity which comes both from being the oldest order in the Church and from their preoccupations with scholarship and art as well as the spiritual life. I cannot imagine a fanatical Benedictine. So I urged him to look up Dom as soon as he went to Harvard, and everything worked out as I had hoped, although Harold remained a layman. Dom is an Englishman from Ampleforth Abbey in Yorkshire and entirely my idea of what a Benedictine should be, holy and relaxed, with all the freedom that comes from mastery of a great tradition. He had recently published Zen Catholicism, a book symptomatic of the growing Catholicity of Catholicism in a select circle of the Church's most gifted theologians and scholars. Thomas Merton, for example, really understood what Zen is all about, and wrote most admirably of Chuang-Tzu's Taoism. At the time of this meeting in Kyoto, Dom as going to see the Dalai Lama in India and on his way was getting into discussion with several of the great Buddhist priests of Japan, not to convert but to learn, for it seems that those who go deeply into almost any of the great spiritual traditions come to the same place and find themselves talking the same language. David Padway was on vacation from being a director of the Xerox Corporation, having had the sense to drop out after a swift and remarkable career in law and business, exemplifying the saying that the secret of the mastery of life is to know when to stop. He came to Kyoto from India, carrying nothing but a knapsack and a copy of the Lankavatara Sutra, and it should be said here that his home in New York contains the world's coziest library, comprising a most respectable collection of works on Mahayana Buddhism and Tibetan iconography. Having settled into the ryokan, all four of us made ourselves comfortable on the tatami, with an adequate supply of sake, and went into an all-night discussion. Now not all discussions are arguments, or kickings around of ideas, or emotional encounters. It is possible, in dialogue, to conduct a sort of Jnana yoga which gets down to the rock bottom of one's common sense, one's basic ideas, one's fundamental logic, and, indeed, the very moorings of one's sanity. We started, I think, from trying to get behind Dom Thomist premises about God as necessary being and talked very frankly about the feelings we had in connection with such ideas, especially as they came into our respective spiritual disciplines. I wondered about St. Thomas's tremendous respect for the negative theology of St. Dionysius, who had insisted that the highest knowledge of God was in unknowing, in leaving behind every single trace of a concept of reality, including being itself, and what this meant in terms of a state of consciousness. David literally and figuratively let down his hair, for he has extraordinary hair. He can smooth it so compactly against his head that he passes easily as a straight type, and then he can let it out into thick masses of curls to look like a wild man, like a dervish with flashing black eyes and an unnerving sense of humor. That evening he was wrapped in a Hindu monk's shawl of yellow cotton printed all over with red Sanskrit invocations. David went into a discourse on the relativity of all concepts and ideas that made our heads swim. He reduced all basics to babble. He developed the epistemological impasse of knowing about knowing to demonstrate that we knew nothing at all about anything, that survival was a whim, time a hallucination, and sanity a majority consensus of the blind. He was like a trapeze artist at 100 feet with no net, playing with his own sanity over an abyss of absolute madness, which who knows, might be a viable life form if we could ever decide what we meant by viable. He showed that the act of making sense between each other had, in itself, no more sense than the gurgle of a stream. With the whole of his own remarkable intellect he tore every intellectual canon to shreds, and all this without bitterness or hostility, in the feeling of a joyous and terrible dance, for he seemed to be Shiva doing the Tandava dance that brings all the worlds to an end. Dom Red listened and listened, obviously cooking inside. For David was repeating, in a modern way, the dialectical process that the Madhyamika school of Nagarjuna had worked out as an intellectual approach to enlightenment by teasing the mind completely out of thought. In effect, this can bring about the same parivriti or flip at the root of consciousness as the contemplation of one's eventual nothingness. If the process sounds like a flight of philosophical fancy, I should stress the warning that our intellects do not function in a psychological vacuum or watertight compartment, and that we should not risk unteeing our conceptual moorings unless we are prepared to weather considerable confusion and anxiety. But once the critical point of the flip is passed and the identity of form and void is clear, one's consciousness of form is in the clear. That is to say, when grounded on nothingness, one's zest for life is astonishing. On the far west side of Kyoto is the village of Nagayaka. Here, some years ago, there was established a Zen school, not for regular monks but for college students, so that they might combine Zen practice with their academic courses. Though the buildings are relatively new, the damp climate of Japan fosters rapid growth of moss, and the patina of antiquity forms quickly. These buildings, and their garden, are in the most exquisite Zen taste, uncluttered but not bare, white but not garish, brown but not drab. The wooden passage floors, though stained, show all the grain and have been polished with long slithering of stockinged feet. Gary, Jano, and I are received by the Rashi, or master, Morimoto-san, and his student successor, Jisan-san, in a spacious room where that adjective does not mean simply large or adequate. It is a room so designed that its empty spaces are a positive feature of its beauty. The paper shoji windows and sliding wall screens are not mere background but, by their proportions and playing with light, are what is there to be seen. Morimoto is so ancient and frail as to seem transparent, whereas Jisan with his rich black hair and rounded sensuous features looks more Latin than Japanese, though he serves us ceremonial tea, then sake, and then dinner with such perfection of refined Zen style of slow and relaxed formality that I find myself deposited, dream-wise, into some sort of Buddhist heaven designed by Sesshu and Rikyo. Meanwhile, Gary interprets my conversation with Morimoto so expertly that I hardly remember him as an intermediary. There is some preliminary talk about the possibilities of intelligent action without thinking, as when Kannon uses 1,000 arms. In Zen this is called munin, no thought, and I would describe it as using the brain rather than the conscious mind with its linear limitations. Someone suggests that this is like the skill of Japanese carpenters, who can make astonishing constructions measuring by eye alone, without yardsticks or blueprints. So I ask, but what about the skill of making a blueprint without using a previous blueprint? My point is, of course, that conscious thinking is one of the 1,000 arms. We don't think before we think, and we don't know how we think, we just do it. That is the Zen of thinking. Morimoto makes no immediate comment, but goes after my question in a roundabout way. For what I am really asking is whether there is a conflict between Zen meditation and the intellectual life, since his school was attempting to provide for both. But can one be in the state of munin while reading? He replies that, for college students, he goes about teaching Zen in a new way. Instead of asking them to meditate on the sound of one hand, I ask them what is the first word in the dictionary. And, of course, there isn't one, since every word requires other words to define it. The dictionary is circular. I remember trying, as a small boy, to write down the pronunciation of the letters of the alphabet. This is obviously impossible for just the same reason that words and ideas can never lead us to reality. Yet although you can't take a bath in the word water, the word itself is an event in the real world, not wet but noisy. Any book will do for studying Zen, Morimoto went on. You can use the dictionary, or Alice in Wonderland, even the Bible. There's no real point in going to all the trouble to translate our old Chinese texts about Zen, not if you're serious about understanding real Zen. The sound of rain needs no translation. Though the conversation went on for some time, that remark, as we now say, blew my mind. At the end of the evening, Jisen produced a nyoe, a Zen master's ritual scepter, this one made of smooth dark wood in the shape of a butterfly's proboscis, and presented it to me with the remark, "This for Western Zen master." And then, the following morning, Gary and I arose at dawn and went to the Daidakyuji monastery for the Taisho, or formal lecture, to be given by Sesso Oda, then the presiding Rashi. It is announced by a tremendous drumming, a monk using a stick on a large upright wooden drum having the skin secured by big upholsterer's nails. He pounds it to the rhythm of a bouncing ball, with variations, crescendos, and diminuendos, and sometimes circulates the stick across the heads of the nails to make a sound like a speedboat. We assembled in the great rectangular hall and sat on the mats, monks on one side, guests on the other, facing, and everyone was given a copy of the textbook for the lecture, a Chinese text about the teachings of a Tiang dynasty master. Knowing that I had studied this work, Gary found the place for me, and then the Rashi entered wearing scarlet and gold brocade robes, dangling a rosary from his wrist, and holding a white horsetail fly whisk. He solemnly mounted a throne facing the Buddha image across the hall, for these lectures are actually to be understood as conversations between the master and the Buddha. At the sound of a gong the head monk intoned, "Makahanya ha arami ta shingyo," and to the heavy pulse of a wooden drum everyone chanted the Heart Sutra. This done, the Rashi began to speak in a low voice, and the monks to doze off into sleep. There is an art to this, for they must remain sitting upright as if in meditation, and the head monk must have the trick of waking up exactly 2 minutes before the lecture ends, so as to ring the bell. This is sleeping Zen. About halfway through the lecture, rain began to fall in torrents, and the pelting on the roof drowned all other sounds for at least 5 minutes. But the Rashi didn't stop. He didn't raise his voice. He went straight on with his inaudible lecture. The story is told of another master who, years before, had been about to begin the lecture when a bird started singing. When it stopped, he announced that the lecture had been given. Long after this I was talking to Ali Akbar Khan, the sarod player, who is generally regarded as the greatest living master of Indian music. I have a particular personal admiration for him, for he is at once holy and sensuous, a complete man. Wine and woman go with his song, a song of unsurpassed technique which he also uses as a type of yoga meditation in which if one can use temporal language about things eternal he is very advanced. Discussing this, he dropped the remark, "All music is in the understanding of one note." Now this really ought not to be explained. But if you just listen, relating yourself to the world entirely through the sense of hearing, you will find yourself in a universe where reality pure sound comes immediately out of silence and emptiness, echoing away as memory in the labyrinths of the brain. In this universe everything flows backward from the present and vanishes, like the wake of a ship, the present comes out of nothing, and you cannot hear any self that is listening. This can be done with all the senses, but most easily with the ears. Simply listen, then, to the rain. Listen to what Buddhists call its suchness, its tathata or didada. Like all classical music, it means nothing except itself, for only inferior music mimics other sounds or is about anything other than music. There is no message in a Bach fugue. So, too, when an ancient Zen master was asked about the meaning of Buddhism, he replied, "If there is any meaning in it, I myself am not liberated." For when you have really heard the sound of rain you can hear, and see, and feel, everything else in the same way as needing no translation, as being just that which it is, though it may be impossible to say what. I have tried for years, as a philosopher, but in words it comes out all wrong, in black and white with no color. It comes out that life is a perfectly and absolutely meaningless happening, nothing but a display of endlessly variegated vibrations, neither good nor evil, right nor wrong, a display which, though marvelously woven together, is like a Rorschach blot upon which we are projecting the fantasies of personality, purpose, history, religion, law, science, evolution, and even the basic instinct to survive. And this projection is, in turn, part of the happening. Thus when you try to pin it down, you get the banality of formal nihilism, wherein the universe is seen as a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. But this sense of turning to ashes in one's mouth is the result of trying to grasp something which can only come to you of itself. Trying to catch the meaning of the universe in terms of some religious, philosophical, or moral system is really like asking Bach or Ali Akbar to explain their music in words. They can explain it only by continuing to play, and you must listen until you understand, get with it, and go with it, and the same is true of the music of the vibrations. The vibrations can go so high on the scale of pain that we have to go into zero, and the way can be made richly horrible by thinking to ourselves, this ought not to happen, it was all that bastard's fault, I am being punished for my sins, how could God let this happen to me? When you say the music is abominable, listen to the sound of your own complaint. Above all, simply listen, and I, for the time being, will be silent.